Chapter 964. The morning sun rose from the gaps between the branches of the canopy of the forest, and the dewdrops on the leaves reflected colorful light under the morning sun. A team was trekking through the forest, led by a young man wearing a black woolen coat soaked with dew from the previous night. The silver button on his collar had the emblem of ABs. He held a sword in his hand and frowned as he stared at the dense forest in front of him. This man was Brando. He led Erwin and Cruz through the hills north of the Rokisi Highlands and was now approaching the lone port, which was less than a day's journey. As expected, they didn't encounter too much trouble along the way. They only occasionally encountered Jorgendi Ridge's scouts. The army of Jorgendi Ridge seemed to be really focused on heading north to Asgard, and they didn't spend too much effort on the port city in the south. However, they didn't know the situation on the plains. They didn't know if the villages and settlements of various sizes outside the lone port had been attacked by Jorgendi Ridge. However, the sky in the north didn't have the black smoke columns that were commonly seen in the Vargas region, so the situation was probably fine. Brando was waiting for the scouts in front to report back. His gargoyles were hovering above the clouds, but the intelligence in the forest still depended on the scouts with feet. This was the limitation of flying creatures. However, the White Lion infantry were not professional scouts, and Rogers and his knights were not professional scouts, so it naturally took more time. Brando became a little anxious as he waited, but he did not dare to show it on his face. He knew that Cruz and the others in the envoy group relied on him more than before, so he had to be more calm. He tapped the hilt of the sword rhythmically with his fingers. This sword was not the Halran Gaia. Although the Dragon Queen might not dare to risk attracting Eloranta to deal with him, he did not want to expose his position to the Jorgendi Ridge people while thinking about some irrelevant things. In fact, he had been thinking about what Magadal said to him these days. The Holy Cathedral of Fire will not easily attack Her Majesty the Queen. I don't know the specifics, but this was an agreement made with the Holy Cathedral when the previous emperor of the Kurluts abdicated. The dragons were also involved, and perhaps the lady knows more about the relevant matters. But Brando knew that Mithril would never tell him. This question seemed to have taken a big detour back to the original point. What happened when the son of Grantocrates appointed the Silver Queen as the next emperor of the empire? The answer to this question must have something to do with the last Holy War, but the problem was that this was the biggest mystery for him. Brando keenly sensed that this Holy War had started on the Great Plains in the south of the Wilderness of Four Territories. Saint Tassol and Cruz seemed to have deliberately avoided the Alkash Mountains and the nearby areas, which was precisely the starting point of the previous Holy War. It seemed that this secret was only known to those involved in the princess's words. Brando shook his head gently and expelled this dead-end idea from his mind. Since he could not determine the true relationship between the Holy Cathedral of Fire and Her Majesty the Queen, he could only consider it from this perspective. He sighed slightly. The Silver Queen's actions, which were completely different from history, had completely disrupted his plan. He had originally planned to use the Lion Men as a stepping stone to shroud himself with the halo of a Kurlutzian hero and attract the attention of the Queen. Then, he would find a way to save Scarlet. If he could not fall out with the other party, that would be for the best. Even if he did not succeed, he could take a step back and use the line of the eldest son. But now, when the Jorgendi Ridge people first interfered, he could only change his target and let the cavemen replace the Lion Men as stepping stones. As long as he held Lone Port, he could eventually achieve his goal. Although the Jorgendi Ridge army attacked fiercely, it would only increase the difficulty by a few degrees. But he did not expect that Her Majesty the Cruz Queen was secretly in contact with these Jorgendi Ridge people. It was even very likely that she was the mastermind behind all of this. Then, what was her real intention? Brando could not understand. Since he could not confirm what Her Majesty the Queen really wanted, how could he attract her attention? Especially now, the problem was not just a matter of her attention. If he achieved the opposite effect and caused her to hate him, it would be troublesome. He turned his head and saw Kiera twirling a shiny object in her hand in boredom. It was a ring. Judging from the decorative style, it had a typical underground style. It was the trophy she got from Shagos. But Brando did not know this and could not help but remind her, be careful. The Georgian Ridge people always like to do things that harm others without benefiting themselves. They like to tamper with their equipment. Be careful of the hidden poisonous needles in the ring or the poisonous snakes in the armor. The daughter of the Cipher family was obviously shocked by his words. She quickly stopped what she was doing and stared at the ring with a suspicious look in her blue eyes. You don't have to worry about this ring. You are lucky. This ring happens to be one of the few pieces of equipment that has not been tampered with. If it was, you would have been cold and dead for hours. Do you know this ring? Kiera did not feel that Brando was bluffing. The little girl raised the ring in her hand against the sunlight that passed through the branches and asked the latter. Kind of, Brando replied. Kind of. I am neither a professional appraiser nor an alchemist. I can only say that I have seen this ring before. I really can't tell. You are actually quite modest. What is it used for? Is it a magic item? Kiera asked curiously. Stone pattern ring. This is the symbol of the status of the priests in the underground world. Some of the high-grade goods have magic power. They can draw the power of the earth element from the soil and summon small earth elemental puppets. Brando looked at the ring on the little girl's hand and introduced it to her. Then what about mine? Kiera looked at Brando expectantly. It is a high-grade good. Wow! Kiera exclaimed in surprise. How do I use it? Brando looked at her strangely. In the era of the Amber Sword where players were generally between level 30 and 40, this ring was very popular. This was because the small earth elemental summoned was almost equivalent to the combat power of a player of the same level. For an ordinary noble, this thing was equivalent to a personal, absolutely loyal silver-ranked knight for 6 hours a day. But for Kiera, who was born in a big family like House Cipher, it seemed that it was not worthwhile to be so happy. If she wanted, she could have as many of these things as she wanted. Kiera saw through his thoughts at a glance. She was also very disdainful of this vulgar mortal's thoughts. She snorted softly and said, "Humph, why are you looking at me like that? What do you know? This is my spoil of war. It has a very different meaning from those things that can be casually taken." Then she carefully wiped the ring and raised it to Brando and asked, "Hey, how do I use it?" "Put it on your index finger, then face the soil with it and recite the spell, Eem." Kiera had also learned magic herself, so she was very familiar with these elemental spells. She recited a little, then put on the ring and did as she was told. Sure enough, a moment later, the soil layer under the little girl's feet slightly arched, separated, and finally, a mud-like monster about the height of an adult with an unknown shape crawled out. This was the primary form of the earth elemental puppet, exactly as Brando remembered. He also knew that the higher the level of this thing, the closer it would be to a human form. When it reached the level of an elemental elder, it would become a real giant. Kiera was very surprised to see her summoned creature crawling out from under the soil layer. She studied it excitedly for a while, then looked up and sighed. "I didn't know that you were so knowledgeable. I thought that the rumors about you were all boasting. By the way, are you familiar with magic items? But you said that you are not an alchemist. You are obviously very familiar with this ring, aren't you?" When Brando heard this, he thought to himself, is this a compliment? The problem is that the person being complimented does not seem to be happy at all. He put on a straight face and answered truthfully, "I said, I only saw this ring by chance. Then maybe you have seen other things. I have another thing here, but I still don't understand what it is for. Why don't you help me take a look?" Kiera waved her hand capriciously and interrupted Brando's words, as if it was not important to her where he had seen this ring. Brando was about to explain that he was not a jewelry appraiser, but when he saw the little girl take out the thing from her waist bag, he could not help but be stunned. The golden card in Kiera's hand shone brightly under the sun. Brando was sure that he was not mistaken. It was a card of fate, and a rare golden card at that. A land card, Peak of Saints. Tap it and choose to add 3 points of any element to the elemental pool. Seeing this card, the Shire could not help but whistle. Kiera suddenly turned around and looked at him, then looked at Brando. I didn't expect you to have seen this thing. Can you tell me what it is? This was a land card, and it was a rare land card that could add any element. A planeswalker could freely build their own deck. Every planeswalker would create their own unique creatures, artifacts, and powerful spells. But the source of their power, the land cards, came from thousands of real worlds. Aside from the wound itself, most of these worlds were broken planes floating outside of the real world. Planeswalkers drew the power of wind, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, and the power of nature to display the world they built. All elements were the cornerstone of the planeswalker world. Therefore, planeswalkers could not create their own land cards, unless they found a truly ownerless world during their long journey between worlds. Only then could they seal this world into their own card and make it one of their many sources of power. Therefore, for a planeswalker, other than increasing the number of cards they could control and the capacity of the cards of fate, another important way to become stronger was to obtain more land cards. Planeswalkers like the Darkness Dragon who directly drew the power of others as their source of power were, after all, an anomaly in the world of planeswalkers. And for Brando, land cards, especially multicolored land cards, were what he needed the most at the moment. After he had truly entered the elemental realm and even approached the elemental enlightenment, the capacity of his deck had actually increased further. Now, he could already think of ways to instantiate Enrich or Mephistopheles into real planeswalker cards, but it was precisely because he lacked more mana sources that he could not sustain so many cards, so he had not acted for a long time. Currently, maintaining Medicia's White City Vanguard was already a difficult task for him, and if he were to instantiate new planeswalker cards, the new planeswalker would inevitably have to master more cards, which was undoubtedly a great burden for him. But with this multicolored land card, it would be much easier. Brando could not help but take a light breath. How did you get this thing? From someone else, Chiara answered matter-of-factly. Brando mistakenly thought that someone else had given it to the little princess of the Cipher royal family. He nodded gently. Miss Chiara, if I tell you its origin and tell you that this card is very important to me, can you give it to me? Of course not. Chiara shook her head. I don't have the habit of giving things away for free. She held the card and waved it in the sun, then tilted her head and asked, Is this thing really important to you? Very important, Brando replied. To be frank, if I get this thing, although I don't dare to say that it will increase my chances of success in the upcoming trip to Lone, it will definitely reduce the danger. It seems that this thing is really important to you. Chiara could not help but answer in surprise. What exactly is it? It's such a powerful thing, but why have I never heard of it? Brando appeared to be thinking for a moment, but in fact, he was communicating with the Shire in his mind. He and the Shire had heard of this card before, and even discussed it because this card was once one of Tumen's cards. Tumen's All-for-One deck was a typical multicolored card, because this land card was also one of his core cards. Most of Tumen's cards were lost in Erewhon, and this card was only one of them. But he did not expect it to fall into Chiara's hands. Both of them were surprised, and the young wizard reminded him that he must find a way to get this card. This Holy Peak was also one of the famous rare land cards in the history of planeswalkers. It was said that a mature Holy Peak could provide a planeswalker with 10 points of any element per day. The Shire's answer reminded him of something. He thought for a moment, and then said to Chiara, This is the card of fate. Very few people know about its origin, but some people who practice special spells can display the power of the card. This little princess of the Cipher family was smart. Brando wanted to get this card, so he did not dare to lie in front of her, and could only answer half-truths. So you're saying that you're the one who cultivates the spells of a special school? Chiara's dark blue eyes turned as she asked curiously. Brando nodded. What about me? Can I display the power of this card? She asked again. Well, I'm afraid not. Brando replied, The card of fate is an extremely special magic item. For people who can't use it, it is no different from a piece of paper except for being tougher. Sigh, how boring. Chiara was a little disappointed. Then you can have it. Brando was slightly stunned. He did not expect things to be so simple, and he also did not expect this crafty and strange little girl to be so easy to talk to. He could not help but ask, "You're giving it to me just like that? Aren't you afraid that I'll lie to you?" 2 points. Chiara stretched out her finger and gestured to Brando. Although she was serious, she replied with a childish voice, "First, although you are a little hateful, you don't look like someone who would lie easily. If you would lie to me because of this thing, then it means that it must be extremely important to you. Since that's the case, you will never tell me the truth. After all these days, I haven't found a second person who knows anything about this thing, which means that it is indeed very rare. I'm giving this thing to you so generously, you must feel that you owe me a favor. The more generous I am now, the more ashamed you will feel in the future, and the more you will repay me. So, you must remember that you owe Miss Chiara a favor, and you will repay this great kindness in the future." Brando did not know whether to laugh or cry as he listened to her fallacious reasoning. Chiara then continued, "Second, you just gave me a ring that I like very much. I'm very happy. This card is my reward to you, so you must remember that you will only benefit if I'm happy." Brando thought to himself, "Are you teaching a puppy? But for the sake of the card, forget it. I won't argue with a child." Chiara handed the card to Brando, and then asked, "Can you teach me that spell?" Brando was stunned. He had expected her to ask this question, but he originally thought that Chiara would use this card to threaten him, and not now. If it was the former situation, he would naturally have a way to deal with it. But now, he thought about the answer to this question and decided to answer truthfully. So he gently shook his head, "Maybe you will become one of us, but I can't do it. But if you can find this card, I think at least the cards of fate have some kind of connection." "Is that so?" After hearing this answer, Chiara could not help but sigh slightly like a child. "I've already handed the card to you, so you don't have to lie to me. It seems that I really can't use this card." What a pity. Brando looked at the little girl's white little fangs when she sighed, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. "So that's what you're thinking." Chapter 965. The light in the valley soon became bright and abundant, like a green field. Brando squinted his eyes to appreciate the beautiful picture while answering some questions about the planeswalker to Chiara. Of course, most of these questions brushed past the secrets that Brando did not want to mention, but it was enough to outline the mysterious and plump outline in the little girl's heart. When Chiara was not paying attention, Brando quietly integrated the holy peak into his planeswalker world. The snowy holy mountain was next to the storm's lair, drawing a pale blue ridge line in the sky of the gem plain. About half an hour later, the scout finally brought back news from the outside. There was no trace of the Georgandy Ridge people outside the valley, but there were a small number of cavemen stationed on the plain. These cavemen did not look like the frontline troops of Georgandy Ridge, but more like a garrison with low combat strength. After receiving this news, Brando was completely relieved. This meant that the main force of Georgandy Ridge had indeed gone to Asgard, and the remaining old, weak, sick, and disabled were just to prevent the garrison of Lone Port from causing trouble. But it was impossible. In the heart of the empire, except for the private soldiers of the nobles and the knight, the city guards had no combat strength at all. In addition, Rogers and others brought back another piece of good news. They had contacted the garrison of Lone Port. Lone Port. The largest port in the south of the Sublime Sea, the Pearl of the Sea. The port was most famous for the huge white towers along the bay. These towers were relics left behind before the War of the Holy Saints. The Myrnas used these towers, which were hundreds of meters tall, to collect the wandering magic power in the air. This technology had long been lost after the War of the Holy Saints, but today, thousands of years later, there were still a few towers that could operate, but their owners had changed to the Ansloys who lived on the coast. These towers were still decreasing at the rate of 2 per decade. It was estimated that in 30 years, the last tower would be shut down due to the aging of the equipment. After that, these white towers would truly become historical witnesses. One day, they might be eroded and fall apart by the wind, or they might stand on the shore of the bay forever, becoming a unique and eternal scenery here. When the Aeroan diplomatic corps crossed the coastal plain, they saw these legendary white towers. They stood alone in the distant sky, a bit like windmills without blades. The Erewhon members in the diplomatic corps were amazed by the spectacular scene, and even the tension under the dangerous situation was diluted. The crew's people, who were used to seeing such sights, were much more depressed. Their eyes were more attracted by the faint smoke column in the northern sky, which was in the direction of Lone Port. It meant that, as Brando expected, a few dragons had already arrived at the port. As for whether they only burned the ships, it was unknown. Most people cast their eyes to the center of the group, in the direction of Brando, although the latter promised that there would be ships in the port. Although the port had been informed, the reception of the envoy group was very cold. The guards who led them into the city looked apathetic, but when they saw the long line of crew's nobles at the back of the group, they took a few more glances and looked lifeless as if they had lost all hope. After entering the port, everyone realized that the situation in Lone City wasn't optimistic either. The Dragon Queen seemed to have wreaked havoc in the port before this. Charred remains of buildings and traces of explosions could be seen everywhere. Along the way, the group passed by a few temples. The square outside the temples was overcrowded with moaning wounded people. Seeing this scene, everyone subconsciously became silent. After the group passed through half of the port, the local consul came to greet them. The mayor of Lone Port was originally the second son of Count Alcorn, but the mayor had died in the battle when the dragon attacked the port a few days ago. At that moment, the entire city was managed by Viscount Wallace, the mayor of the port. This man was an unambitious and mediocre person. At first, he received a report from the guards that the envoy group of Erewhon had arrived outside the port. In fact, he was reluctant to take the time to receive these people from Erewhon. This was because Brando didn't point out that there were crew's nobles in the envoy group, especially Count Alcorn and others. But when the second identity was confirmed, Brando added this small detail. Sure enough, Count Alcorn's subordinate hurriedly rushed over after inquiring. Along the way, he was cursing these despicable people of Erewhon for giving him trouble. Why didn't Lord Alcorn say earlier that the envoy group was in the envoy group? Little did he know that the one who set him up was his fellow crew's compatriot. Regarding the news of his son's death, Alcorn appeared to be very calm. He had 6 sons, and in this era of war, it was very normal for his subordinates and children to die unexpectedly. Besides, he himself was a soldier. After listening to Walla's apology, he even comforted the latter with a few words, which made the latter feel flattered. The next step was to transfer the power of the mayor. Wallace was indeed not very capable. He made a simple transfer process extremely complicated and full of loopholes. Brando was secretly amused. The person who was the best at administrative work under him was naturally Amandina. When he compared the two of them, it was obvious who was better. He even insulted Amandina. It should be said that they didn't belong to the same world at all. And the embarrassed Count Alcorn's expression wasn't any better. If it weren't for the fact that the Viscount had worked hard even if he didn't have any merits, and that there was no other person in the port who had the relevant experience at the moment, the poor Viscount would have been thrown into prison immediately. Just his messy accounts alone would be enough. In the end, the Count finally couldn't stand it anymore. He stopped the man and asked straightforwardly, "Are there any ships in the port that can sail the ocean?" When Wallace heard this, his face fell. He replied with a bitter face, "Count Alcorn, we were attacked by a group of draconic beasts a few days ago. I'm afraid we can't even get a sampan in the port now, let alone a ship that can sail the ocean." When Count Alcorn asked this question, he and Wallace were not the only ones present. When the others heard Viscount Wallace's answer, they immediately turned their heads to look at Brendel, who was in the middle of the crowd. Of course, Brando knew what they wanted to ask. He waved his hand to everyone and said, "Don't worry. If I say there are ships, there will naturally be ships. But before that, we still have to prepare 2 things." When the crowd heard him say that, the commotion that had just occurred immediately calmed down. Viscount Wallace saw this scene from the side and couldn't help but be shocked. He had always thought that this group of people should be led by Count Alcorn, but now he realized that the real leader seemed to be this young man. He still didn't know the identity of Brando and Erewhon. For a moment, he took a few more glances at the young man and wondered who this guy was. Could he be the illegitimate son of a Grand Duke? But if he knew that Brando was just the leader of this envoy group, he would probably be even more surprised. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Brando continued to answer, "First of all, we need a berth. Mr. Wallace, are there any special berths in the port?" Wallace was slightly startled and blurted out, "My lord, the special berths are..." "Of course I know what they are," Brando interrupted him unhappily and replied, "You just need to answer me if there are any. As for what was originally in the berth, I don't care. You just need to clear it out, even if it's Her Majesty's ship. As for any problems, you just have to be responsible to me." This harsh tone almost shocked Wallace. He couldn't help but look at Count Alcorn beside him. After finding an affirmative answer from the latter's expression, he replied to Brando with a respectful and fearful attitude, "Of course there are, my lord. From the special berths to the anchor posts of the sampan, you can have whatever you want because there's not a single ship in the port at the moment. Not to mention a ship, even a piece of plank floating on the water is difficult to find because it has been burned to ashes by those winged lizards. Not only that, they also set a fire in the forest outside the city." However, the Viscount never dreamed that Brando's so-called member at this moment was actually only one person, and that was the daughter of the Empire's Prime Minister. Since that night, the latter's condition had fluctuated between good and bad. At the worst, she almost lost her life. But Brando never dreamed that this crazy woman would be rescued by Mistress Mithril at the last moment. After that, the Silver Dragon Mistress told him that she thought this little human woman was Brando's friend. She helped Brando because she wanted to thank him for saving her. Brando could only smile bitterly when he heard that. He could only blame this lady for not being fated to die. To be honest, as far as he was concerned, he felt that Delphine would feel better if she was dead than alive. Because even the dragon race wasn't omnipotent, after all. The Silver Dragon Mistress could at most keep her alive, and this process was incomparably painful. These few days, perhaps it was worse than hell for this young lady, if she could feel it. And since Delphine wasn't dead, Brando naturally wouldn't suggest to stab her to death to end her pain. Besides, since he had arrived at the port, the most important thing was to find a qualified healer for the Prime Minister's daughter. That's good too, Brando thought. At least the Prime Minister would owe him a favor. Even if this lady managed to survive, she would probably have to lie in bed for the rest of her life. She wouldn't be able to cause trouble for him anymore. Wallace ordered Brando's requests one by one. Then, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly found Brando, who was discussing the route with Count Alcon, Chiara, and the others. He asked, "My lords, if you want to know about the subterranean dwellers outside the city, I think we can go up the city wall and take a look now." Although they had only known each other for a short time, Brando could tell that this person wouldn't speak without thinking, so he stopped and asked, "What's the matter? Is there anything strange?" "My lord, these subterranean dwellers outside the city seem a little different." "A little different?" Wallace nodded carefully. When they reached the top of the city wall of Lone Harbor, Brando quickly realized that there was something different about the subterranean dwellers stationed on the plains. These subterranean dwellers were just like what Rogers and the others reported, undisciplined, poorly equipped, and a garrison with low combat strength. However, in addition to the armed and armored subterranean dweller warriors, there were also many unarmed civilians in the subterranean dwellers' camp, or rather, subterranean dwellers as laborers. These subterranean dwellers occupied a large proportion of the camp. As they built the camp, they managed some strange creatures. At first, everyone thought that these creatures were siege beasts prepared by the Jorgendy Ridge to attack Lone Harbor, but they later discovered that they were hoofed beasts. The status of these creatures in Jorgendy Ridge was similar to cattle and sheep in the surface world. They were the livestock of the subterranean dwellers. Are these people the subterranean dwellers' logistics unit? When Sir Cooper saw this scene, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "That's not right. Why would the logistics unit come to Lone Harbor? And it doesn't look like it." Cooper's words reminded Brando, and he quickly realized that the behavior of the Jorgendy Ridge people did not seem like they were plundering the surface, but more like they were migrating or colonizing. But this was not in line with the usual behavior of subterranean creatures. The surface world was not a comfortable environment for them to live in. Most subterranean creatures would be blinded by strong light, and the bright sunlight on the surface was too dazzling for them. So what were they doing? Brando was puzzled, but fortunately, there seemed to be someone in the envoy group who could answer his question. He immediately asked the young prince to call for Lysimachia. Not long after, the Medusa came up from below the city, and her appearance caused a commotion in the crowd. The crowd rustled and made way for the lady from the Jorgandi Ridge. Lysimachia separated the crowd and came to Brando. This was the first time Brando had the opportunity to meet her in person, although the latter had already asked the young prince to tactfully express her desire to meet him. However, Brando was well aware of the nature of the inhabitants of Jorgandi Ridge. If he could, he did not want to believe this woman. He turned back to look at the lady who had caused a commotion among the crowd. The latter had a head of gorgeous snake-like hair that resembled a venomous snake. Her face was very beautiful, as smooth and flawless as the sculpture of an ancient Greek goddess. Under her slender eyebrows, there were a pair of vertical pupils in her amber eyes. If one did not look at her long hair, eyes, and the fine snake scales on her forehead, she could be called a beauty. After listening to Brando's statement and seeing the subterranean dwellers and their livestock on the city wall, Medusa seemed to have expected it. She replied calmly and affirmatively, "My lord, you guessed right. They are migrating. And in fact, this is a great migration that has not been seen in Jorgandi Ridge for thousands of years." Her voice was somewhat mellow, as if it was the voice of a siren. Chapter 968. Here comes harmony. Great migration? There was a hint of suspicion in Brendel's dark brown eyes. He seemed to have established a little impression of this term in his mind. After thinking about it a few times, he finally remembered that after the Second Era, there was a tragic war between the Dark Elves and the demons. The underground dwarves called it the War of the Grey Wilderness. This war for survival and destruction eventually spread to the upper regions of Jorgandi Ridge, causing the entire underground world's inhabitants to migrate upwards. Jorgandi Ridge was not a player's kingdom. Regarding this war that was far away from the mortal world, the surface world had very little information about it. Even until a long time after the war had begun, the players had only heard a few words about it. Brando had a flash of doubt in his mind. Could it be that this was the beginning of the war, but it had already begun in this era? Then he shook his head imperceptibly. Although the historical migration did not show signs in the surface world until 40 years after the Second Era, there was no large-scale invasion of Jorgandi Ridge before that. Although he was not a Kurlutzian, if such a big thing happened in Kurlutz, as a player, there was no reason for him not to hear any news. All of a sudden, a strong premonition rose in his heart. Perhaps, just like the advance of the Holy War, the war between the Dark Elves and the demons had been brought forward for some unknown reason. No, the correct way to put it might be that it was precisely because of the advance of the Holy War that the Holy War broke out earlier. The fuse of this Holy War was ultimately the large-scale invasion of the Golden Mane Lionmane Beastmen of Toquinen. They were originally under the guise of taking back the Halran Gaia, but since Brando met the Dragon Queen, he knew that this was all a show directed and staged by the Queen of Crews. Brando was slightly stunned. Before this, he had a guess about the Queen's plan. Her Majesty had the same plan in history, but it failed. Therefore, the two worlds showed different histories. After all, the outcome of the Battle of Ampier's Seal was ultimately changed by him. Then, the appearance of the Azure Lance, the disappearance of the eldest son of the Crews Empire, and the changes caused by the flapping of his wings, more or less affected the internal structure of the Empire. It sounded like a fantasy, but it was not impossible. Brando knew what kind of person the Silver Queen was. It was entirely possible for her to seize the opportunity to turn the tables. However, at this moment, his guess about the War of the Grey Wilderness in his heart was overturned. Since transmigrating to this world, Brando could be sure that he had no contact with the Dark Elves or the demons. If he had to be connected, it was only the only contact he had with the demons during the Battle of Ampier's Seal. However, the Battle of Ampier's Seal happened only half a year ago. The war between the dark elves and the demons affected the tip of Ashes, and led to the migration of the inhabitants of the underworld of Jorgendy Ridge. It could not have only been half a year. He also remembered another thing. When the demons invaded Ampere Seal, they had enslaved many of Jorgendy Ridge's troops, harpy demons, cave dwellers, and even this beautiful Medusa had escaped from the hands of the demons. In other words, this was enough to prove that when the war in Ampere Seal broke out, the Grey Field War, in the underground world had already been going on for quite some time. Going further, he did not even have a stable foundation, let alone influence the world structure of Wond. In this way, it could only mean one thing: the world in front of him was not the same as the world of the Amber Sword. In history, Her Majesty the Empress did not have such a plan. The history and future of the two worlds were originally walking on two parallel paths that were similar but not intertwined with each other. What Senior Sister said might be true. Brando could not help but take a light breath. This fact was a little difficult for him to accept. After all, he relied on his foresight of the future to get to this point. He raised his head and looked at the plains. His light brown eyes looked past the cavemen's tents, the migrating pack animals, and the Jorgendy Ridge flag that fluttered in the wind like pieces of cloth. His eyes were filled with an indescribable color. It was as if he saw the flow of time, the torrent of history rolling forward, crushing everything he knew. He even broke away from the shackles of space and could see the winding and complicated river of fate coiling above the mountains and plains. A layer of hazy fog shrouded the entire Erewhon, and even the entire Wond. This was the fragmented foresight and future. But gently shaking his head, Brando could not help but be surprised to find that he did not seem to be too afraid of this result. It felt as if, after going through numerous challenges and tempering the weak and illusory reliance on the future, in his heart, which could turn into bubbles at any time, was truly destroyed, his heart became firmer instead. An indescribable confidence seemed to have turned into a shining sword in his hand. As long as he held it tightly, he could feel the real and cold touch of the sword. Those who stood behind him and relied on him were like the source of his strength. Brando even had a feeling in his heart that with such power, as long as he waved the sword gently, the fog in front of him seemed to disappear naturally. Behind the fog, there was a broad road. That was Erewhon's destiny, and also his destiny. History may have changed, but he had a feeling of controlling his own destiny and pulse. This strange feeling was wonderful and tenacious, rooted in the depths of his heart. Lysimachia naturally did not know that her simple opening remarks would cause so many feelings in the young feudal lord's heart. She saw Brando's silence and then looked at the expressions of the others. The nobles present were all stunned. Obviously, they did not understand what this so-called Great Migration meant. Lysimachia seemed to be very satisfied with the effect of her words and did not continue to speak. She was a woman who was very good at the art of speech. Naturally, she understood that at this time, it was best to let these humans lead the conversation so that her next description could be more deeply rooted in people's hearts. Sure enough, as she expected, after a moment, a well-dressed male noble asked, "This beautiful lady, I don't quite understand what you mean by migration." His words obviously represented the thoughts of most people present. After he spoke, almost everyone's eyes were focused on Lysimachia's bright face. Lady Medusa smiled slightly. "As you can see, the so-called migration is just colonization." Colonization? The nobles were a little puzzled. After all, according to common sense, the surface world was not suitable for the survival of cavemen. What's more, Jorgendy Ridge was vast and boundless. It seemed that the population of these underground residents had not exploded to the point that they needed to occupy the surface world. Did something happen in the underground world? Someone asked. Lysimachia looked in that direction with some appreciation and replied, "You guessed it right. The reason is because of the demons." Demons? There was a burst of exclamation among the nobles. In any legend, demons were the most extreme and evil creatures under the scorched hell. Their existence was a taboo for the surface world. The sanctum had severely cracked down on any cults and individuals related to demons in the past 10 centuries, but secret gatherings and associations had never been cut off. Blood sacrifices, living sacrifices, and cruel and bloody rituals. However, most of the people present were knowledgeable. They would not be like the foolish people who would panic all day long after hearing a word or two. But the question was, since the Knight of Azure defeated the Twilight Dragon, the demons seemed to have been silent for countless years. How could they have anything to do with the upheaval in the underground world? The demons invaded Jorgendy Ridge. Those existences from under the Sulphur River that represent chaos and destruction destroyed many underground cities in the scorched plains and Ash's Tip. After the burning footprints, only blood and fire were left. The residents living here were naturally not spared, including me and my people. Lysimachus seemed to recall something, and a look of horror flashed across her face. What did you say? Martha above, are those scorched hell monsters ready to make a move again? This time, it was obviously not just a cry of surprise. Lysimachus' words caused quite a commotion among the crowd, and there was a sudden burst of noise and surprise among the nobles. Everyone seemed to be digesting this information, and they all had different expressions. Especially at this time of year, it was inevitable that people would associate the abnormal behavior of the demons with the rare magic tides. This was obviously not a wonderful association. Most people's faces were a little pale. Some people could not help but remember the Battle of Ampere Seal half a year ago. The power struggle between Erewhon and the Holy Cathedral of Fire had diluted the shadow of the demons behind the war. But now, they recalled it again. Could it be that the prophecies of those damned doomsday believers are true? The rare magic tides are changing the future, and the era of mortals is coming to an end. Will the Twilight Dragon really be resurrected from the chaos, and those demons of the scorched hell are just its vanguard? Whispers sounded in the crowd, and those who were a little timid couldn't help but shiver. After all, if this was the case, then it was the last chapter of the Dark Prophecy, the precursor to the end of the world, the Twilight Battle. The discussion of the nobles finally brought Brando back from his contemplation. He frowned slightly when he heard the word demon. As for the doomsday believers mentioned by the nobles, they were the guys who wandered the streets and alleys, hiding their heads and tails. Due to the ban and search of the Holy Cathedral, these people did not dare to preach in public, and only dared to pass on the so-called doctrines in private. A considerable number of them were cultists themselves, and most of the rest had ulterior motives. It was really debatable how credible the prophecies of these people were. However, this worry was not groundless. Although many legends said that the Azure Knight killed the Twilight Dragon, as a player, Brando knew that as the final boss of the Amber Sword, the Twilight Dragon would eventually meet the players. Moreover, in the real Pale poem, the Azure Knight only sealed the Twilight Dragon and brought about the beginning of the era of mortals. The recovery of chaos was inevitable. After the great magic tide formed in the game, the War Slate and the Calamity of Wolves appeared one after another, followed by the war between the Eternal Night and the Wizards. Until he crossed over, there were actually signs of the Twilight battle coming again, but all of this was still too early for the current wound. When Brando thought of this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Is it really too early? His gaze subconsciously crossed the battlements and once again fell on the plains. The caveman gathered there seemed to be some kind of sign, or a subtle voice in his heart, reminding him of something. What exactly happened in the Sulphur River under the scorching hell? Why did the war between the Dark Elves and the demons break out so early? He subconsciously turned his head and his gaze met Maynard's behind him. Brendel was surprised to find that the female knight was also looking at him. The latter's dark eyes were faintly tinged with purple, and clearly carried the same worried look. What an eventful time. He sighed deeply. The great magic tide formed in advance, and the azure lance just happened to suddenly appear at this time. The strong intervention of the Empire and the abnormal enthusiasm of the Bugas for the mortal world. Yes, there was also the return of the Silver Elves. Everything here was related to various periods in history, but it was also specious. It was like the sudden acceleration of the plot of a game, but it was mixed together. Although he still did not understand what happened behind the scenes, and what was driving all of this, he also faintly felt the change of times, the passing of the old era, the beginning of a new era, the majestic and vast history of the past and the future. But I'd rather be born in a calm and peaceful era. He could not help but feel a little distressed. These had nothing to do with him, but for Erwin to survive in such a big environment, it was not an easy thing. What did you say? Maynard did not hear Brando's unspoken criticism clearly, but she could guess some of it. She could not help but frown and ask. Nothing. After a period of time together, Brando had gradually figured out the temper of this senior from another world. He knew that if she heard his mischievous declaration clearly, she would most likely frown again. He quickly changed his words. It's just a feeling in my heart. A feeling in your heart? Brando nodded slightly. He was not lying. The turmoil and war brought about by the ancient slate, the ensuing calamity of wolves, and even the great demonic tide itself, but they might not be the reason for everything. Before he transmigrated, the Amber Sword was at the end of a mature chapter. The next chapter had already begun to reveal. Madara's second eastward invasion and the Battle of the Algash Mountains were just a prelude. In the prologue, there was a vague mention of the wanderers in the Great Plains of the East. In that environment, the entire continent was also stirring, and it was very similar to the present. This was definitely not just a holy war. Brando could not help but think of the war slate. The slate had already descended into the world, and then what? Would it be 7 days and 7 nights, and the wolves would walk in the wilderness, looking west from Lone Harbor's Main Street, King Street, the snow-white streets and rows upon rows of roofs descended. At the end of one's vision, they converged on a blue mirror. In the harbor area, rows of ivory-like towers pierced straight into the clouds, dividing the sea and sky in front of one's eyes. This was the first-class port special berth area. Although in terms of the size of the port, the largest port in the south of the Sublime Sea, Lone Port, the Pearl of the New Sea, might not be as big as Ampere Seal. After all, the latter was a hub that connected the two major open seas. Ships from dozens of countries would choose to dock here in different seasons. But as the commercial hub of a small kingdom, Ampere Seal did not have the unique style of a military port of the empire. A century ago, magical technology was introduced to the continent from the Hazel people. The magical power hub was invented, and the floating battleship was born. The special dock was also created, and this was the special berth. Before that, there was no such thing as a special berth in all the ports in Wonde. In every port on the continent, even the dock used to dock His Majesty the Emperor's flagship could only be called the best berth or a special berth for the royal family. And for the floating battleship, its special nature determined that it could only appear in front of the world as the most important military equipment. Therefore, all ports with special berths were given another special meaning, a naval fortress. Lone Port was such a case. Lone Port was one of the 3 backup bases of the Empire Navy. Although it was not used often, it existed as a logistics base for winter training. Although the main naval force of the Cruz Empire would not be stationed here, they would rely on this port for supplies once they entered the Sublime Sea. And as a logistics base, in fact, there were a few battleships stationed in Lone Port. Some of these battleships belonged to the local fleet, and some belonged to the Empire's branch fleet. However, since the invasion of Georgandy Ridge, the Empire Navy believed that Lone Port might not be able to defend against attacks from the land. In order to prevent the fleet from falling into the enemy's hands, they took the initiative to send the branch fleet originally stationed here to the Violet region. As the Empire Navy stationed in Lone Port was not under the jurisdiction of the local government, even if the Lone Port's mayor and harbor chief, Volas, tried their best to oppose it, nothing was done. Facts have proven that this is an extremely wise decision. The Shire stood on the horizontal walkway of Pier 14 and took a deep breath. At this height, the strong wind blowing against his face made his robe flutter. The cold air seemed to pour directly into the depths of his lungs, stimulating his mind to become clearer. Looking down, the Bay of Lone Port turned into a small piece of dark blue glass nearly 1,000 feet below. It was fragmented by the straits and trestles that extended into the bay from the port area, but it was also exceptionally beautiful. With a piece of green foxtail in his mouth, he continued, although the upper echelons of the empire are extremely bureaucratic, the subordinates follow suit. Those lords obviously understand that the local guys are better than them. It's unreliable to count on these people. If the Empire's branch fleet is still here, it probably won't fall into our hands. The Shire said this to Yuta beside him. He didn't care about the ugly expressions of the local officials of crews. Opposite the horizontal walkway, the shimmering airspace between the two opposing towers formed this special berth. Lone's airport had only been built 10 years ago. It was considered brand new among such buildings, but it was already stained with the scars of war. The attack of the dragon horde had left eye-catching scars here, and nearly a third of the berths had been completely destroyed. He was almost certain that before the attack, the airport wasn't prepared at all. Therefore, if the fleet was still here at that time, it would most likely have turned into fireworks in the air. Yuta nodded slightly. Although the battle between the dragon horde and the floating battleships had long exceeded the limits of the mercenary commander's imagination, she could see some clues from the habits of the local officials of the empire. On one hand, those fellows' eyes were like hooks that had grown out of their bodies, and on the other hand, they were dismissive of her identity. She had seen too many of such local nobles in Erewhon, and she knew very well what kind of people they were. However, she wasn't in the mood to agree with the wizard's sarcastic remarks. She was more concerned about the mission Brando had given her. In her eyes, the apprentices in robes were busy on the bridge, but she didn't know what they were doing, let alone how much progress they were making. After all, they didn't have much time left. She couldn't help but anxiously look at the indifferent young wizard. The latter's attitude made it difficult for her to calm down. "Mr. Shire, is the Lord?" Yuta finally couldn't help but ask. But before she could finish her sentence, she saw the Shire turning his head and waving his index finger at her. The latter raised his head and stared at the shimmering airspace between the towers. His eyes were bright as if he had found something interesting. "Shoo, Madam Yuta. There's movement." It was as if a ripple was rippling out from the empty space, like a stone thrown into the calm water. "I've made contact, Sir the Shire." An apprentice shouted, his voice intermittent in the wind. "Very good, immediately cast the anchor point." Chapter 969. Don't you think I've become more powerful? Valhalla was no longer what it used to be. This jade-like city of trees grew day after day under the careful care of the light spirit. Its branches grew luxuriantly, and the silhouette of this giant tree could be seen in many places in Menta, Abes, and even the entire eastern region of Tanajul. However, in the eyes of the locals, there was a difference compared to 4 months ago. Ever since the mysterious wizards from above had entered the city, the changes on the giant tree had become more and more intense. Under the doubtful and even fearful gazes of the people, horizontal branches grew from the jade-like crown of the giant tree. These branches curled downwards and formed the shape of a door. The wizards in silver robes then covered the branches with dense runes. At night, the colorful light of these magical runes could be seen from a dozen miles away. Before the people could figure out what was going on, an even more shocking scene descended upon this land. Spaceships. The actual ships floating in the air were the floating ships that the locals had only heard of in legends. They were filled with people and resources, and they came from the north. At first, there were only a few of them, and then there was a dense fleet. Some of these spaceships came and went, while others docked beside the giant tree. In just half a month, Valhalla had the beginnings of a spaceport. It was only now that everyone realized what the mysterious wizards were doing. The spaceport bridge formed by the trunks of Valhalla had a natural advantage compared to the spaceport towers built by the humans on the ground. It was more like a dock built by the Bugas on top of the floating city. Therefore, the wizards from the Silver Institute were more proficient in designing such a spaceport. The construction of the spaceport that was part of the deal between the two parties was progressing very quickly. Manade, the silver-robed wizard, stood on the bridge and looked at the completed Pier 11 and the embryonic Pier 12 and 13. However, his gaze was not to admire his colleagues working on the spaceport. Instead, it was to stare at the ripples of space that rippled between the curled tree doors. The anchor point's coordinates are south of Andrea's Sublime Sea. While he was still in a daze, a silver-robed adept had already reported a series of data accurately. Manade suddenly woke up from his stupor. His silver eyes flashed slightly, and he immediately turned around and ordered, "Go and invite Miss Amandina over." He hesitated for a moment. And Senator Tanya. Immediately. Then, he added another sentence. A gust of cold wind blew over the city wall from the sea, bringing with it the scent of rain. After the midsummer, the sublime sea still had a rainy season, and such a sea breeze usually indicated the arrival of a storm. The little prince sneezed in the cold wind, and Brando patted him on the shoulder. He knew that only a few people had expected this. He raised his head and looked at the nobles of Cruz present. Although the previous topic of the Twilight Dragon's revival sounded scary, it was still too far away for mortals. After a short period of panic and astonishment, the nobles of Cruz quickly calmed down. After all, even if the Twilight battle was really coming, it was useless to be in a state of panic all day long. Besides, compared to the fate of Wond in the future, the current predicament was more important. Living in a drunken stupor and enjoying life in a timely manner was the patent of the nobles. Brando even saw some nobles trying to compliment Lysimeka. I'm sorry to hear about your unfortunate experience, beautiful, lady, but after all, you finally escaped and came to the surface world. Isn't that at least something to be thankful for? The one who spoke was an elegant middle-aged noble. He was complimenting a beautiful lady. It didn't matter if the lady had snake hair or vertical prismatic pupils. It wasn't a shameful thing in any noble circle on the continent of Vaunt. On the contrary, it reflected their gentlemanly demeanor. Brando shook his head gently, but Medusa seemed to enjoy such compliments. She smiled slightly. That's true, but what's slightly correct is that I can appear here not only because of the blessing of the god of luck. Hearing this, Brando frowned subconsciously. He looked in that direction and saw Lysimeka casting an inexplicable gaze in his direction. I can appear here and get to know you gentlemen thanks to the rescue of a heroic knight. The demons who enslaved my clan were summoned by some evil forces in the surface world and invaded the kingdom of Erewhon. It was this gentleman who led your human army to defeat this demon army and rescue me. In fact, I haven't had the time to thank him in person. Lysimeka's voice was charming and pleasant, but Brando could not help but frown more deeply when he heard it. He even felt a few envious gazes looking at him from the other side. The battle in Ampere Seal had not happened long ago, but this battle involved the Holy Cathedral and the people of Erewhon, as well as several behemoths within the Empire. There were even eye-catching words like demon invasion, so it had become familiar among the nobles of the Empire in just half a year. These people were naturally familiar with the legendary young nobles under Princess Erewhon in that battle. They naturally knew who Lysimeka was talking about. Being able to get the gratitude of such a great beauty was naturally enviable. Only Brando himself was still frowning. The gratitude of a Medusa did not sound right. Although Lysimeka described herself as a weak woman, Brando was very calm in his heart. These matriarchal followers of the underground clans were not necessarily kind people. The surface world had another name for them, Gorgons. This name was to describe the indifference and selfishness of these creatures and their fondness for scheming. In particular, he also knew that although these guys did not get along well with the dark elves of the Tip of Ashes, the culture of the two seemed to be of the same origin. Excluding the conflict of beliefs, their personalities were jackals of the same lair. Of course, this was not surprising because it was the basic law of survival in the underground world. In the dark underground, scheming against each other was as common as eating rice. She has been asking His Highness Herose about you for a long time. At this time, Maynard whispered after glancing in that direction. Brando was slightly startled, probably not expecting Maynard to take the initiative to remind him. He could not help but feel flattered and asked, "Why did you let this woman stay by the young prince's side? She obviously has ulterior motives." It was His Highness the young prince's decision, and Her Royal Highness did not object. Brando looked back at her in surprise. "You didn't object?" Maynard stared into his eyes and did not answer. "I understand. This is your attitude as a subject, but I don't think so." Brando could not help but shake his head. "So in the eyes of the royal faction, you also have ulterior motives," Maynard replied flatly. Brando was stunned for a moment before he realized that this senior was reminding him without leaving a trace. Yes, no matter how he integrated into this world, he was still him. The other half of Sophie's soul made him incompatible with many people in this world, but Brando did not intend to change it. What he wanted to change was this world and this ancient kingdom. Being restrained is not necessarily the right thing to do. I don't want to repeat the mistakes of the past, he replied softly. Up to you. Such an answer came in return. When Brando looked back again, he glanced at Lysimachia with some vigilance. Lysimachia obviously noticed his gaze, but she did not care. She still had a kind smile on her face as she looked at him from afar. There was a deep meaning in her double-edged pupils, as if there was an unfathomable meaning. Brando frowned slightly, but to his surprise, Lysimachia did not walk in his direction. Instead, she looked away in a flash, as if everything before was really just a simple expression of gratitude. Is this a game of cat and mouse? Brando was a little stunned, but if this was really the woman's intention, then her hopes would be dashed. At the moment, he was not in the mood to interrogate the other party's intentions. Besides, he was not worried about what tricks this woman could play alone. If she came for him, he naturally would not be afraid of anything. If she came for the young prince or the elder princess, he believed that his senior would not be unaware. And it was at this moment that he felt a slight warmth in his palm, and he quickly opened his palm. There was a magic rune for the communication spell that he and the Shire had left behind. A moment later, Brando turned his head with a serious expression, and his gaze fell on Count Alcorn. The latter had obviously noticed Brando's previous action of using the communication spell. Although he was also a noble of Cruz, he was, after all, in a high position. He could barely be regarded as one of the few who had a slightly longer vision among these people. Others might still be in the mood to indulge in a drunken stupor, but Alcorn understood what kind of situation they were facing now, especially when he almost fell into the hands of the Jorgandi Ridge people. He did not want to experience that again, so when Brando's gaze fell on him, the dignified count immediately understood. He turned his head and ordered, "Wallace, come here." When Viscount Wallace heard this summon, he immediately trembled all over. He respectfully came in front of Brando and asked in a low voice, "What can I do for you, my lord?" Brando could not help but cast a look of appreciation at Count Alcorn, then replied, "My wizards are ready. Lord Viscount, please lead us to the dock area. The cavemen have used this place as their rear. Obviously, they won't let Lone Port stay in the hands of the Empire for too long. We don't have much time left." Wallace was slightly startled, as if he was stunned for a moment before he realized what the young count in front of him said. Although he had heard the same words before, he never dreamed that the young count was actually serious. He originally thought that the other party was just putting on a tough attitude to intimidate the Cruz people so that he could legitimately obtain the command of Lone Port. But the problem was that he was not lying. At this moment, there was really not a single sampan in Lone Port. Thinking of this, the Viscount could not help but ask with sweat all over his forehead, "My lord, are you saying that your wizards have cleared out the berths?" "But my lord, we really didn't lie to you. There's not a single ship in the port." Perhaps because he wanted to express his meaning too much, Wallace subconsciously raised his voice. The conversation between the two immediately attracted the attention of the other nobles on the city wall. Most of these nobles did not participate in the decision-making, and only a small number of them had experienced the previous negotiation with Wallace. Most of the others only knew that Brando had promised them that there were still ships in the port that could be used. Therefore, they still wishfully believed that there were still many ships docked in Lone Port, and what Brando wanted to do was to requisition these ships and then take all of them away. They did not know that almost all the ships in the entire port had sunk to the bottom of the bay at this moment. At this moment, when they heard Wallace's words, these nobles could not help but show a look of astonishment and even disbelief. After a moment of silence, someone immediately scolded. "What nonsense are you talking about, Mr. Wallace? What do you mean there are no ships? If there are no ships, how are we going to leave this godforsaken place?" The nobles were in a state of panic, and their doubts became louder and louder. Soon, there was a buzzing sound, but these nobles were still aware of who held their fates in their hands. Obviously, their previous life as captives had at least made them understand who was the boss here. Therefore, few of them dared to question Brando. But even so, Brando still frowned. He couldn't help but sweep a cold glance at everyone present and said angrily, "All of you, shut up." There was an instant silence on the city wall. After a while, a noble asked hesitantly, "But, my lord..." "Shut up," Brendel interrupted them mercilessly. "I'm the one who's going to bring all of you out of this place, not the other way around. I'm not asking you to voice out your opinions, so all of you better be good and not make any noise." He stared back at the suspicious nobles with a sullen expression, then turned to look at Wallace. The latter obviously knew that he had messed up. He buried his head deeply, and his forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. Brando glanced at him and replied coldly, "When did I ask you to prepare the ships? Or am I not speaking in cruise? Mr. Viscount, I want you to take the gentleman here to the dock area. Do you need me to repeat it for the third time?" "But..." Wallace replied with trepidation. He obviously could not imagine how the young count in front of him could conjure up a ship with his bare hands, especially when it was not just one or two ships. To evacuate Lone Port and take everyone away, it would take at least an entire fleet. According to the pitiful Viscount's thinking, the young count was obviously prepared to find a scapegoat to take the blame, and that scapegoat could only be him. How could he not be scared witless? "No buts," Count Alcorn interrupted him first. "Do as the count says, immediately." This. Wallace looked bitter, but since his lord had already spoken, he naturally had no room to refute. He could only sigh and walk down the city wall dejectedly. Count Alcorn naturally saw the expression on his subordinate's face. He looked at Brando calmly. "Count Tonagel." Don't worry, Brando certainly understood what the person in charge of Lone Port wanted to say. "I won't joke with you at this time. You go to the dock area first, and I'll be there soon." Hearing Brando's answer, Alcorn did not say anything more. He nodded gently, then turned and left. The other nobles on the city wall obviously noticed the conversation between the two, but since the leader, Count Alcorn, had already expressed his stance, the rest naturally did not dare to object easily. Everyone left the city wall one by one, leaving only Maynard by Brando's side. "Did something happen?" The female knight stared at Brando and asked. Brando was slightly taken aback. He did not expect her to be so observant. He did not know if she had noticed something from his expression or from his last sentence. He was stunned for a moment before he said, "Nothing, it's not a big problem. You can go first." Maynard stared at him with her dark eyes without saying a word. After a moment, she calmly said, "Are you from Buga?" Brando's eyes widened in surprise. She could even guess it. For a moment, he almost found a trace of Allium japonicum's unique familiar aura from this unsmiling female knight. Maynard stared at Brando's expression and seemed to have found the answer from his changing expression. She did not need to answer further. She gently turned around and said, "You'd better hurry up. There's the smell of sulfur in the air." The Dragon Queen had obviously noticed that they had entered Lone Port. The faint smell of sulfur in the air indicated the signs before the arrival of the draconic horde. Brando stared at Maynard's back for a long time before he turned around and opened his palm. The magic rune of communication on his palm shone brightly, but the image that appeared in his palm was not the projection of the Shire, but a delicate and beautiful little figure. To be precise, it was the full-body portrait of the sprite lady, Tanya. "Lady Tanya, why did you come in person? What happened?" Brando stared at the little figure and asked with a frown. "Why, are you surprised to see me? I asked Mr. the Shire to use magic to mediate the communication between us so that I could contact you directly, Mr. Brando, or should I say, my lord." The sprite lady replied calmly. "Get to the point. You're using my money now." Brando replied impatiently. The magic consumption of long-distance coordinates was enormous. It could be said that every second was burning money. To put it simply, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? I just want to know if you have prepared the things you promised me. Brando replied through gritted teeth. Tanya was silent for a moment. Of course, the Buga never go back on their word. Chapter 970. I feel like I'm stuck, but I should try my best to write a chapter. It's better to help Blackies, Calamity Descends, get monthly votes. The shadow swept across the plains like a huge scythe sweeping across the meadow, causing waves of grass to fly. The troglodytes moving in the grass screamed and fled in all directions. A draconic beast was sweeping across the sky at a low altitude, followed by a second and a third, one after another. The huge wingspan covered the sky as the dragons moved across the sky. The strong wind lifted her long black hair, and the hair swept across her face. Modesty looked up at the scene with a little interest. From her vision, the vast horizon seemed to form a flat arc in the sky. At the farthest end of the arc, where her sight could not reach, the human city walls and the spires of the towers were shining. That was where the lone port was. At this moment, the bells of warning were ringing loudly in the lone port. One after another, fast horses carrying the port guard messengers shuttled back and forth in the streets and alleys. The storm-like sound of horse hooves fell on the stone slabs as if it fell on the panicked people. The harbor area was gloomy. A large number of harbor officials and the crew's nobles who had fled with Brando gathered here looked gloomily at the bay from time to time. It was as if even seeing a piece of wood floating on the sea would make them feel a little more at ease. Unfortunately, the water between the dozens of trestle piers that stretched straight into the bay was clean and empty. There wasn't even an extra wave. The troglodytes were gathering on the plains. The Griffin Knight who flew back from the plains also detected signs of the draconic beast's movements. Obviously, the Georgandy Ridge army behind them had discovered their tracks and was preparing to attack the city. Bad news came one after another, and there seemed to be no good news at all. At this moment, Rogers and the others who were mixed in the crowd did not look any better than the others. Although they had some confidence in the young Count from Aween, as time went by, it seemed to be more and more difficult to say how much confidence they had in the young Count. The smell of sulfur in the air is getting stronger, Trevor sniffed and muttered with a frown, the wind is blowing from the sea. We can smell the sulfur from here. I'm afraid the draconic beasts are very close. Maybe that lord will be here soon. Rogers comforted in a low voice. Is it really soon? Trevor looked up at the sea. In the direction of the dock, there was not even a single guard, let alone a ship. It didn't look like a fleet would suddenly appear. Trevor, that lord has no need to deceive us, Nasha replied weakly while lying on the stretcher. Even if the draconic beasts really arrive, the city's defense can still hold on for a while. The lone port still has the Pegasus Knight. She seemed to want to give her companions some confidence, but she didn't look any better. After all, if the Pegasus Knight was really useful, the ships in the lone port wouldn't have been burned to the ground. Everyone knew that. In the end, she couldn't continue. She stopped and asked in a low voice, Tell me. Rogers and Treyfry also turned their heads and looked at the black-haired young man. Although the youngest member of the four didn't speak much, every word he said was to the point and calm. The more it was like this, the more reliable the other party's judgment was. Ka looked up and calmly replied, I'm thinking about what he said before. I don't know if I heard wrongly. What did you hear wrongly? I didn't pay too much attention at the time, but now that I think about it, the birth that the Earl asked Earl Alcorn to prepare for him seems to be a special birth. The black-haired young man frowned and replied. What did you say? The wind in the fields suddenly changed direction, and dark clouds began to gather on the sea. More than 10 minutes passed, but there was still no movement on the sea. Uneasiness was spreading among the crowd, especially among the nobles of Cruz. Although many of them still had a pitiful hope that Brando could create a miracle at the last moment, but as time passed, this hope was getting dimmer and dimmer. After the disappointment, voices of doubt began to grow. Thinking about it, it was easy to understand. How could a fleet appear out of thin air? To think that they had believed it before. The faces of the nobles of Cruz were a little ugly. Some even suspected that Brando had secretly abandoned them and left. Fortunately, before this rumor spread, Enide and Princess Magadol brought Erwin's envoy to refute the rumor and suppressed the commotion. But then another rumor spread among the crowd. Although not everyone was present when Earl Alcorn and Wallace handed over, there were still some nobles who witnessed the situation at that time. When these nobles recovered from their uneasiness, some of them, like the black-haired young man, finally remembered that Brando asked Viscount Wallace to prepare a special berth in the port. Floating fleet? Everyone subconsciously looked up at the sky. White ivory towers were neatly arranged in the sky above the port area like the teeth of a comb. However, the airspace between the towers was still empty, except for some faintly glowing rings that were rotating. Could it be that the Earl can really create a floating fleet here? The nobles of Cruz couldn't help but have doubts in their hearts. Stop dreaming. Erewhon's people don't have a floating fleet. This time, it was the port officials of Lone Port who broke the crowd's fantasy. Most of these people were local nobles, and they were clearly different from the other nobles on the port. Previously, they were unwilling to give up the port, especially to a group of Erewhon's people. However, they were chased out of the port by the Erewhon's people with the authorization of Earl Alcorn, which greatly embarrassed them in front of everyone. Therefore, although they knew that the Erewhon's people were here to maintain the special berth in the port, they deliberately looked on coldly. In fact, from the bottom of their hearts, these people didn't believe that the Erewhon's people could create a floating fleet. Besides, they had never seen Brando's ability. As Cruz's people, they would never believe that a group of country bumpkins could be more powerful than them. This mentality was once shared by the fleeing nobles present, but after experiencing the battle in Blackstone Town that night, it was more or less reversed. You can't say that. As far as I know, the Erewhon's royal family still has a floating fleet. A voice in the crowd retorted, not giving the local nobles any face. In fact, the fleeing nobles weren't familiar with the local nobles. In terms of status, they were even more noble. After all, most of these port officials were just the vassals of Earl Alcorn. As for the other nobles present, there were still a few whose status was not inferior to Earl Alcorn's. Hearing this rebuttal, the port official who spoke earlier suddenly looked a little embarrassed. In fact, he knew that the Erewhon's royal family had their own fleet. However, in the eyes of the Cruz Empire's proud navy, Erewhon's navy, which was built with the help of the Wind Elves and was even weaker than the local fleets, was not a real fleet at all. It was just a child's toy. As port officials of the Empire, they were more or less influenced by this thought and directly ignored this insignificant fleet. That's called a fleet? A bunch of ignorant landlubbers. He cursed in his heart, but he still understood that the other party's status was higher than his, so he didn't dare to say this out loud. He only sneered and said, since everyone knows that it's the Erewhon's royal family's fleet, then it's hard to say whether the Earl can mobilize it. If I remember correctly, the Earl is neither a member of the royal family nor an important official with an extraordinary status. He's just an envoy. Taking a step back, even if he can mobilize this fleet, it's different from what most people think. In fact, the floating battleships themselves don't have the ability to teleport. The teleportation of the fleet relies on the wizards in the fleet and a large portal that is set up in advance. In this aspect, the Empire relies on the Holy Cathedral, but I don't think the Erewhon's people have the ability to do so. Although the status of these local officials wasn't as high as most of the fleeing nobles present, they were still familiar with what they had heard and seen. Their understanding of port affairs and even maritime affairs far exceeded that of the others present. When this port official said this, the others present couldn't find a reason to refute him. Indeed, although the Erewhon's people had a fleet, it was the only fleet in that small kingdom. Ignoring whether Brando had the right to mobilize it at will, even if he did, the distance between Erewhon and Lone was far more than thousands of kilometers. Did the Erewhon's people have the ability to teleport a fleet to such a distant place? At least in the hearts of most people in Cruz, the Erewhon's people definitely didn't have the ability. Although they had to admit that the young Earl Erewhon in front of them was more outstanding than them, that was only an individual. It wasn't surprising that one or two geniuses could be born in a kingdom. Moreover, there was the example of sword sage Darius, so it wasn't something unacceptable for the nobles of the Empire. But fleets were different. The comparison of the naval strength between the two countries showed the difference in comprehensive strength between the two countries. Obviously, it wasn't something that one or two geniuses could change. And the difference between the Erewhon Kingdom and the Empire was obvious and couldn't be measured with words. Even if the Empire wanted to teleport a local fleet to a place as far away as Erewhon, it would need to set up a magic array in advance, or even activate the Door of Flame, which would consume a large amount of resources and energy. How could a mere envoy group bring these things ostentatiously through the city? Unless they were prepared to attack the Empire's capital from the beginning? However, to the nobles present, it was obviously impossible. The harbor official couldn't help but feel a little smug when he saw the ugly expressions on the others' faces. Although he probably wouldn't be able to escape from this port if Brando couldn't conjure a fleet out of thin air, he was different from the others who were filled with anticipation. He never thought that the Erewhon's people had the ability to do so. He only thought that they were shameless liars. Now that he could viciously stomp on their feet to vent his anger, he was naturally very happy, so he continued, "I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint everyone here. To teleport a fleet to any place without preparation, I'm afraid that even the Empire can't do it, let alone the Erewhon's people." After hearing what he said, the nobles present couldn't help but feel even more depressed. After all, no matter how much these Cruz's people thought that Brando was capable, they would never admit that Erewhon's people could do something that even the Empire couldn't. After all, this wasn't a competition between one or two people, but a competition between the strength of two countries. After all, no matter how confident they were in Erewhon, they wouldn't dare to say that Erewhon was stronger than the Cruz Empire, which would be a joke. The harbor official obviously thought so too. He obviously felt that his words were the final word, and no miracle would happen again. However, it was precisely under such circumstances that a calm voice came from the crowd. "You mean to say that it's actually possible, but the Empire can't do it?" Hearing this question, the harbor official couldn't help but feel his eyelids twitch. He immediately looked in that direction angrily, wanting to see who was so ignorant. What the Empire couldn't do, how could Erewhon's people do it? This was simply a fantasy. However, when he looked up, he first saw Kuei's knight uniform, and then his gaze landed on the simple badge on the black-haired young man's chest. Royal Knight? He almost thought that he had seen wrongly, and couldn't help but rub his eyes. Only then did his expression change when he realized that the person who asked him the question was a genuine royal knight. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. He knew that these royal knights who roamed around here were most likely internal knights. After his expression changed, he didn't dare to be rash and replied, "That's only a theoretical possibility. Unless there are countless wizards providing energy for this fleet to cast teleportation spells. The number of wizards needed to do this is probably far from enough even if all the wizards in Erewhon were gathered together." The meaning of his words was actually a death sentence for Brendel. Everyone's heart that had just been raised could not help but sink deeply at this moment. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the gloomy and unchanging sky. There was still not the slightest movement between the towers. Whether the Count was a liar or a miracle, it seemed like it would be revealed in an instant. "Do you see that?" Valles nodded as he stared at the horizon with a gloomy expression. Standing on the top of the airport tower, he could already see a group of dragons floating in the sky from the direction of the plains. "The Pegasus Knight Regiment is ready to take off, but I'm afraid it's useless. Unless the Griffin Knight Regiment of the Border Garrison Legion is here, I'm afraid they won't be able to buy much time." Valles replied stiffly to Marjorie. Not long ago, Brando had sent this young officer to negotiate with him. After Valles finished speaking, he couldn't help but look at the bridge again. As the person in charge of the port, he was different from the short-sighted officials below. After all, he could see what the wizards from Erewhon were doing. These wizards and apprentices were really maintaining the port and not pretending. For a moment, even he almost believed that the Count could conjure a fleet out of thin air. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why the Count was doing all this useless work. But the problem was, just like the port officials below, he could not figure out how Brendel managed to send Owen's royal fleet to this place no matter how hard he racked his brains. "Mr. Marjorie," Valles couldn't help but ask with some difficulty, "do you really think that your captain can mobilize Erewhon's royal fleet to this place? I mean, we don't have much time left." When Marjorie heard this sentence, he withdrew his gaze from the horizon and looked at the old man strangely. He replied, "When did I tell you that Erewhon's royal fleet would come here? I'm the petty officer of the Royal Fleet. I can tell you clearly that the Count is not qualified to mobilize the Royal Fleet. Huh? Valles was almost stunned. He looked at the latter dumbfounded and asked with a trembling voice, "Then what are you doing here?" Marjorie shook his head calmly, "I don't know, but the Count has his own ideas. As a soldier, I only need to obey orders." Valles almost blacked out when he heard this. The only hope they had was that Brando could mobilize Erwin's royal fleet here. Even so, in his opinion, it was already a miracle. But now, this young petty officer was telling him calmly that their Count might really conjure a fleet out of thin air for them. The problem was, with Martha above, was such a thing possible? Viscount Valles felt that even if the sun rose from the west, such a thing might not happen. He looked at Marjorie, dumbfounded. After a moment of dizziness, he seemed to remember something. He quickly turned around and ran towards Brando, shouting in exasperation, "Mr. Brando, you have to give me an explanation." But before he could run 2 steps, he was stopped by a figure. It was the Shire who stopped him. The latter smiled slightly and said, "Lord Viscount, there's no need to rush. His lordship is in contact with Erwin. We've run into some trouble, but believe me, he won't let you down." "You?" Valles was exasperated. He could not help but blurt out, "Well, I'll see how you're going to conjure a fleet out of thin air. Those damn Erwin people." The Shire heard this and just shrugged slightly. But he was not lying. Brando was indeed in some trouble at the moment. The trouble came from the Buga, "Ms. Tanya, I don't quite understand what you mean." Brando stared at the figure in his palm with a gloomy face and replied in an annoyed tone, "What are you trying to say?" "What I mean is very simple, little guy. You know, those guys in the upper echelons of the Silver Society don't like to play by the rules. I just want to remind you not to be too surprised," Tanya replied indifferently as if she was just drinking water. "I don't care what you're going to do, as long as we complete the deal as agreed." "Is that so?" After saying this, Tanya could not help but subconsciously turn her head and look out the window with a strange expression. There, outside the airport bridge of Valhalla, and even all the subjects of Abes could see the silver light flashing in the eastern sky. One after another, floating ships flashed out of the light and stopped in midair. In just an instant, half of the sky was occupied. What followed was even more densely packed dots of light flickering. After every dot of light disappeared, a magus in silver robes was left behind. In just a few minutes, the sky above Valhalla was filled with countless magi like this. Chapter 971. Amandina's eyelids reflected a silver light as she silently looked away from the Valhalla tree window. Tanya smiled at her and passed the image of Brando to her. Beyond the sea of trees, the sails weaved like the clouds. "My lord, you need to provide more anchor points." When Amandina's soft voice came from the image in the communication spell, Brando was slightly startled and looked up at the Shire who had walked up to him. "What are the Bugas trying to do?" "I don't know, my lord, but I'm afraid this is not a last-minute idea. I was wondering why these old fogies were so easy to talk to this time. I thought my negotiation skill level had increased again." Brando subconsciously smacked his lips. Negotiation skill level? You can understand it as the level of the art of negotiation. Wizards never do business that isn't profitable. This is a proverb that the bards of the Silver Bay coastal area keep saying. Besides, my lord, your negotiation skill. The Shire shrugged and smiled. "Yes, it's all because of some people around me who call themselves wizards. They gave me the illusion that they have become stupid in this era. It turns out that this is just an example." Brando replied calmly. "Can you do it?" "It will take some time, but we need to know how many anchor points the Bugas need." The young wizard licked his dry lips. "Are they planning to send a main fleet over?" "A main fleet? Not to that extent." Brando shook his head gently. "Under the port." As the fleeing nobles were speechless, the situation gradually fell under the control of the port officials of Lone Port. A fat man with a big belly kept on mocking the loopholes in the whole plan. Unfortunately, no one on the other side was familiar with port affairs and could not refute him. The people that Magadal had managed to calm down with her status as the nun princess began to feel uneasy and restless again. Duke Viro's daughter was so angry that she wanted to go up to them several times but was held back by Enide. Eugenie, we can't cause trouble for Her Highness, especially at times like this, we can't easily take a stand. The mild-tempered girl said, almost trembling. I know, but I must kill that damned guy. Eugenie, I'm running out of strength, don't be so agitated. Enide was about to cry. On the other side, Chiara was unusually calm, as if she was watching a good show. She looked at the young prince beside her with some disdain, who was also trembling with fear, and said in an old-fashioned manner, Hey, snot-nosed brat, stay away from me. Don't worry, I have no interest in arguing with these guys, you really can't talk about summer insects. Sister Chiara, you, look at the sky. Haruz replied with a trembling voice. Look at the sky. Almost at the same time, there was a scream from the crowd. Everyone was slightly taken aback as they subconsciously looked up. In the sky, a magnificent scene was unfolding. Between the ivory-white towers that towered into the clouds, the area that was originally shimmering with a faint light had expanded by thousands of times. It was like a huge network that enveloped the entire sky above Lone Harbor. In the turbulent airspace, clusters of silver light flashed and disappeared, as though pairs of silver pupils were opening and closing their eyelids as they coldly stared at the insect-like crowd on the ground. What's that? All the crew's nobles were stunned by this spectacular scene. Although they did not understand what was in the sky, they vaguely guessed that all this might be related to the young earl from Erewhon. But the port officials were much more understanding. Their faces kept changing, showing a look of horror and incomprehension. It's the anchor points, why are there so many of them? Finally, someone cried out. Are they crazy? The airport will collapse. These damn Erewhon country bumpkins, they don't know anything at all, this is nonsense. The fat man opened his mouth and then screamed hysterically. Hundreds of anchor points, this was like teleporting hundreds of battleships at the same time, but how could Erewhon have such a fleet? Obviously, it was impossible, at least he would never believe it. In his opinion, there was only one possibility, and that was those damn Erewhon people did not know anything at all, making such a low-level mistake under the circumstances of operational error. What the hell is that damn Vola's doing? The fat man only felt that his colleague did not fulfill any of his duties of surveillance at all. He shouted as he cursed, Quick, let's go up and stop them, or the port will be finished. A group of port officials seemed to come to their senses and rushed to the airport as if they had just woken up from a dream. But just as they lifted their feet, a low buzzing sound reverberated over the entire port. Then, the ground began to tremble slightly, and a series of cracking sounds spread from the depths of the ground, like the sound of glass breaking. The sound came from afar and approached, growing louder and louder. Then, with a crisp cracking sound, a half-meter-wide crack on the ground appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This crack extended from under the airport and pierced into the depths of the dock area, as if tearing the entire lone port apart. Everyone was stunned. With the appearance of this crack, more and more tiny cracks began to appear on the ground. The ground of the entire port almost instantly shattered into countless pieces, sinking like waves amidst the roaring sound. Damn it, those damn Erewhon scammers, we are all finished. The fat man's face was pale as he shouted with regret, Look, this is the person you trusted. The fleeing nobles also panicked for a moment, and they all looked at Princess Magadal and her party in the middle of the crowd, and could not help but shout, Your Highness. Magadal gently bit her lips and frowned, but she did not panic. She stared at the sky, and with one hand holding Dilfery, she said softly, Everyone, don't panic, look at the sky. The nobles were slightly startled, and then they looked up. In the sky, Lord Vallis held onto the railing of the bridge with a pale face, and stared at the scene that was happening in front of him. Beside him, Earl Alcorn and Earl Jean did not look any better. The three of them were so focused that they did not notice the adjutant of the port, who was sobbing and complaining about the evil of Brando and the county. Lord Vallis, Lord Alcorn, those Erewhon scammers have cast too many anchor points. They must be crazy. The spatial magic circle of Lone Port cannot withstand such a huge shock. If this continues, the port will collapse. I can guarantee with my life that those damn Erewhon scammers do not have a fleet. They cannot summon so many ships. But the adjutant's words came to an abrupt end, because his mouth was wide open, and he had seen the most unbelievable scene in his life. In the sky not far from him, a small silver light spot grew bigger, like a rapidly expanding door of light, and when the silver light expanded to its limit, a long silver horn pierced out of it. As the person in charge of the port, he naturally recognized this thing. It was the mast, the bow mast of a ship. The mast was so long that he could estimate that behind the door of light was a huge ship, and it was at least a first-level battleship. No, even the flagship of the Empire, the Supreme Flame class, would not have such a long mast. This could only be a super battleship. But how did the Erewhon scammers have a super battleship? The white ivory tower vibrated slightly in the vibration of space, as if even the air around the tower was humming. The bow of the giant battleship slowly extended out from the light gate. First, it was the horizontal mast, then the silver goat-horn sail that flashed with magic, and then the bow of the ship. When Wallace, Count Alphonse, and Count Jean saw the bow of the ship, they could not help but be slightly stunned. The half-body of the snake-like banshee shining with silver light was so familiar, and the three of them could not help but open their mouths slightly. In the entire continent of Wonde, only one force would use such a bow. The holy statue of Mana. Mana was the goddess of Wonde's magic network in the ancient legends of the Society of Sages. She was the weaver of fate of the previous generation, and her wise eyes symbolized knowledge and insight in ancient times. Her abstract eye image even became the symbol of an organization tens of thousands of years later. The Bugaz painted it on the spire of the silver tower, on the cover of the Book of Knowledge, on the silver sail above the clouds, and on all the places where the silver wizard set foot. This was the Eye of Insight, the symbol of the Silver Alliance. At the same time, these descendants of the Society of Sages also had the blood of the goddess of magic flowing in their veins. This was the battleship of the Bugaz. The silver fleet appeared in the sky like an ocean. After the silver light flashed, the starry ships appeared in everyone's vision one by one. The first to complete the teleportation was the second-level frigate. Almost at the moment of their arrival, they formed a dense defensive formation to prevent attacks from any direction, so as to protect the main fleet that was teleporting even more slowly. 3 first-level battleships and a super battleship. Although Wallace was the port official of the Empire, he had never seen such a luxurious lineup in his life. Even in the Cruise Empire, there was only one fleet that could rival such a fleet. And this fleet could not possibly stay in a backup port like Lone Port. "In the name of Martha," he said, almost moaning. "Is this the handiwork of the Bugaz? My lord, guess what kind of price the Bugaz have to pay to teleport such a fleet." The Shire looked at such a scene with admiration. Since the age of the falling stars, the Silver People had not appeared on the earth for a long, long time, but this did not mean that they had declined or disappeared. On the contrary, these otherworldly forces were always observing the world, and at this moment, they were displayed in such a manner in front of everyone. At this moment, the Bugaz had intervened in the Holy War. The Silver People had intervened in the War of Mortals. At this moment, there are at least tens of thousands of wizards at the other end of Valhalla, doing their best to open this portal across thousands of miles. Brando murmured. He said this with some mixed feelings, and he did not even know whether this was a blessing or a curse. For a moment, he recalled what Lady Tanya said to him alone not long ago. "This is the deal that the Silver Alliance made with you, just to get you to help us get the Azure Lance back. In the agreement, we promised to build a navy for you, and agreed to sell and rent warships to Erewhon. In the agreement, although we stipulated the minimum number of warships that must be sold and rented to you, there was no upper limit. So in a sense, we did not violate the agreement between the Silver People and the mortal world. Our agreement is outside of the war, and today is just a coincidence." "Yes, it's just a coincidence, Brando understood that these old and cunning wizards had indeed taken advantage of a loophole. There was no relevant content in the agreement between the two sides, and he obviously could not set a hard upper limit for the rental and sale of warships. In fact, when the two sides signed the agreement, he could not wait for the other party to provide him with as much as possible. But he never dreamed that it would be to this extent. The Bugaz said that this was a coincidence, but was it really a coincidence? Brando did not know if the Silver People's self-deception could really be accepted by the Sacred Covenant, or by the other human empires on the continent. At least for himself, he would never be so naive to believe it. Guess, what is the real purpose of the Bugaz? Thinking of this, he turned to ask Yuta and Marjorie, who were not far behind him. At this time, the bridge of the spaceport had already tilted under the huge spatial tremor, and there were even cracks in some places. The female mercenary leader had one hand on the cracked wall, and frowned as she replied, "Those cunning sorcerers seem to be determined to get the azure lance. They're using us as a cover." This answer was not out of Brando's expectations, but he shook his head. "I thought so too, but now I want to know what role the Bugaz played in the secret between the Silver Queen, the Holy Cathedral of Fire, the dragons, and my grandfather." Brando said softly. "I should have guessed it a long time ago. These guys who claim to be the inspectors of the world, how could they not know when the dragons intervened in the internal succession of the Crew's empire?" "My lord, you mean?" Yuta asked in surprise. Brando nodded and replied with certainty. "The Bugaz already knew what the Silver Queen was up to, and now they can't help but make a move." The remaining three looked at each other in surprise and could not help but fall silent. But at this moment, Brando thought further. The Silver Folk and the Golden Folk obviously had some kind of tacit understanding in the Sacred Covenant. These powerful forces quietly disappeared from the mainland, and according to the history players were familiar with, this was the beginning of the Age of Mortals. But in fact, was this really the case? At least in his view, this did not conform to the law of historical development. Not only the Bugaz, but Brando also suddenly thought of the Silver Elves. It was obvious that the Silver Folk were returning to the mainland. This seemed to be faintly indicating something. "Mr. Count." Among the few people present, only Marjorie did not belong to Brando's system, so the young sergeant knew the least about these secrets. In fact, he did not care about these things that were far away from the fate of the kingdom of Erewhon, and something else that was happening at the moment worried him more, so he had to remind Brando, "You'd better look over here." In the direction he pointed, on the plains of Lone Port, a shadow like a dark cloud was rapidly approaching. It was a group of draconic beasts. Almost instantly, an ear-piercing alarm sounded in Lone Port. The guards on the city wall stared dumbfounded at the giant beasts clustered in the sky. They spread their wings and rode the wind, sweeping over from more than 10 miles away. Although they were far from being able to enter the attack range, the strong smell of sulfur had almost filled the sky above the entire city. The army of Jorgendy Ridge had finally arrived at Lone Port. They came really quickly. The county stared at this scene and could not help but pout. "The Dragon Queen probably thinks that we have some connection with the Earth Sage and is very afraid of us." Brando quietly looked at the dark clouds in the sky and replied faintly. The calmness of the master and servant made Volas, who was not far away, anxious. He could not help but shout, "My lord, Mr. the County, the fleet's teleportation has not been completed yet. We can't let them get close to the port. Those frigates alone can't stop these draconic beasts." At this time, the harbor officer finally no longer doubted Brando's strength, but he was more worried that the young count would fail because of his impulsiveness. After all, the survival of the entire port was now tied to the sudden appearance of this fleet. "Don't worry." Brando looked at the guy speechlessly and replied casually. "Don't worry?" Volas opened his mouth wide. For a moment, he felt that he and the two damn Erewhon people in front of him were living in a different dimension. Brando could not be bothered to pay attention to him. He just looked back at the image of the communication spell in his hand. At this time, the image of the character that appeared on the communication spell changed from Amandina back to Tanya. The fairy first glanced at Brando, then replied faintly, "Mr. Brando, the Bugaz will not intervene in the War of Mortals." From now on, the command of this fleet will be handed over to you. Don't let us down." "Aunt Tanya, your joke is not funny at all," Brando replied snappily. "Do you think your words can be accepted by other forces?" "Maybe, maybe not, but what does it matter?" Tanya replied matter-of-factly. "That works." Brando was dumbfounded. Chapter 972. On the continent of Vaunt, mortals might be able to witness countless bizarre things in their short lives, but to the garrison of Lone Harbor, be it in the past or the future, they probably wouldn't be able to forget what they saw after noon that day. Dark clouds covered the horizon as if a storm was brewing. However, this storm wasn't dead. The hearts of the dragons were beating powerfully in their bodies, and their heavy breathing was mixed with wind, thunder, and flames. Every time their tough wings flapped, it was as if the entire Black Sea was undulating. They weren't dragons, but they also had an incomparable might. Some people said that when the Empire's Golden Eagle Knight Regiment launched a group charge, it was as if heaven had descended. It was impassioned and inspiring, but at the same time, it made their enemies tremble. But at this moment, when the dragons launched their attack, the human cavalry was like a drop in the ocean in front of them. Any spirit they had would disappear without a trace. On the city wall of Lone Harbor, the soldiers on every tower were trying their best to sound the alarm, as if they would collapse to the ground in fright if they didn't do so. The sound of the alarm rang through the sky. On the city wall, the officers of the harbor garrison looked at the scene in front of them. Their mouths were dry and weak. The last time the dragons attacked, they rushed into the harbor from above the clouds and burned all the ships before leaving. It was far from being as terrifying as today. Everyone knew that these monsters were coming straight for them. The entire Lone Harbor would be reduced to ashes under their flames. At this moment, the sky above the harbor seemed to be divided into two distinct sides. One side was clear and bright, and half of the sky was flashing with white light. One after another, silver warships were materializing from the shadows, but the process was extremely slow. On the other side, the sky was dark red, and the high temperature and flames created by the flight of the dragon seemed to have burned through the clouds, setting the entire sky ablaze. The air was filled with a nauseating, pungent smell of sulfur that stimulated human sense of smell and taste. And when the two completely different scenes in the sky merged, a bright crack appeared in the middle. It was like a spatial rift, but in fact, it was just an optical illusion caused by the color difference. This bright belt of light was slowly approaching the entire harbor, heralding the arrival of the final judgment in everyone's hearts. The group of dragon beasts was moving faster than expected. In the blink of an eye, the black dots on the horizon had doubled in size. After a while, even the scales on their wings could be seen clearly. Their deep-set eyes, expressionless eyes, and their eerie white teeth were even more frightening. Before the fiery clouds swept over the city wall, the defenders of Lone Harbor had already lost their will. They fled down the city wall in droves, and no one stopped them. At this moment, everyone's heart was filled with despair. The small number of human forces was nothing in front of this mighty force. The dragons didn't even need to attack. As long as they flew over the city wall, they would be reduced to ashes. Although there were still people who didn't escape, it wasn't because they still had the courage in their hearts. It was because they knew that no one could escape. The harbor had now turned into a cage that imprisoned life. Vasily watched the despair of the entire Imperial army from above, but he didn't despise the cowardice of his colleagues. In the face of absolute power, all courage was pale and meaningless. At this moment, no matter what they did, it would be useless. The tower was rumbling and shaking, and the bricks that were used to build it were falling apart and rolling to the ground. Flames and wind swept over, and then the tower began to tilt and collapse. Vasily lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. He watched the cracks on the wall appear one after another as if it was a silent mockery of the weakness of human beings. He couldn't help but put down the rope in his hand that was connected to the bronze bell above his head. His hands were stained with blood, but he didn't care. In his field of vision was a sea of fire. Then, one after another, behemoths flapped their wings and flew out of the sea of fire. That was the dragons. The city wall of Lone Port didn't play any role in restraining them, and even the effect of delaying them for a little bit was minimal. The dragons swept directly across the plains outside the city wall, spread their wings and flew over the city wall, turning the place they passed into a sea of fire. Their target was very clear. It was the Silver Fleet that was teleporting in midair. In midair, although Brando's wizard apprentices had already cast anchor points, the teleportation was far from complete. The first to arrive were the corvettes that consumed the least amount of magic power. These two or even single-masted ships shaped like willow leaves sailed directly out of the berth as soon as they arrived at Lone Port. Their hulls were long and narrow, but they had large triangular sails made of wind sails. Therefore, they were fast and flexible and could quickly form a hemispherical defensive circle in midair. At this time, the nobles and officials of crews on the bridge had seen clearly that the people standing on the deck of these corvettes were not bugas, but black-haired or brown-haired humans, Erewhon people in naval uniforms. These Erewhon people on the deck controlled the sailing ships in an orderly manner, manipulating the sail ropes or giving orders. Knights in heavy silver armor with spears nearly 3 meters long had already lined up on both sides of the ship, ready to deal with the enemy landing from the air. They had seen the armor on the knights before, and it was exactly the same as the armor worn by the young count's guards. Could this really be a fleet of Erewhon people? Count Alcorn and his retainers on the bridge were so shocked that they were speechless. However, Brando knew that this was the navy that the bugas had trained for him according to the agreement, a navy that belonged to Valhalla. It could be seen that Amandina and her Royal Highness worked well together, and the efficiency of the bugas was also very high. This fleet had exceeded his expectations, but as a real army, this navy still had not seen blood and fire, like a blade that had not been sharpened. But today, he did not expect that on the day his navy was formed into an army, it would usher in a real battle. It was like the necessary experience of a sword being unsheathed, but as an opening statement, the following battle might be a little too tragic. Brando stared at the approaching group of dragons and silently made a plan in his heart. No matter what, he would never waste all his seeds here. This was the prototype of Valhalla's future navy, and a good start was too important for a unit that needed history to settle down. As a former player, he was also very familiar with how the major guilds trained their own navies. At this moment, the captains on the frigates were saluting Taboo with flag signals, waiting for the Lord to give orders. Brando nodded to them. What they needed to do now was to stop the dragons at all costs. This was the mission of these light frigates that arrived on the battlefield first. In fact, this was the value of these light frigates: fast, flexible, able to complete the teleportation in the shortest time, and with a certain amount of firepower, enough to protect the entire fleet during the entire teleportation process. Although the current situation was a little extreme, it also vividly demonstrated the duties of the frigates in the floating fleet. Brando's signal was passed down one flag after another, and these light frigates began to fan their sails with all their might. Although the appearance of the floating frigates was not much different from the traditional sailing frigates, in fact, they did not rely on the wind as their power source. The huge wind sails were woven with wind silk that was more precious than gold. This special material could collect the wind element in the air and use it as the power source of the frigates. When they were fully fanned, it was equivalent to dozens of high-grade wizards injecting magic into the magic power device. This magic power would enter the core of the frigates and push the frigates forward. The frigates were light and small, and under the huge sails, they shot out from the fleet like arrows. Soon, they reached the airspace of Lone Port and formed a horizontal formation above the city. Although according to the sacred treaty on the continent, the floating fleet rarely fought in the airspace of the city. Obviously, they could not care so much at this moment. Their enemies might not stop to negotiate with them. To the underground residents of Georgandy Ridge, the sacred treaty was almost equivalent to a piece of paper. Everyone looked up at the long crescent moon in the sky. Even the most stubborn port officials shut their mouths at this moment. Before death, even the most arrogant people put away their prejudice. The harbor square was completely silent. Whether it was the nobles, port officials, or even the commoners, whether it was Kurluts, Aween, or anyone from other places, including the mountain people, and even a few foreign adventurers, all of them shut their mouths. Everyone understood that their survival was closely linked to this thin line of defense. Half of the city had been turned into a sea of fire. The fat man who was the most talkative finally realized this point. Those fierce dragons would never let them go just because they were nobles. In their eyes, they were no different from the burning stones and wood. They had to face the same dilemma as Earl Alcorn had experienced before. The preferential treatment for nobles in Wone during the war seemed to have disappeared with the invasion of these underground monsters. The nobles regarded war as glory, but now they had to face the struggle of life and death. Barbarism used blood and fire to strip away the false gentleness of the nobles, leaving only the naked primitive law. Everyone's face was pale, and they felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Fatty Avram was so scared that his legs were cramping, but at least on the surface, this second-generation heir of the Elson family was much better than most of the Crew's nobles present. The Crew's nobles used to have a sense of superiority towards the Erewhon nobles from the bottom of their hearts. This sense of superiority was based on the strength of the empire, and no one could refute it. It was frustrating. But now, they had no choice but to rely on the people of Aween to survive. This thought seemed to give Avram confidence. Even if he was scared half to death, there was still a strange feeling growing in his heart. Even the powerful Crew's nobles were scared out of their wits in this desperate situation, but only the Erewhon nobles were still resisting the powerful enemy. Once a sense of honor was born, it was deeply rooted. The hundreds of years of history of Erewhon, the journey of the late King Eric leading the people to fight their way out of the encirclement, pride and glory trickled into the depths of his heart. History and the past, scenes of the history books that he had read, were presented in front of Avram. The shining flags were reflected in his vision like an ocean. Fatty opened his mouth and suddenly felt a suffocating pressure. In mid-air, the fierce battle had just begun. Countless complex and precise magic circles suddenly flashed on the side of the horizontal frigate. Fire arrows, ice arrows, sharp cyclones, and a magic storm formed out of thin air above the dragons. Countless spells crossed the distance of nearly 1,000 meters and hit the dragons like raindrops. Brando saw this scene and laughed in his heart. It was impossible for the Bugas to cultivate so many human sorcerers in such a short time. It seemed that this so-called Erewhon's fleet was just a facade. The sorcerers and gunners hiding in the cannons below the deck were mostly the real Bugas. Fortunately, Tanya and William still had some sense of shame. Most of the sorcerers placed in this fleet were apprentices from the academy. Otherwise, no matter how thick-skinned they would not be able to explain how the Erewhon's fleet suddenly had a fleet of official sorcerers. But at this time, Brando hoped that the Bugas would be more thick-skinned. At least then he would not have to go through so much trouble to win. The apprentice sorcerers almost had the power of an official sorcerer under the amplification of the magic circles on the floating warship. But still, it was difficult to penetrate the tough skin and scales of the dragons. Some of the dragons were injured, but only slowed down. After a round of magic attacks, not a single dragon fell from the sky. On the contrary, taking advantage of the humans' attack, these monsters once again closed the distance between them and the frigate fleet. Everyone in the port square had their hearts in their throats at this moment. In their eyes, the thin line of defense of the Erewhon's fleet, whether in terms of strength or visual effect, was really difficult to compete with the cloud-like dragons. Those were not a group of buzzing mosquitoes, but a genuine level 7 creature. Under everyone's gaze, the rolling dark clouds finally collided with the silver crescent moon. At this moment, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed on the side of the silver frigate fleet. This time, it was no longer the sorcerer apprentice weak magic, but the magic cannons. The captains of the frigate fleet held back until the last 1,000 feet before giving the order to fire. The cannons were opened one by one, and amethyst-shaped spikes pierced out from the crowd. The sorcerers began to inject magic, and in less than 3 to 4 breaths, the entire fleet's side let out a deafening roar. That was the roar of the side firing at full power. Streaks of white light pillars pierced into the dragons like sharp blades. This time, these creatures from the underground of Georgandy Ridge were not so lucky. In an instant, their wings or bodies were pierced directly, and they fell from the sky with a sorrowful howl, sprinkling a filthy rain of blood. The strangulation in mid-air lasted for a full 10 breaths, and the continuous rain of light almost converged into a large net. In the captain's room, beside every Erewhon captain, there was a Buga man in a silver military uniform with a bushy beard squinting his eyes to observe the scene outside the window. The terrifying magic was as weak as a firework in the eyes of these people, and the dragons that were hit by the firework were similar to mosquitoes in their eyes. After watching for a while, they said faintly, "It's still a little too early." In Buga, even if it's the weakest fleet, the commanders can still hold back until the last 500 feet before firing. For the firepower of a frigate, this is the most effective range of damage. Hearing this, the Erewhon captains could not help but blush. After training for nearly 4 months, they did not expect to make a fool of themselves in the first battle. But the Buga instructor then shook his head, "But according to Buga tradition, you who have studied for 4 months are at most equivalent to the intermediate students of the Naval Academy. Based on the results of the students, this is considered a good answer. You have excellent talent, and I hope you can become the best navy in the mortal world." Hearing this, the faces of the captains finally looked better, and then there was some longing. The best navy in the mortal world has always belonged to the Empire, the Wind Elves, and the Fanzon. When did it become Erewhon's turn? But now, such an opportunity was in front of them, and it did not seem so far away. And all of this was created by the man who brought miracles to Erewhon, and in fact, even this fleet itself was a miracle. This was a fleet that belonged to the ancient kingdom, and on this fleet, there were not only young people from Tonajal, but Tonajal could not gather so many outstanding talents. In fact, a large part of them were gathered by Princess Griffine from all the provinces of the kingdom. Regardless of background, everyone had the same opportunity to stand here and witness or even personally participate in the birth of this fleet. For these young people, the miracle created by Brando's own hands, the ancient glory of the kingdom of Erewhon, had long been closely linked to them, and they breathed the same fate as them, sharing the same glory and glory. And at this moment, facing the surging tide of draconic beasts, what they felt was not fear, but the warlike genes that surged from the depths of their blood. They would fight side by side with the legendary Bugas, and no matter the final result, just today's war alone, they would be recorded in the annals of history together with Erewhon. The Buga's instructor knocked on the glass of the porthole to call the hot-blooded young captains out of their fantasy. He was very familiar with this scene. The young students participating in the first battle was always hot-blooded, but they would soon integrate into the Buga's sense of discipline from their bones. What the fleet needed was precise operations, not a hot-blooded knight's charge. But it felt good to be young again. He stroked his beard and pointed to the advancing draconic beasts outside the porthole and said, "Don't be happy too early, this level of attack is nothing to a level 7 creature, and the bloody battle is still behind. As the captain of the frigate, you must hold this line of defense until the entire fleet arrives, and then launch a counterattack." The young captain nodded solemnly, but it was at this time that he was slightly startled. "What's wrong?" The Buga's instructor noticed his student's abnormality. "The Lord wants us to retreat." "Retreat?" Chapter 973. In the sky, the Silver Fleet and Modesti's dragon army were engaged in a fierce battle. Explosions and flames continued, licking the clouds, and roars shook the world. For lone below, this scene was no different from the end of the world. After hearing the Buga instructor's question, Zika paced back and forth on the deck of the captain's room twice. The fire penetrated the porthole and was reflected in the young captain's eyelids. He frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and finally gave the order, "Execute the order." The silver-robed wizard, Wulmi, stood by the side with his hands behind his back, carefully watching his Erewhon student. The silver eyes under his thick eyebrows flashed slightly, and he said, "As far as I know, your lord has no experience in commanding a fleet in battle. In fact, he isn't even from the navy. You have a reason to refuse his orders. You know better than him how to use these behemoths in the sky to win. The textbooks tell you that a qualified commander wants to win glory for the Lord, not blindly obey orders. But your eyes tell me that you haven't lost your mind, and you're still young. You haven't reached the age of losing your drive. I'm very curious about your choice. Because I want to see what he's capable of. Zika came to the porthole and looked at the flames of war in the sky through the crystal. A charming silver arc was slowly retreating, and a large gap appeared in the middle of the battlefield. These gaps could give the dragons fatal space to climb up, turning the battle into a rout. But the former's face was as calm as ever, without the slightest bit of worry. He was born in a local aristocratic force that had close ties with the royal family in Corvado, but he gave up the opportunity to enter the royal faction and the royal family's knight order under the control of the future Princess Royal. He voluntarily chose to join the White Lion Guard's training program. This decision seemed inconceivable to others, but he was certain of it. He was full of curiosity about the young count who was said to be omnipotent by others, and he believed that only such a hero was worthy of his service. This was a precursor to the coming of troubled times, and the 1,000-year storm was just the beginning of a great drama. All of the silver fleets in the air faltered in unison before slowly retreating like shimmering silver scales. Marjorie, a young petty officer from the Royal Navy of Yanalasu Province, looked up and witnessed the entire process. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. He really could not understand why the wise and calm Count would suddenly make such a low-level mistake. Or could it be that the Count was a stubborn and self-opinionated person in the first place? It was just that the stunning military talent and keen sense of smell displayed on the land had lost its usefulness in the newly opened battlefield in the sky. After the escort fleet retreated, the draconic beasts seized the opportunity and began to climb, trying to gain an advantage in height. This was the decisive factor that they could not control in the previous battle. The nobles of Cruz on the bridge of the airport looked at the dark clouds in the sky. Although they could not see the key to the battle, they felt a little uneasy. Count Alcorn swallowed his words several times until he finally couldn't help but ask Brando. A flame descended from the sky and landed beside the ladder. Marjorie also shut his mouth at the same time. The flames separated from the middle, and a beautiful warhorse wrapped in pale flames walked out. The vigorous female knight on the horse took off her helmet, and her long hair fluttered like flowing fire. It was the head of the Valkyries, Brunhilde. Master. Brunhilde stared at Brando with her golden pupils. Her voice was calm and low. I'll leave the rest to you, Brando said in a deep voice. In the previous battle, he had never used the Valkyrie guards as his trump card, but this time, in order to protect Tanajal's new navy, he had to use it. Besides, compared to the reappearance of the silver fleet of the Bugas, the rebirth of the legendary Valkyries was nothing. This is our duty, Master. It's a pity that Valhalla is still too weak. We can't always fight side by side with you, Brunhilde replied. There will always be a chance. I will do my best to rebuild the Dawn's sanctum. Brando himself was looking forward to the arrival of such a day. The legendary Valkyrie who patrolled the sky would come to Erwin's land and fight for him. This was something that even the top guilds in the Amber Sword could not dream of. We firmly believe that day will come, and the glory of the Golden Palace will return to this land. Brunhilde turned her horse around and raised her right hand. A spear burning with golden lights suddenly appeared in her hand. She shouted, "Follow me, sisters, fight for my god, Odin." The imperial wind steed let out a long neigh and stood up on its hind legs. A sea of flames surged out from behind Brunhilde like clouds. The rising flames formed into an army. Countless men and horses galloped forward, and the sounds of battle shook the heavens and earth. The 4 Valkyrie leaders, Alinda, Yalvit, Walther, and Guna, wore winged helmets and held spears in their hands. They parted the flames and followed the Valkyrie queen. The army that came out of the flames was like a waterfall of fire that fell from the sky, blocking the front of the dragon army. The two armies collided in an instant. At that moment, it was like an illusion. The whole sky shook slightly, and then blood and charred corpses fell from the sky like raindrops. The cries of the dragon army filled the sky. The result of the battle in an instant was even better than the previous volleys of the escort fleet. This scene gave Brando a huge shock. He did not expect the legendary Tier 9 creatures to be so terrifying. Although he expected Brunhilde and the others to be able to suppress the dragon army, he did not expect them to be able to stop the dragon army by themselves. However, as soon as Brunhilde and her flame army appeared, the situation was immediately reversed. In an instant, Brando understood that this was the special ability of the Valkyrie Queen, the final battle. It turned out to be a summoning ability, and it was a rare ability to summon multiple units. Although he did not know how long it could last, just this part of the power was enough to make the Valkyrie one of the top troops on the continent. An army of one, the two fire clouds intertwined in midair. Just like Brando, everyone who witnessed this scene was nailed to the ground as if they were possessed. Although Alcorn had expected that the female knight who appeared from the flames was not an ordinary person, he did not expect her to be so extraordinary. He had personally experienced the horror of the dragon army, and now he had seen the power of the Valkyrie with his own eyes. This was a knight who rode a chariot of thunder and fire, patrolling the sky. Alcorn could not help but sweat profusely. How dare he make an enemy out of someone who controlled such an army? This was simply, "You're courting death." Eugenie looked at everything in front of her in a daze, muttering to herself in her heart. She finally understood the source of Brando's confidence. With such power, even the Empire could not do anything to him. The top fighting force of the crew's people, the Flame Family Knight, the Guardian Priest, was nothing more than this. But why would such a person, who has the power that the entire kingdom can hardly resist, be willing to stay in a corner? Another thought came to the Duke's daughter's mind. She frowned, and some of the ideas that had been in her heart were now completely extinguished. Medusa Lysimeka's eyes were shining, and the excitement in her eyes could not be suppressed. She gently patted the head of little Prince Erwin beside her and said excitedly, "See, little cutie, this is the power that your teacher really controls. But I imagine it's far more than that. He must have more secrets. This is really a mysterious man." Haruz noticed his maid's abnormality and could not help but turn his head and ask doubtfully, "Do you really need power, Miss Lysimeka?" "Kingdoms, organizations, individuals, everything needs power. Little cutie, if you and your sister's Erwin had enough power, would it still be so weak?" This reason sounded very simple, but Haruz frowned slightly. Could power really bring about everything? But he had heard from Brendel that under the Sulphur River, there was also a world that pursued extreme power. But the world of the demons was barren and lacked vitality. Power seemed to be able to bring everything, but it also seemed to be unable to bring anything. He could not figure out what exactly was lacking in between. The two were silent for a while. At the same time, most of the people in the entire Erewhon envoy group had their own thoughts. He really didn't let me down. Zakar could not help but shake his fist fiercely. The heroic army in the air was so powerful that he could not help but tremble. The royal faction, the royal family Knight Order, and his companion's superficiality and short-sightedness were simply laughable in the face of such power. This was no longer a power that Erewhon could control and restrain. Such power could only belong to a powerful empire. The dream and glory of the Erewhon people since the time of the late King Eric seemed to be right in front of them. Valkyrie, Valmy could not help but mutter to himself again, Valkyrie. The silver-robed wizard seemed to have lost his extraordinary calmness as a silver descendant. The time that spanned tens of thousands of years seemed to reappear in front of his eyes. Even the age of gold and silver had not yet come to the earth. Babel's tower stood tall in the clouds, and the earth was full of rich and lush scenes. Gods and men coexisted together, the age before chaos. That is the queen of the Valkyrie, Brunhilde. Thunder and fire above the clouds. Martha above. Who is he? How did he gain the loyalty and favor of the queen of the Valkyrie, Mr. Valmy? He is our liege, Zakar said proudly. He waved his hand vigorously. Reinforcements are in place. It's time to fight back. Reinforcements have arrived. The Bugha's super warship, the Akhenaten, was gradually materializing from a shadow. The sacred statue of Mana shone brightly under the sun. On the towering battleship, the silver sails were like clouds. On one side of the giant ship, the first-level battleship, the Silver of Magic, the first-level battleship, the devourer of winter wolves, and the first-level battleship, the Light of Wisdom, had fully materialized and were advancing side by side. Flags rose from each of the warships, repeating the same meaning: reinforcements have arrived. Begin the counterattack. The Silver Fleet began to turn slowly. Brilliant magical flashes flashed again and again. For the first time, the firepower density of the Erewhon fleet exceeded the fireball rain of the dragons. Various colors of light crisscrossed in midair. Finally, the flying beast army of Jorgundy Ridge couldn't hold on any longer. Their formation was in a mess, and they lost the momentum to attack. A long howl came from the plains as the dragon beasts began to turn around as though they had been pardoned. They densely crossed the dilapidated city walls of Lone Harbor and flew away like a howling gust of wind. Everyone on the battlefield was stunned by this sudden scene. Even most of the crew's people on the ground and in the port could not believe that they had really won. They had escaped from the claws of an army of dragons. They did not rely on the Imperial Navy, nor did they rely on any of the Imperial Army's main forces. They only relied on the thin port guards and some Erewhon people. But the facts at hand explained everything. The dragons were leaving in a hurry and gradually disappeared from sight. In the distant sky, there were only a few small black dots that were gradually moving away. The previous battle seemed to be a disaster that raged through a dream. Erewhon's Silver Fleet did not pursue. In fact, they did not have the strength to do so. Brando expected that there should be more dragons or other Jorgundy Ridge air forces on the plains. For example, the Harpies and the more terrifying Manticores. Although the dragon army that was sent out before looked terrifying, it was far from the scene he saw in the Alkash Mountains in the future. The strength of all the lords under the ground was not inferior to Madara 100 years later. These few dragons should not be enough to make the Dragon Queen feel the pain. Rounds of flags were sent out between the fleets again. The new navy of Erewhon people cautiously set up defenses to guard against the second attack of the dragons. On the other hand, as the Akhenaten re-entered the port, the Byuga envoy also came to Brando. If there was another Erewhon person in this world other than the Earth Grand Sword Master, then he must be the master of the Mithril Castle. He was the leader of the 12th Circle Spell Society with half mortal blood and half silver blood. He was Tolman Mithril O'Certain. If it was said that the local nobles of Lone Port had some contempt for Brendel before, they subconsciously shut their mouths when they saw rows of silver-robed mages in silver robes, who were glorified as the Army Observation Group, walking over from the various warships. Just like the inherent pride of the people of the Empire, the Silver descendants did not need a reason to be arrogant in front of the mortals. The superiority of the crew's people was not worth mentioning in front of these ancient people who had experienced the War of the Holy Saints. Even for most of the Silver descendants, the Flame King Gretel was their peer. The war-torn era was their youth. They had fought side by side with the heroes of mankind. But on the White Tower, such an experience was not worth mentioning at all. So the Empire was even less worth mentioning. Tolman was from the youngest generation of the Byuga people, but his status was extremely high. Coupled with the fact that he was half-human, he appeared to be older and more serious than many of the silver-robed mages who had lived longer. However, in front of Brendel, he always maintained the image of a hermit scholar in the Grimoires forest. He smiled at Brando and said, "Tanya knew that you would definitely come to denounce them, so she pushed this old man out. Does she think that because it's you, I won't cause trouble for them?" Brando replied in annoyance, "I don't expect you to clean up this mess, but Lord Tolman, you have to at least tell me what you Byuga people want." After saying this, Brando stared at the old man dressed as a scholar in front of him, as if he was afraid to miss any detail of his expression. Chapter 974. The wind was tainted with the smell of smoke, and the flames seemed to still be lingering in the sky. The torn clouds were like burning cotton, scattered in the sky. Behind the clouds, there was a layer of ominous golden light that shot out in all directions. Tolman's silver hair shone in the sun. He smiled and said, "They didn't want to hide it at first, but you know, this is a bad habit of wizards. They like to play word games, play tricks, and enjoy it. Because it shows that they are far smarter than mortals. Unfortunately, no one wants to be a fool, so I'm in a particularly bad mood now. Don't worry, you can go and find trouble with them. William and I will support you. To be honest, Brando had a much worse temper than you did back then. In this regard, you are far inferior to your grandfather, Brando. Brendel was not moved by his words. Lord Tolman, what role did the Bugas play in His Majesty and the Sword of the Dragon? And, what exactly are you planning to do? The light brown eyes reflected the silvery shadows of the sails. The floating fleet was like a fish in the air, shuttling back and forth in the airport. At least one thing that the port officials of the cruise people did not misjudge was that Lone Port could not withstand such a huge fleet. It was conceivable that the port would not be able to restore its former glory for a long time after the war. But this was a problem that only the locals needed to worry about. At least for now, even Earl Alcorn himself was not in the mood to think about it. Tolman was silent for a moment. You guessed right, he replied. It's a long story. The wizards did not play a glorious role back then, but it all started with the great battle in the Alcash Mountains. Tolman raised his hand and drew a silver rune, Jazit, which meant night in the rune. A transparent ripple shrouded the top of the two men's heads, isolating the sound around them. I won't repeat the process of that battle. I'm sure you've heard countless versions of it, but the story later was very different from the one circulating outside. The two sides of the battle found something in Alcala. It's related to the Dark Dragon. Tolman was not surprised that Brando would guess this. He nodded and said, in fact, what they found was the battlefield of the final battle. The battlefield of the final battle? Only the dragon and Kjuvel, the Silver Elves, participated in the final battle. So the battlefield was really in Alcala. Brando was finally a little moved. You know about the final battle? I know a little. The four sages defeated the Dark Dragon in the final battle. It is said that there are countless secrets sealed in that battlefield. Brendel was more familiar with the history of the War of the Planeswalkers. This history came from Elaine's mouth, and it was still vivid in his mind. There are no records of the final battle after the War of the Holy Saints. It was as if it had mysteriously disappeared. The only people who knew about it were the Silver Elves who retreated into the mountains, the dragons no longer appeared on the earth, and the wizards, the Bugas. He raised his head and looked at Tolman. The Silver Union monitors everything that happens on the ground. It's hard to believe that the mortals were able to get close to Alcra and find the final battlefield without the permission of a certain faction. Tolman looked at Brando with a complicated expression. The four sages defeated the Dark Dragon. There were countless secrets behind it. In order to keep these secrets, the only two people who participated in the battle, the Silver Elves and the dragons, had retreated from the world. How do you know these secrets, little one? Through some clues of legend and speculation, I have some experience that you can't imagine, just like when I reappeared as a Highland Knight. Brando replied half-truthfully. I know more than the Bugas think. I can see that. Tolman sighed. His wise eyes swept across Brando's face. Darius' grandson looked very similar to him when he was young. This made Tolman feel as if he saw that person appear in front of him again. Unfortunately, the life of a mortal was too short. He seemed to recall the past when he was young in Erewhon. Now it seems that William's evaluation of you is the most pertinent. Others still see you in the shadow of Darius, but you have already walked out of it. I'm not the only one who has walked out of it, Brando thought. It was more like a coincidence. When Sophie's extraordinary soul appeared with the mentality of the whole world, the fusion of their souls was like an opportunity for them to help each other out of the shadow of the past. After the dream under the golden tree, he was no longer the young man who could only hesitate in front of the sword of the past. William admires you. He and I don't agree with the council's plan, but we are happy to see it happen. The old man thinks that you can do more. On this point, I'm not as confident as he is. But I have to admit, until today, when I meet you again, I have to say that I've probably made a rare mistake and made a bet that I would lose. Since you don't agree, why are you happy to see it happen? Because William believes that you have abilities that surpass others. You have experiences that are different from others. You can do things that others can't. There are some things, these things are things that he, and His Excellency the late Emperor could not accomplish, but William believes that you might be able to do it. What do I do to deserve it? Brando was slightly stunned, and then his heart skipped a beat. There seemed to be a hidden meaning in this evaluation. What did the different experiences from others mean? Did it mean that the other party had seen something? It sounded a little unbelievable, but for William Pist, who stood at the peak of power and one of the few who could use magic to see the future, it did not seem to be absolutely impossible. But what does this have to do with King Eric? Brando frowned, faintly feeling that he had grasped something. But he was still in a misty maze, and could only occasionally see a corner of the truth. Do you want me to be your agent and go to war with the Empire? He suddenly remembered what the Wind Elves had done in the past. At that time, the Delilah dynasty of the Elves had made such a promise to King Eric. The Bugas had sent a fleet with great fanfare. Did they want to repeat the story of the previous dynasty? You're thinking too much, little one. Am I not? You can rest assured. Going to war with the Empire will do us no good, nor is it necessary. There must be a reason for doing so. I've already mentioned the reason earlier. So, it's still related to the Great Battle of Alcala? Tolman nodded slowly. Yes, our topic is a little off topic. That great battle is the main topic. Brando glanced around. Tolman's enchantment spell still separated the inside and outside world, completely isolating sound. He suddenly felt a little funny for being so paranoid. How could the spell of the master of the Mithril Fortress fail in advance? He had a faint feeling that the following conversation might not be so simple. You haven't answered my question, Lord Tolman. About that question, I can only say that you're half right. Half. Because no one has ever deliberately done anything to cover up the battlefield of the final battle. The space in the Alcala area is not stable. That place disappeared without a trace after the final battle. It fell into the void, or was swallowed by the sea of magic. The entire space was swallowed by the noisy energy. After that, there were several continuous earthquakes in the Alkash Mountains. After that, the topography of the entire area had been completely changed. No one knows where the battlefield was buried. Disappeared? This answer was also beyond Brando's expectations. Not all. That was not an ordinary earthquake. It was a spatial turbulence formed after the stable laws and order were destroyed. The chaotic laws created a strange area in Alcala. Common sense does not apply there. In fact, for thousands of years, the battlefield of the final battle had appeared several times before the eyes of the world. It was like a ghost, suddenly appearing and disappearing without a trace. Once, it was discovered by an exiled Myrna clan. Another time, a descendant of ancient dwarves broke into this area. Tolman replied slowly. His voice did not fluctuate, but the things he described were very strange. After that, it flashed a few times, but it was not known to the world. In order to monitor its traces, the Bugas built countless observation points in this rift zone. Wait, you're talking about this rift zone? Are there other rift zones? Of course, our world is a whole. Once a crack appears in the laws of Tiamat, there is bound to be a chain reaction. In fact, this rift zone points to an area in Anzaruta to the south. Some strange things often happen there, and a large black forest is born there. Further south is the loop of trade winds, and north is the Great Glacier, forming a standard arc. This line is too long, even with the ability of the Bugas, they could not observe its end point. We can only speculate that if this circle has a center, it should be on the Great Plains in the east. Before the Age of Chaos, the people of gold and silver wandered in the wilderness full of thorns, the Great Plains that only existed in legends and had never been seen before. In addition, outside this main rift zone, there are some smaller rifts, such as the one you are familiar with, the Deadly Frost Forest. Brando was silent for a long time. Even if he counted his experience in the game, this was the first time he had heard such sensational news. If the respected scholar did not lie to him, this information had vaguely indicated something, that is, the legends that only existed in the background in the game were likely to be true. And Brando already knew that Tolman might not be lying, because the other party did not need to use such an obvious lie that would be exposed. Besides, some of his experiences had vaguely confirmed some of the content. Almost immediately, he subconsciously thought of an even more creepy thing. In the game, players had studied the whereabouts of the unforgettable unnamed ones in the deadly frost forest. Those who had lost their memories, identities, and even themselves, existences between humans and souls. They always lined up in long lines and moved forward in the forest, luring more ignorant souls to join them. These unnamed ones would enter the Sea of Dim Light at a coast north of the deadly frost forest. The direction they were moving in seemed to always be a huge arc tangent to the north coast of Erewhon. Players had racked their brains to study this enigmatic route, but in the end, it was all to no avail. They could only attribute it to the game designer's bad taste. However, at this moment, a new possibility uncontrollably appeared in Brando's mind. Those unnamed ones were moving forward along the rift zone mentioned by Tolman. But what kind of power, what reason drove them to do such a thing? What made these people lose their way? Brando could not help but shudder at the thought of those pale-skinned, empty-eyed, and bewildered trekkers. He suddenly remembered Viscount Turst, whom he had met in Bragg's. The people who took him away might have been the same group of people. What did that guy want to tell him? Unfortunately, he did not understand the situation at that time and missed the opportunity in vain. After a while, Brando forced himself to throw these thoughts out of his mind and reluctantly digested the news. He looked up at Tolman, and his forehead was slightly sweaty. This was just the beginning, so, the two sides of the battle in the Alcash Mountains entered the final battlefield by mistake. It's still half of it. We did enter the battlefield of the final battle by mistake, or rather, it appeared before us like a ghost. At that time, it was your grandfather who commanded the Allied forces of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. As his deputy, I immediately felt the seriousness of the problem, and our opponents, the Wind Elves, had no lack of capable people. We quickly decided to call a truce and planned to withdraw from the battlefield under the coordination of the Buga envoys. Tolman replied slowly, as if recalling the situation of that day. Brando could imagine an ancient battlefield, quietly appearing between two armies in the fog. What a strange scene it was. What happened after that? He asked. He understood that if the two sides involved in the war had peacefully withdrawn from the battlefield as Tolman said, there would not have been so much later. We made a mistake. In fact, it was an oversight. Oversight? You said before that the mortals could get close to Alcra and find the final battlefield. They must have been instructed by one side. I said you guessed half of it right. And the other half is, it was true, but the ones who did it secretly were not the Bugas. It was a dragon. Dragon? Brando was taken aback. Tolman raised his head and looked at the sky. Just like the Myrnas, dragons have the blood of gold flowing in their veins. In the War of the Holy Saints, not all dragons stood on the side of the four sages. You should know this, right? Brando knew this. The dragons were still divided into good and evil, and the source came from the break in the era of the War of the Holy Saints. But no one knew the reason why the dragons would fight side by side with the mortals, just like how few people understood the sacred covenant between the Bugas, Queevil, and the mortals. Why would the silver and gold generation give up their era and fight for the era of the mortals? Was it because of a promise by the Azure Knight, for the era of mortals in the prophecy? Not necessarily. One of the dragons was Odin, a staunch ally of the Dark Dragon. You mean the Seven Dragons King, the evil dragon Fuchsia? Yes, after the end of the War of the Holy Saints, as the loser, Fuchsia Cath was sealed under the Great Glacier by Gwyneth and Tyskraz. Brendel knew these two famous names. The former was the previous generation's Dragon King, Gwyneth, who was almost a god, the overlord of the sky. The latter was the famous Dragon of Heroes, who later played an important role in helping the humans resist the Twilight invasion during the Calamity of Wolves. But he did not say anything and continued to listen to Tolman. However, the fall of Fuchsia did not stop the ambitions of the dragons. In fact, there are still some dragons who still remember the previous era secretly operating in the human world. Due to my negligence, 3 dragons named Obsidian, Adakasha, and Gwendolyn had infiltrated the alliance. They had been lurking by the side of the previous emperor for many years. During the War of the Holy Saints, they protected the princess as the royal knight. I think you already know who they are. That princess is. Brando only felt a buzzing in his head. A few important clues were like lightning in the dark night, flashing brightly in his thoughts. In the darkness, the truth seemed to have surfaced. You guessed right. Her name is Constance, the flower of the princess, the apple of the emperor's eye. Chapter 975. Grand Emperor Grantocrates had been a playboy all his life, leaving behind countless descendants. Among these princes and princesses, only Queen Ophelia's sons and daughters had the right to inherit the throne. Among them, the Silver Queen was the 3rd daughter of the queen, and was deeply loved by His Majesty and the queen. Under the rule of the Holy Cathedral of Fire in the south of Wonde, there were countless princesses in dozens of small and large countries. If these princesses were compared to the stars in the night sky, then among the hundreds of millions of stars, there would always be 1 or 2 brightest stars, such as the Nun Princess Magadal and the Pearl of Erewhon, Griffin. But 60 years ago, the night sky belonged to only one person. That person was the Silver Princess, Constance. Constance could be said to be the kind of person who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. As the daughter of Grand Emperor Grantocrates and Queen Ophelia, she had an incomparably noble birth. As she grew up, her beauty gradually spread beyond the empire. Even as far away as St. Tossel, where the Wind Elves lived, Fanzan in the north, and the 10 cities ruled by free mercenaries and merchants, people were talking about this cruise princess. Constance was also a seer. When she was born, she had a part of the silver bloodline. This was the origin of the title of princess. When she was a young girl, the chief court wizard of the Cruz Empire, Master Jarrett, asserted that she would become the most outstanding wizard of the empire in the future. Just like the scholar girl Shido, Constance's outstanding talent quickly attracted the attention of the Bugas. Ajani, the leader of the Wizards of the Silver Society, had taught Her Majesty the Queen when she was a girl for a long time. But just this alone was not enough to make her the successor of the empire. Don't forget that she still had 2 older brothers. Even though the eldest son of Emperor Grantocrates had been injured in the war in the north and had been suffering from constant injuries since then, he had passed away at the age of 27. However, his second son was talented and intelligent. Furthermore, he was as cultured and refined as his elder brother. Furthermore, he had the support of the Prime Minister. No matter how one looked at it, he was the best candidate for the throne. To Emperor Grantotilde, the best choice was to let his second son inherit the throne and let his youngest daughter, Constance, become a court mage or enter the Holy Cathedral of Fire. This was undoubtedly the best of both worlds for the royal family. Brando knew that there must have been some earth-shattering accidents when the Silver Queen finally took over the throne from the Emperor. These accidents obviously happened during the war in Algash. He asked, what exactly did they encounter there? What does it have to do with my grandfather? Was my grandfather's trial a cover-up? Don't worry, take your time, little guy. They passed through the fog, and guess what they saw there? Tolman looked at Brando with interest. They found the inheritance of the Dark Dragon. The inheritance of the Dark Dragon? Brando was shocked and clenched his fists guiltily. In the current Wonde, anyone who had anything to do with the Dark Dragon was like a rat crossing the street. It was understandable just by looking at the situation of the witches. They were only suspected of having an affair with the Dark Dragon. The Myrnas, the former servants of the Dark Dragon, were even expelled from the civilized world and disappeared into the great glaciers for thousands of years. The last person in the human world who had Myrna's blood was the great knight dubbed of the Grecius Knight Regiment 600 years ago. He was found to have 1/4 Myrna blood and was burned at the stake. That dark era was really chilling to think about. Although it was not as strict as it was a few hundred years ago, it was impossible for the Silver Queen to inherit the throne just because she obtained the inheritance of the Dark Dragon. Not to mention the throne, it was more likely that the royal family would treat it as an unspeakable scandal and imprison her forever. However, the development of history was bizarre and contrary to common sense. At least the world now knew who the Supreme Emperor of Cruz was. It was that person's inheritance. When Constance found them, they were sealed in 2 broken crystals. 2 broken crystals. Brando's heartbeat quickened. Weren't they soul gems? Tolman nodded. There has always been a legend among the mountain people living in the Latch of Wa. It is said that before the final battle, the Dark Dragon sealed part of his soul imprint in a gray gem. This gray gem was discovered by a team of explorers in the White Mountain Creek Valley. It was called the Gray Valley Crown. After the final battle, the Gray Valley Crown was artificially divided into several pieces. The person who divided the gems was Conrad, a legendary craftsman who had 1/4 mountain folk blood. He completed the work in a valley in Walla. Many mountain people were captured and used as laborers. Most of them were killed, but there were still a few who survived. Therefore, this legend has been passed down by the survivors until now. And what Constance found was 2 of the Gray Valley Crown that was divided into 6 pieces. The Myernas call these broken crystals soul gems. Brando stood in place and was silent for a long time before he continued to ask, and then? Tolman smiled and changed the topic. Everyone knows that the Dark Dragon Odin is the root of all evil and is a tyrant. However, the jealousy of the mortals towards the Myernas and their coveting of the tyrant's power has never stopped. The reason why people are so keen to find the battlefield of the final battle is because legend has it that the Dark Dragon left the inheritance of the Myernas, the only inheritance of the golden bloodline in the mortal era other than the dragons, on that battlefield. The Dark Dragon left the inheritance of the Myernas on the battlefield of the final battle? Brando frowned. How could anyone believe such a ridiculous rumor? If Odin left the inheritance on the battlefield, how could the 4 sages be indifferent? Besides, weren't the Silver Folk also involved in the battle? You think this reason sounds ridiculous? Tolman asked Brando with a smile. Actually, it's not like that. There's a reason for this rumor to spread. For thousands of years, people have tried their best to find the glorious inheritance of the Myernas, but to no avail. The only place left is the battlefield of the final battle. However, the 4 sages were tight-lipped about the outcome of the final battle after the War of the Holy Saints. Even the Silver Folk swore an oath according to the sacred covenant to keep a secret. In fact, everyone knows what that secret is about. The inheritance of the Dark Dragon is too sensitive. If people want to get it, it's difficult to bypass the justice of the War of the Holy Saints. But the knowledge and civilization of the Myernas are different. Constance is the princess of the empire and naturally knows this. In fact, her goal was the latter from the beginning. If the empire can inherit the golden civilization, it will be above Saint Tossol and Fanzan, and also above the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Constance knows very well that now that the inheritance of the Dark Dragon is here, the rumor is likely to be true. The inheritance of the Myernas is also here. But she also knows that it's unrealistic for her and Gwendolyn to search the entire battlefield. Tolman paused for a moment. Of course, at that time, she didn't know the true identity of Gwendolyn and the rest. The only thing she could think of was to ask Darius and me, who is your grandfather? At that time, your grandfather was the marshal of the Allied forces of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, and Constance was your grandfather's deputy. In fact, she was just one of them. After all, to command such a large Allied force, your grandfather couldn't only have one capable subordinate. At that time, he had a few more important deputies. One of them was Marshal Darren Hill of the Antiburo Duchy, and the other was me. Darren Hill. It was the first time Brando heard of this name. However, most of the higher-ups of the Allied forces were the best and most outstanding soldiers from various countries appointed by the Holy Cathedral of Fire. This marshal was probably an incredible figure in the Antiburo Duchy back then. At the mention of this small country in the southeast of the Cruz Empire, the first thing that came to his mind was the nun princess. Thinking of Magadal's goddess-like appearance and her firm and kind heart, Brando couldn't help but fall into a trance. Such an excellent princess was naturally worthy of being pursued by the world, even the Holy Cathedral of Fire was no exception. But how many people knew that there might be an inhuman soul hidden in the princess body? He shook his head and threw this thought out of his mind. He listened to Tolman continue. After she returned to the Allied forces, the first thing she did was to order your grandfather to send an army into the final battlefield to search for the inheritance of the Myrna people. But Constance was a very shrewd woman. Even when she was still the princess of the empire, this kind of extraordinary wisdom had already emerged. She knew about my relationship with the Bugas, so she privately begged me not to reveal this secret to the Silver Society. She also understood the feelings Darius and I had for Erewhon, so she made a vow that if one day the Empire obtained the inheritance of the Golden Civilization and stood at the top of the world, she would give Erewhon eternal and true independence. She made a vow in the name of the Flame King Gretel, the ancestor of the Cruz people, so naturally it was true and trustworthy. That was why your grandfather and I were moved from the beginning. Speaking of this, Tolman sighed, this is because I know very well that the little princess of the Empire is outstanding, rational and clear-headed. She would never covet the inheritance of the Dark Dragon. And the inheritance of the Golden Civilization is not a taboo for the Bugas. The passing of civilization is actually something we are happy to see, so I opened my mouth and agreed on your grandfather's behalf. What about my grandfather? Brando couldn't help but ask. This question made the elder of the Silver Alliance standing in front of him twitch his snow-white eyebrows. He looked at him a little strangely and replied, young man, your grandfather was in the prime of his life, and was also handsome and charming. His prestige in the Holy Cathedral of Fire was gradually rising. Grand Emperor Grandocrates even had the intention to let him join the Empire and offered him the position of Marshal. But that old man rejected him with the stubbornness and pride unique to the Erewhon people. Although he said this, the old man's wrinkled face couldn't help but flash a trace of excitement and admiration. This was his old friend, and also the backbone of the Erewhon people. However, the pride was quickly replaced by loneliness. He shook his head and said, since ancient times, young girls have always admired heroes and knight. And a woman as outstanding as Princess Constance would naturally have her eyes on the top of her head. In the entire Holy Cathedral of Fire, the only person who could make her look up to was probably your grandfather. Brando almost spat out a mouthful of water. He was so shocked that he couldn't help but blurt out, you mean my grandfather and Her Majesty the Queen, she. His words were stuck behind the word she. No matter how rich his imagination was, he couldn't believe that his grandfather almost became the man of the Silver Queen. And that woman was now the ruler of such a vast area, from the Hazel Highlands in the west, to the four-leaf grass in the east, to the mountains of Aman in the south, and to the Sea of Aranta in the north. She was the supreme person of the empire, the emperor of the Cruz people. Sometimes, reality was even more absurd than the most bizarre night novels, but this was too outrageous, and he could not accept it for a while. Tolman nodded solemnly. Although this relationship has never surfaced, the relationship between your grandfather and Her Highness was actually an open secret within the alliance. Thus, whether it was for public or private reasons, your grandfather had to agree to Her Highness' request. But what we didn't expect was that 2 days later, things took a turn that none of us expected. No one expected that on that night, the news quietly spread out and reached the ears of the Wind Elves and Fanzan in Saint Tossol. By the time we reacted, the whole thing was a mess. In order to get ahead of us, the Fanzan and the Wind Elves disregarded the opposition of the Buga people and took the lead in sending troops to the final battlefield. Because of this, Her Royal Highness was extremely disappointed in your grandfather. That night, the only people who knew this secret were me, your grandfather, and Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn and the other two were Her Royal Highness chamberlains, so they had no chance or time to spread the news. And I, who was half a silver person, had no motive to do so. So after eliminating all the possibilities, your grandfather was the biggest suspect. Brando didn't interrupt, but he also knew that if he were in that environment, the first suspect would definitely be his grandfather. If he had been in his grandfather's position, he might have also considered spreading the news. If personal feelings were excluded, for Erwin, the best situation on the continent would be for Saint Ossol, Fanzan, and the Cruz Empire to restrain each other and maintain a balance of power. This way, a small country like Erwin would have a chance to survive. Although the Silver Queen's oath was true and trustworthy, it was only her oath after all. Not to mention that she wasn't the emperor of the empire at that time. Even if she was, what about 100 years later? So the best way was to spread the news, muddy the waters, let the Buga people intervene, and make everyone lose their chance. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, could it really be my grandfather? Of course not. Tolman shook his head decisively. Who is your grandfather? Why would he be two-faced in front of his woman? He is an indomitable hero. Even if there was a legitimate reason, he wouldn't use these schemes. But at that time, Her Royal Highness didn't listen to his explanation at all. She directly exercised the power of the Empire's princess to supervise the coalition forces, deprived your grandfather of his command, put him under house arrest, and then led the army into the final battlefield. The old man sighed. In fact, with your grandfather's prestige at the time, it was very easy to oppose Constance. Although she nominally had the hidden identity of an army supervisor, the coalition forces weren't just Cruz's people. What's more, to deprive the marshal of the coalition forces' military power based on suspicion alone, this was unreasonable. Unfortunately, your grandfather was unwilling to fall out with Her Royal Highness, which led to the tragedy that followed. The tragedy that followed? Brando couldn't help but frown and asked cautiously. He only knew that later on, his grandfather was put on trial by the Holy Cathedral of Fire, and Her Royal Highness inherited the throne not long after that. Gwendolyn and the other 3 dragons were now expelled by the dragon race, banished to the underground of Jorgundy Ridge, and ordered not to step foot in Wonde. But as for what exactly happened, although there were different opinions, there was still no conclusion. It was said that his grandfather was attacked from behind when he went deep into the Alkash Mountains. Whether this was because of the persecution and conspiracy of the Holy Cathedral or some other reason, it was unknown. You should have guessed it. Now it seems that it was actually Gwendolyn and the other 2 who spread the news. As the princess's servants, they naturally didn't have the opportunity, nor the motive and reason. But if they were dragons, their behavior is understandable. They bewitched Constance to look for the inheritance of the Myrnas, but their real purpose was actually the soul gem left behind by the Dark Dragon. Since they had already found the fragment of the Grey Valley's crown, how could they give it up so easily? Earlier on, they were on the same side as Her Royal Highness, but now, Constance wanted to control the situation and control everything within the range that the Empire could bear. From this moment on, their goals diverged. So, Gwendolyn and the others immediately spread the news, stirring up the water first, and then waiting for an opportunity to seize the soul gem. Their purpose was naturally the legend of the return of the Dark Dragon and the Darkness Prophecy. At this point, Tolman looked at Brendel with a profound gaze, causing the latter to break out in cold sweat, before he continued to narrate, that's right. At first, their conspiracy almost succeeded. But who would have thought that the secret of the final battle was far from as simple as they thought? His voice became a little distant, as if he was recalling everything that happened at that time. When the Cruz, Fanzan, and the Wind Elves all entered the fog-shrouded battlefield, something terrible happened. The soldiers lost their minds one by one, as if they were controlled by an invisible force. At first, they killed each other, until the number of people who could still maintain a clear mind became fewer and fewer. What was even more frightening was that this situation spread like a plague, and was no longer limited to within the fog. Even the Allied army stationed outside the battlefield began to be affected. Things got out of hand. The Bugas wanted to intervene, but it was already too late. And as the Bugas' liaison in the Cruz Alliance, I naturally knew the news immediately. At that moment, I knew that trouble was coming. There is only one possibility in this situation, and that is that there must be a huge seal on the final battlefield, and there is some kind of evil that we do not know of sealed under it. And now, someone has touched this seal. We immediately notified the headquarters of the Silver Alliance. After searching through the ancient books and the oral accounts of some of the sages who survived the War of the Holy Saints, we confirmed this news. The secret that the 4 sages kept to themselves in the final battle was indeed related to this seal. And as for what this seal is, even the silver folk did not have the slightest record of it. There was only a paragraph of text that described the situation from the side. The text was actually written in the appendix of the Sacred Covenant, and it was described as follows: I, Elroy Mithril, in the name of the Silver Folk, swear on the Sacred Covenant. Under the witness of the 4 sages, the Silver Folk will henceforth shoulder the responsibility of monitoring the entire world, and guard this secret until the prophecy is fulfilled. The prophecy? The prophecy was also written in the appendix, and it was described as follows: 16. The tower, the lost moon took away the light. XX, judgment, the light lost. 17. The star, the silver generation was lost on the earth, and moved forward in darkness and obscurity. 8. Strength, the chance encounter between the emperor and the fool. 9. The hermit, the rusty clockwork was being reset. XXI, the world, the sword that changed fate. With half the blood of the silver folk flowing in his body, Tolman's memory was amazingly good, and he described the entire prophecy word for word. Brando could not help but feel a chill down his spine when he heard the entire prophecy, because he suddenly realized that he had seen this prophecy before. When he first crossed over to this world, in those consecutive dreams, he had seen the first paragraph of this prophecy more than once. What exactly is this language describing? He could not help but blurt out. But Tolman shook his head. We don't know either. Elroy was the previous leader of the Silver Society, and even he did not mention such a paragraph in the appendix, not to mention that he died in an accident in the year of green, so we can't ask him for confirmation. Then what is sealed under the battlefield of the final battle? It's a crystal. Tolman hesitated. Behind the fog, there is a majestic temple. According to the description, the temple is 66 feet tall, and both sides are hidden in the fog. There is no way to know how wide it is, and it seems to be the place where the final battle took place. The temple is badly damaged, and in the center of the temple, there is a huge purple crystal in the ruins. The crystal seems to have fallen from the sky, and it went straight into the solid marble floor of the temple, causing the stone slabs and soil to arch up, and half of the crystal's volume is buried underground. Anyone who gets close to the crystal will be assimilated by the crystal, and become a monster. Turn into a monster, Brendel frowned, as if he had a thought. Turn into such a monster? Tolman gently patted the back of his neck. From here on, there will be patches of crystal-like keratin growing, and then the whole person will gradually be assimilated by the crystal, turning into a half-human, half-crystal monster. At this time, he will have completely lost his mind, and become like a wild beast, fierce and bloodthirsty, and extremely hostile to the humans who were originally the same kind, or the wind elves. Crystallization disease. Brando already understood what it was, and he could not help but think of the crystallization monster he encountered in Ampere Seal. There was only one thing that could cause the crystallization disease, and that was the Somir crystal. Chapter 976. The Somir crystal was also known as the Somir or in the game. When it was first discovered, it was thought to be a crystal or that was rich in magic. Later on, people gradually discovered another characteristic of this crystal, the ability to crystallize. The Somir crystal had the ability to crystallize any living organism that came close to it. However, the crystallized organism did not lose its life. Instead, it was transformed into a kind of life form made up of crystals, a semi-crystallized organism. As this ability was not only effective on animals, it also had the same effect on plants. Therefore, large areas of crystal forests were often found around the Somir crystal. In fact, it was one of the reasons why crystal forests were formed. However, the assimilation effect of the Somir crystal on living organisms was a slow and gradual process. It usually took a few years or even longer to complete the process. According to Tolman's description, the soldiers of the three empires were affected by the crystallization disease after only 2 or 3 days of entering the final battlefield. Although this crystal sounded very similar to the Somir crystal that Brando had heard of before, the effect was obviously much stronger. Perhaps it was a variant of a stronger magic power, or perhaps it was something else entirely. But no matter which it was, the crystallization process should be an irreversible process. That was why he had such a headache when he faced Elaine's crystallization disease. In fact, in the game's records, there were only a few cases of crystallization disease being cured. Most of them were thanks to the miraculous abilities like the Fountain of Life or the Miracle Spell. On the battlefield of the final battle, it was obviously impossible for so many miracles to exist at the same time. There were countless soldiers on the battlefield, and in addition to the basic soldiers, there were also a large number of nobles. There was no lack of upper-class nobles among them. If these people died on the battlefield, it would be a big matter for any country at that time. Judging from Tolman's tone, when the crystallization disease spread, it was obvious that most of the people were affected. Speaking of which, it was necessary to mention the attitude of the nobles in Wone during that time. Before the Second Holy War, the nobles generally regarded participating in the war as a kind of glory. It was not because they still had the heroic spirit of their ancestors who had cut through the thorns in the wilderness. On the contrary, in the heart of the civilization, after the first generation of pioneering knight gradually faded from the view of the world, the descendants were increasingly addicted to playing and having fun. They had long lost the demeanor of their ancestors. During the War of the Holy Saints, the human nobles could easily die for a word or a promise. But today, after 1,000 years, this kind of behavior was regarded as something that only fools would do. The nobles were not afraid of war because it was not a matter of life and death for them. This was especially so for the Empire of Cruz. There were very few records of upper-class nobles dying in the war. Unless they were too unlucky to be shot by stray arrows, or died of diseases because they could not acclimatize to the climate. Even if they were captured, they would still be treated with dignity. For their enemies, hostages meant a large sum of ransom. To this day, most of the nobles still reminisced about that era. They thought that the war of that era was a classic and romantic war that combined the spirit of the knight and the virtues of kindness. Of course, this privilege was only for the nobles. For the soldiers from the lower class, the original intention of war had never changed. It was still mixed with the cold metal and the smell of death. From this, it could be seen that if hundreds or thousands of nobles died in a war, it would be a nightmare for any country of that era. Even the royal family could be torn apart by the angry family members of the deceased. One had to know what kind of power was behind the deceased. For example, Brando remembered very clearly that on the side of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, there were 3 dukes in the Cruz Empire who participated in the war. There were also a bunch of lords under them, big and small. Behind each of them was a tangled and complicated network of relationships. It was not an exaggeration to say that it included the bloodlines of the nobles in the entire empire. If these people died on the battlefield, it was very likely that an empire's princess would be implicated. The situation on the side of Saint Tassol and Fanzan was similar. If such a thing happened, it would be impossible to cover it up no matter which side it was. There was no way to cover it up at all. Thinking of this, Brando's thoughts suddenly flashed. He realized who his grandfather's scapegoat was, but this thought only flashed through his mind. He immediately shook his head. His grandfather could not bear this scapegoat at all, even if he was the commander of the allied forces of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Moreover, he also knew that although many nobles died in the Battle of Algash, it was not to the extent that it was unacceptable. At least the princess, the 3 dukes, and a few important people returned to the country intact. Could it be that the crystallization disease knew how to differentiate between high and low, and that nobles were immune to it? This kind of nonsense was obviously not worth mentioning. There was only one possibility, and that was that someone turned the tide and saved the allied forces of the 3 empires at the last moment. This would also explain why the 3 holy cathedrals stopped fighting after that, and the Second Holy War came to an end. Regarding that person, Brando already had a strong premonition in his heart. More than once, the tall figure of that person appeared in his mind. Under the blood-red setting sun of Brags, the stag forest seemed to be dyed with a layer of soft bronze color, the flowing golden river soaked the shallows, the silent old man stood quietly, thoughtfully watching his grandson practice swordsmanship. Now that Brando thought about it, his grandfather's broad shoulders and tightly pursed lips had always been guarding some unknown secret. The whispers behind that secret lingered around the old man's life, and with the arrival of the final moment, it turned into dust and was buried in the grave. And at this moment, it was finally time for this secret to be revealed. Facing Hao Ren's questioning gaze, Tolman did not keep Hao Ren in suspense and told him everything that happened at that time. The crystallization disease seemed to have spread overnight among the allied forces of the three empires, and countless people were infected. Although the crystallization disease was not that serious at first, under the influence of the magic of the Somir crystal, all the infected became manic and agitated, gathering together to attack each other, or attack the normal people who tried to separate them. As more and more people joined them, the situation in the Alcala area gradually became out of control. Some people fled out of fear, and among them were nobles who commanded the army, and the number of normal people gradually decreased to the point where they could barely keep themselves safe. Under the circumstances at that time, discussing how to solve the problem was already a joke. The only thing left to do was to wait for death, and the only thing left to do was to gamble. The Byuga sorcerer suggested that perhaps they could break the Somir crystal in the Holy Cathedral, or throw it into some spatial turbulence through magic. Although this may not change what had happened, at least it could stop the situation from worsening. After a few rounds of discussion, this proposal was approved by most of the remaining people, but the question was, who would do it? In the ruins of the last battle, there were countless soldiers infected by the crystallization disease wandering in the fog. Just passing through them to reach the temple was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, not to mention the dangers in the mysterious temple. It was simply impossible to predict what kind of dangers there would be. It could be said that carrying out this mission was suicide, and not everyone was willing to do it because to complete this impossible mission, it was obviously not enough to rely on the strength of a few people. What they needed was an army, and an army needed a commander. Ironically, in order to compete for the so-called inheritance of the Kamairnas, no one in the three empires was willing to be left behind. As soon as the news spread, most of the nobles, including the commanders of the Imperial Coalition forces, entered the fog immediately, for fear of being left behind. At this moment, none of these noble commanders came out of the fog again. And the remaining people in the coalition forces who were qualified to command the army had either fled or were unwilling to enter the fog. In the end, the Byugas found that only one person perfectly met their expectations, and that was Darius, who was under house arrest by the Silver Queen. In terms of seniority, he was originally the commander of the coalition forces on the side of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, and his prestige was definitely enough. On the other hand, because of his disagreement with Constance, he escaped the disaster in the first place and was not infected by the crystallization disease. Now, all that was left was his own will. But as Brando expected, after learning the ins and outs of the whole thing, his grandfather did not say a word and took over the position of commander. This may seem inconceivable to others, but at that moment, Brando somewhat understood his grandfather. This was not only because of the pride of being a soldier, but also because in the fog, there was the woman he loved deeply. As the old man grew older, he had to succumb to time and fate, and his tall figure gradually stooped. In his silent heart, there was also a different kind of pride and passion. It was a pity that he had never seen his grandfather in that era. In Brando's memory, a vivid memory belonging to that old man seemed to gradually yellowed and faded, and then overlapped with another image. In that image, Brando saw a cloud of flags, a sea of night, and a man standing in front of the tide-like army, the marshal of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, and the undying ambition in his heart. That was an era that belonged to Erwin, Anson, and his two important ministers. One was in front of him, and the other was forever in his memory. Erwin in that era was far more glorious than he was now. Brando gradually became silent, just like his grandfather. He listened to Tumen talk about his grandfather's success. It was like a hero in a classical myth who survived a desperate situation and often saved the day in the most impossible situation. The people of Cruz, the people of Fanzan, and the Wind Elves finally put down their prejudice at the most critical moment and united together. Just like 1,000 years ago, they accepted the command of a human. They passed through the final battlefield filled with fog, opened a bloody path from the encirclement of the semi-crystallized creatures, and overcame the layers of illusions. It was like the ancestors who walked through the blood and thorns in the dark era to reach the holy cathedral with unyielding will. Your grandfather broke the crystal, and the huge crystal pillar was split into two. After it collapsed, it lost its magic. Not only did the crystallization disease stop spreading, even the crystallized human and elven soldiers gradually returned to normal, Tumen said slowly. That crystal is still in the Museum of Felon. Anram erected a wordless stone tablet for it to commemorate the heroes of the past. It's just that few people know its origin. Why a wordless stone tablet? Brando asked quietly. Sword Saint Darius, his grandfather, had saved the three empires. It could be said that Kurlutz, Farnazane, and even countless nobles of the Wind Elves owed him a favor, but what he received was an unfair trial. Brendel's heart was already filled with cold murderous intent. If he found out who was behind all this, he would definitely make them regret everything they had done in the past. Because the Cardoloso family still had descendants, and because Darius' grandson's name was Brando. Unexpectedly, Tumen shook his head and said a little heavily, I know what you're thinking, little guy, but it's not what you think. It's your grandfather who took the initiative to accept the trial. Brando was stunned. Why? He couldn't help but blurt out. Because if he didn't accept the trial, the Silver Princess would die. Garden of White Roses, tap, tap. Two crimson boots with golden roses on the tip stepped on the footboard of the carriage one after another, followed by a wave-like dark skirt. The Empress of the Empire, Constance, elegantly walked down the carriage with the help of a maid. Two women hurriedly stepped forward and rolled up her long skirt. Her Majesty the Empress glanced around coldly. Her furrowed brows showed that the supreme ruler of a vast territory was not calm. Your Majesty. The two rows of maids bowed. Constance ignored them. She quickly walked past them and through the corridor. Her cold face seemed to be pregnant with a storm of anger. Bang! The golden walnut door of the sleeping chamber was pushed open. The maid's outstretched hands froze in midair. They looked at the bad-tempered Empress in shock, but the latter had already said coldly, You may leave. The maids didn't dare to disobey her orders. A few of the noblewomen looked at each other in bewilderment, then bowed and left. The room quickly quieted down. She rejected you again? After a while, the soft voice of the Dragon Empress came from the sofa, as if the lady was there. She asked in her usual calm tone. But Constance didn't need to turn her head to know that the expensive golden camel fur sofa made by Sedaris was empty. She will agree. I don't have much time left for that little mountain girl, Constance replied coldly. When the time comes, I'll let her know that I won't just speak gently. That's for sure. The wrath of a king will cause blood to flow. So, you're going to use your sword on the mountain people? No, it's the opposite. The Silver Queen sneered, I'm going to marry her to that self-righteous guy, that mountain people's prince. Anyway, he has begged me more than once to marry an imperial princess to him. Since they are of the same race, I think she will be satisfied. Constance couldn't hide the contempt in her voice when she talked about the mountain people's prince. In fact, it was an insult. After all, the country bumpkin from the mountains was always so self-righteous. In fact, no orthodox imperial nobles would associate with them. The funny thing was that he took this identity seriously, so the title of a mountain people came into being. Generally speaking, as the role model of the empire and the supreme person on the throne, Constance rarely used such frivolous words. But now, she was obviously in an extreme rage. The Dragon Queen looked at her strangely from the void. She's that little guy's woman. He's that person's grandson, isn't he? You really don't care about him at all. He's that woman's grandson. Constance corrected her coldly. So, this is the jealousy between human women? The Dragon Queen's voice became a little curious. To this question, the Silver Queen had never answered. She stood silently on the spot, her eyes calm, resting on the black sandalwood desk. "What are you thinking, Your Majesty?" "I'm thinking, if I wasn't so naive back then, maybe I would be different now, Gwendolyn." "But you once had the chance to choose, Your Majesty." Constance's voice hesitated, "because I don't want to lie to myself." The fleet was about to set sail. Brando slowly stepped onto the deck and looked back. On the bridge, the silver folk were entering the portal in a single file. Tolman was walking at the back. As if he felt something, he turned around and raised his head slightly. Under the shadow of the silver silk hood with silver patterns, two silver-gray eyes shone brightly. Between his thin lips, there was a faint mysterious smile. He took a deep breath, and could not help but gently press his hand on the side of the ship that was engraved with the relief of Leviathan. About the conversation before, it was as if in an instant, it reappeared before his eyes. "I don't understand." Brando stared at the old man in front of him, his cold eyes seemed to see through him completely. "It's very simple. As I said before, on the battlefield of the final battle, in the temple, that strange crystal was sealed at the beginning. But the person who sealed it was not the four sages, but the darkness dragon Odin. The first one to touch that seal was Her Majesty the Queen, whom you know well. When the seal was opened, the mystery was also revealed. The secret of the final battle of the War of the Holy Saints was displayed in front of everyone. Because I was with your grandfather at that time, I don't know what they saw, but I only know one thing. That is, the answer to this mystery is related to the agreement between the four sages and the darkness dragon Odin. So, from this, it can be inferred that a legend about a rumor for 1,000 years may be true." The old man's voice was a little hoarse. "You know, the order of the mortal world and the legitimacy of the four empires are based on the righteousness of the battle of the holy saints. But in fact, there has been a saying in the past 1,000 years that the actions of the four sages in the battle of the holy saints may not be so sacred and righteous. That is to say, in this story, the darkness dragon is a tyrant, but the four sages are just usurpers." Tolman looked up and narrowed his eyes at Brando. "Do you know what this means?" Brando did not answer. He had actually heard of such a legend, but it was spread in the Amber Sword. There were countless legends of all kinds, and there was such a saying that for every bard, there would be an additional version of the story, so no one would delve into it. But he also understood what it meant if this was true. In the history of the replacement of human dynasties, fights for the throne and conspiracies to usurp the throne were not uncommon. But the sacred war of the Holy Saints was based on the covenant between the Silver Folk and the races of the continent. The cornerstone of the covenant was to end the dark reign of the Myrnas and fulfill the prophecy, the so-called era of mortals. This covenant was described as a sacred covenant in the Pale poem, also known as the Sacred Oath. Since it was sacred, it must first be based on justice. And this was also the basis of the legitimacy of the era of mortals. If all this was just a lie, then not only would the status of the four sages be questioned, but more importantly, it would violently impact the current world order, and the legitimacy of the four holy shrines would be gone. Once the prophecy came true, then the world would inevitably be plunged into endless disputes and wars, because no one could interpret morality and justice. Then the only stage left would be for the ambitious. Brendel shuddered at the thought. Chapter 977. This was an era that belonged to the ambitious. Opportunities and cunning conspiracies were like a raging river, sweeping from beginning to end for hundreds of years. Like an invisible feather pen writing furiously in the depths of dark thoughts, a complete story gradually took shape in Brando's mind. The latter half of the story could be foreseen. In the center of the fog-shrouded ruins of the final battle, in the dark and silent temple, it did not matter what Her Majesty the Silver Queen saw, what happened, whether it was true or false, right or wrong, it did not matter now. Its ending was already predetermined. The four holy cathedrals and the Bugas would never let this matter have any sequelae, let alone let its influence be brought out of the Alcala region. But the reason for this was not as sinister and despicable as the world thought it to be. Because the leader of the Silver Folk, the master of the Silver Lightning, Elroy, had pressed his hand on the sacred oath and made an oath to the four sages, declaring that in the next era, the silver folk would fulfill their duties and take on the heavy responsibility of guarding and monitoring the world. This promise, in the eyes of the people of this era, may seem inconceivable, even too childish. It was just a promise. What could it mean? The people of this era, from the nobles to the common people, believed in downright egoism. There was only naked interest between countries. Between kingdoms, between groups, it had long been a common occurrence. Conspiracies and betrayals ran rampant in the world, and this period of history was already hundreds of years old. So they could not imagine. They could not imagine that glorious era, and could not understand what a promise between the nobles was. There was an era when Elroy spoke loudly in front of the sacred covenant. Every word he said turned into silver words that were inscribed on the sacred white slate. They were like shining silver nails that were nailed into the long river of history one by one. This was not for greed, but to prove right and wrong, black and white. As the Flame King Gretel once said, "This is a righteous cause, an ideal in the heart, so it is worth protecting." Everything they did was for the long-term survival of civilization and order. Therefore, for 1,000 years, the Silver Folk had promised that they would no longer intervene in mortal wars. They had built watchtowers at the borders of the civilized world that were more dazzling than the stars. Although Brando had once maliciously joked that the Bugas were monitoring the power of the mortals in the whole world, he knew in his heart that their power has long been above the peak of the world, so much so that mortals have to look up to their aloofness. Even if mortals maliciously speculate that these wizards are manipulating the direction of history behind the scenes, they have to admit, the truth is that for 1,000 years, the Silver Folk have never crossed the line drawn by Elroy. There was a maxim among the wizards of Buga: if a successor does not keep his word, it is a disservice to the noble deeds of his predecessors. In their eyes, the promises of the nobles were the most precious things in the world. Because it was too easy to destroy, once it was destroyed, it would be very difficult to find it again. William had lamented to the players more than once, "The lives of mortals are too short, so they are too short-sighted, and it is easy for them to replace those noble values with immediate benefits. It is difficult for them to understand that the gains do not make up for the losses." After Tolman slowly finished the first half of the story, Brando looked up at him. He did not know if it was his imagination, but he felt that there was some deep sadness in the elder's silver eyes. He could actually understand where this sadness came from. On the battlefield ruins of the final battle, if everything that happened in that temple really proved that the four sages were wrong, or not so righteous, then it would cast a shadow over the sacred oath. If a successor does not keep his word, it is a disservice to the noble deeds of his predecessors. But what if all this was wrong from the beginning? Now there were only two choices left in front of the four holy cathedrals and the Silver Folk: either they admit the mistakes of their predecessors, and let the world undergo a thorough reform and baptism. After that, the four holy cathedrals may disappear, but at least the truth will always exist in the world. But more likely, they would let the world sink into darkness, let conspiracies and lies obscure the light of reason, and let Wone become the biggest stage for ambitious people in the next few hundred years. Or they would cover up the truth. Although it would tarnish their own hearts, the fire of civilization and order would still exist, and at least the world would not fall into a sea of fire. The War of the Holy Saints had ended 1,000 years ago, and there was no reason to let the hatred of that era continue. That would be too selfish. The four holy cathedrals chose the latter. At that time, other than the dragons and the wizard leaders of the Silver Alliance, there were also the popes and high priests of the four holy cathedrals. These people were different from the corrupted vermin below. They were all true seekers of truth, so this choice was a great pain and torture for them. Because they knew it was a lie, but they had to use nobility as an excuse to cover up the lie. This was double the damage to the shining truth. Since the decision has been made to cover up the truth with lies, then everything that happened on the battlefield of the final battle should not appear in front of the world again. After a long silence, Tolman slowly said, "But so many upper-class nobles were sacrificed on the battlefield, and there must be someone responsible for this. This person, Her Royal Highness." "What about my grandfather?" Actually, no one forced Darius, but one day, he suddenly came to us, and you agreed? Brando asked in a low voice. Of course not. Tolman shook his head. But your grandfather said something to us. He said that you can't let Princess Constance bear this responsibility. She knows too much, and there are too many suspicious points in the whole incident. She can't afford to be suspected. More importantly, she is now the leader of the group of nobles who have also entered the Holy Cathedral. If you have decided to cover up everything, then you must appease each and every one of them. So, not only can she not be a sinner, she must be a hero. Your grandfather looked at us with his head held high, and his eyes flashed with a light that I still can't forget. Then he slowly said, "You have sacrificed too much for this, and I can't let all of your efforts go to waste. So, let me do it. Here, only I have the right to do it." After saying this, he turned and left the tent. Brando quietly listened to these words and did not speak for a long time. He only felt a strange emotion surging in his heart. He blinked his eyes, and his lips were a little dry and bitter. This is a noble's career, how can I let others monopolize it? There is such a man, whose silence contains too many meanings. Although he did not say a word, looking back on the past, he could answer the questions that most people in this world did not dare to face with a clear conscience. He did not let down his own beliefs, and also did not let down his beloved woman. That required not only courage, but also extraordinary wisdom. This man is his grandfather. This is a life without regrets, one can't help but yearn for it. Next up is the trial? Brando asked bitterly. He originally thought that his achievements had surpassed the figure in his memory by a lot, but now it seemed that it was just a child's play. This thought made him feel ashamed. Next up is the trial. Tolman replied in a deep voice, that trial. Those who truly understood the truth knew that it was just a child's play. There weren't many who dared to face that lie, so there were only a few who were present. Most of the others were missing their seats. So most people think that it is a secret trial, but the truth is not like that. This is the last dignity left for your grandfather. But as a good friend of your grandfather, I was present at that time. After the trial, your grandfather should have been secretly executed, but because of the reason you know, he was only relieved of all his duties and reputation, and secretly sent back to Erewhon. After that, almost no one has heard any news about him. In fact, in the whole of Wonde, there are only a few people who really know that your grandfather is still alive. These people, including the high priest of the previous generation of the Holy Cathedral, chose to self-destruct because they could not bear the torment in their hearts. Do you know? Tolman suddenly said, at the end of the trial, the supreme being of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, the teacher of the current Holy See of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, turned around and whispered something to me. Today, how can we still pursue the truth and right? This sentence set off stormy waves in Brando's heart. At that moment, he suddenly understood why the whole continent fell into complete darkness 60 years after the War of the Holy Saints. Even the Third Holy War was called the most chaotic and the darkest war of the mortals. In the following hundreds of years, it was an era of intrigue. Opportunities and cunning conspiracies were like surging undercurrents, sweeping from beginning to end for hundreds of years. With the advent of the Slate War, the Wizards of the Light were also forced to put down their pride and join the War of the Mortals. In that war, the sky and earth changed, blood flowed like rivers on the earth, and the order of the past completely collapsed. Then, the eternal night came, and the power of dusk fell uncontrollably on the earth. The surging torrent of history, at this moment, was like a long river that flowed endlessly, surging towards him without stopping. The lock on the dusty Pandora's box finally opened in Brando's heart with a click. We are all sinners. The light of civilization has been extinguished at this moment. Next, it will be a long winter night. Perhaps in my lifetime, I will not see it light up again. Although the 4 holy cathedrals covered up all the secrets of the final battlefield, you could lie to everything, but you could not lie to yourself. In the hearts of Vala and his legendary teacher, the believers' belief in justice and truth was uncontrollably shaken. The holy cathedrals had lost their reliance on justice and glory, and everything they believed in naturally became a castle in the air. The confusion of the higher-ups inevitably spread throughout the holy cathedrals. This confusion, after brewing for nearly half a century, uncontrollably turned into a kind of panic. If people realized that everything they had insisted on before was wrong, then what was the point of their persistence? Furthermore, was the world created by the four sages really so correct? This is the source of everything. Tolman laughed bitterly. The bitter fruit is self-inflicted. It turns out that we made the wrong choice from the beginning. After that, according to the original plan, the dragon and the Holy Cathedral of Fire made a private exchange and Constance became the queen of the empire. This was not only to appease the nobles, but also to compensate your grandfather. However, her merits and demerits were selectively downplayed by the Holy Cathedral of Fire. After all, it was impossible for them not to have any complaints. But what we did not expect was that everything that happened in the Alcala region had an equally huge impact on the princess, who was still in her youth at that time. What we did not expect was that she eventually obtained the inheritance of the Dark Dragon. Later, we found out that before returning to the country, she had met your grandfather once. At that time, she asked your grandfather if he was willing to correct the mistakes of history with her. My grandfather, he refused. Tolman nodded. But he also kept his promise. He never revealed a word of that conversation in his life. It was not until after his death that we received a letter from him. Brando only knew that his grandfather had written a letter to these Bugas before his death. He suspected that the same letter might have been sent to the Holy Cathedral of Fire and several other major holy cathedrals. From that letter, we learned the true thoughts of the crew's queen. It turned out, she wanted to become the Dark Dragon. Become the Dark Dragon? Brando's heart skipped a beat. Not only that, we don't know what she saw in the Holy Cathedral, but she must have seen more than the nobles. She seemed to believe that what the four sages had done was a complete mistake, so she was determined to correct this mistake, whether it was for the sake of ruling the world or to uphold what she thought was right. This is? Brando asked in a low voice. The origin of this war, right? Tolman nodded slowly. Brando was silent for a moment. You knew all this a long time ago? A little earlier than you, Tolman smiled bitterly again. But we can't be sure if this is the true thoughts of the Queen. After all, she has been enduring for decades. She seems to be waiting for an opportunity, but no one knows what that opportunity is. Why didn't the Holy Cathedral of Fire stop her? Brando only realized that he had asked a stupid question after asking this question. He saw Tolman looking at him helplessly. The person involved back then was the current master of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, Vala. Presumably, Vala was still in deep confusion like everyone else. If the Holy Cathedral of Fire could not confirm that everything they did was right, then what reason did they have to stop the Silver Queen? What a sin. Brando couldn't help but groan. So, you didn't choose me, did you? What right do I have to stop Her Majesty? Of course you have, little one, the old man winked at him playfully. Don't think I don't know what cards you have in your hand that you haven't played yet. Brando immediately understood what the other party was talking about. Cruz's eldest son. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he had shot himself in the foot by letting that guy stay. He couldn't help but say helplessly, well, having a trump card is one thing, but the difference in strength is another. What right do I have to sit in the same position as Her Majesty? That does seem to be the case, but what she has done is too crazy. Not everyone in the Imperium will support her. You can always find supporters, can't you? Besides, you are the descendant of Darius. No one is more suitable than you for this matter. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens, little one. And then, you Bugas will stay out of it? Brando replied with some annoyance. It's good to be clean and honest, but if you still care about your own feathers at this time, you are fishing for praise. Not to mention, you are the ones who caused this trouble. Hearing this, the old man's face darkened. He slowly shook his head. Sigh, you don't understand, little one. The four holy cathedrals are confused, but aren't we the same? Ever since that incident, we are no longer sure that we have made the right choice. There are already a lot of voices in the council asking us to stay away from the affairs of mortals as much as possible to avoid repeating the same mistakes. This time, secretly helping you build a fleet is already the best we can do. Tolman was speaking very sincerely, but Brando didn't accept his explanation. He replied, "But if even you can't be sure whether you are wrong or right, how can I be sure that standing on the opposite side of Her Majesty is definitely right? Don't tell me that in your eyes. I don't have the slightest persistence for justice in my heart. No, you are different, little one. Anyone can say that they are wrong, but you can't, because you are the descendant of Darius." Tolman looked at him and said word by word, "The noble act itself can never be wrong. Even if we doubt our own choice, we will never think that those who sacrifice themselves for justice have the persistence for their ideals in their hearts. Do you understand?" The old man patted Brando's shoulder. "The long night of civilization is coming, and the flame will be extinguished in the ashes. But under the embers, there will still be a flame. Perhaps our generation will never see it reignite again, but to you, it must be reignited and passed down from generation to generation, right? And this is the mission of the pioneers you are pursuing." After hearing this, Brando couldn't help but fall into silence. He looked to the west, and the red sun was slowly sinking below the mountains as if it was announcing the arrival of the cold night. However, in the dark night, who would hold up a torch that sparkled like stars? He looked up, and the image of the silent old man in his memory was unusually clear and distinct. At the same time, the prophecy of the future that Tolman spoke of also floated in his mind. 16. The tower. The lost moon has taken away the light. XX. Judgment. The light has lost. 17. The star. The silver generation has been lost on the earth, walking forward in the darkness and obscurity. 8. Strength. The coincidental meeting of the emperor and the fool. 9. The hermit. The rusty clockwork is being reset. XXI. The world. The sword that changes fate. Chapter 978. The stars were like dust. The silver-robed mages disappeared behind the door of light one by one. Tolman looked at Brando, who had his hands on the side of the ship, leaning forward to stare at him. He smiled slightly, then turned and stepped into the door of light. He was the last Buga to leave. The circular door of light on the bridge turned half a circle clockwise behind him, then quickly shrank into a spot of light, slowly falling to the ground like a piece of dust. Under the night sky, after the fierce battle during the day, Lone Port looked devastated. There was no one in the silent city at this time. Lone Port was not big to begin with. Except for the nobles who were reluctant to part with their properties, most of the civilians had already left or fled in the early stages of the war. The remaining refugees had been arranged on the ships by the Erewhon envoys by Brando. The nobles of Cruz were quite dissatisfied with the civilians occupying their limited survival resources and space. They had been arguing for a long time, but Brando could not be bothered with these people. This was a fleet that belonged to Valhalla and also belonged to him. He did not need to care. The silver fleet floated above the dock like a school of fish. Frigates of various sizes surrounded a few larger capital ships. In the middle of the fleet was the flagship Akhenaten. Under the clear starlight, the sailors tightened the ropes under the chief mate's command, and the silver sails were bulging. Brando listened to the command, and his heart was calm. He saw that on the deck, Sergeant Marjorie from Yenalasu was commanding the sailors to roll the wooden buckets filled with fresh water and food off the deck. The lads who were going out to sea for the first time were not skilled, but they were diligent. Not only was the gangplank on the side of the ship not retracted, but an extra one was added. A certain lady, who had always considered herself as the commercial ambassador of Erewhon, stood on the edge of the gangplank. She wore a thick fur coat, a mink shawl, and a cute round hat. She seemed to be unable to withstand the biting cold wind at high altitude. She kept rubbing her hands, and her exposed face was red from the cold. But even so, she still earnestly exhorted the sailors beside her, "You guys are so clumsy, it's really worrying. Be careful later. That's an elegant lady of noble birth. Don't scare her. No problem, Roman lady. That's right. Young mistress, you should go to the bottom of the cabin first. If anything happens to you in the cold, Sir Monarch will get angry again. Unfortunately, the sailors were very familiar with this young lady's temperament and were not afraid at all. Instead, they laughed and replied. Don't talk nonsense. Your lord has a good temper. He won't get angry. Roman hurriedly retorted. Although she said so, she still looked at Brando with a guilty conscience. Seeing that the latter was absent-minded, she could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. She patted her chest and couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll arrange for you to wash the deck. Only then did the sailors shut up, laughing and laughing. Brando waited until the young lady turned her head before he withdrew his gaze. He could not help but shake his head and laugh, but in his heart, he had a faint understanding. The Bugas and the 4 holy cathedrals had realized their mistake. Because it was impossible to achieve the goal of justice through deceit. If there was a deviation in the direction from the beginning, the goal achieved could only bear bitter fruit. But was Her Majesty the Queen, who stood on the opposite side of the 4 holy cathedrals, right? Brando thought that might not be the case. Because the Bugas, the Dragon Clan, and the 4 holy cathedrals were at least right about one thing: madness can only lead to the destruction of order. It can't bring new life from the ruins. No one has the right to decide the fate of others, and no one has the right to drag the world into the flames of war. Blood can't bring about revolution, only endless hatred. Maybe I don't know how to stand on the side of justice. But at least I know what are beautiful and precious things in this world. I also know how to use the sword of a knight. Brando muttered to himself, so the Queen is indeed drifting away on the path of bigotry. A black carriage appeared on the bridge like a ghost. It quietly drove to the Akhenaten and then stopped beside the gangplank. Although the sailors were laughing and joking, they perked up at this moment because the carriage was escorted by 3 Valkyries. These female knights, who rode flaming warhorses, held spears, and wore armor, had already shown amazing strength in the battle in the afternoon. And there was someone in the envoy group who needed their protection? Everyone was startled. Not only these sailors, but the nobles who saw this scene on the warships near and far were also subconsciously puzzled. Most of them immediately turned their eyes to the flagship. The mysterious count had already boarded the ship, so who could be in the carriage? Could it be that the Princess of Erewhon had come in person? Even the people in the envoy group looked at each other. Eugenie couldn't help but nudge Marjorie with her elbow. "Have you seen Princess Magadal?" she asked. The young officer shook his head. "She's on the ship, with Judy." "What about the eldest daughter of the Yenbao family? Miss Dilfery?" "I just saw her." "Who could it be? Is it really the princess?" Duke Viro's daughter frowned and said rudely as she bit the tip of her nail. She was the kind of woman who had a particularly strong desire for control. Every time something unexpected happened, she would feel very uneasy. "You're thinking too much, Miss Eugenie." Marjorie was very calm. He looked at the former and said indifferently. The carriage stopped at the side of the gangplank, then the door opened, and Yuta jumped out. The people who saw this scene were slightly stunned at first, but then they recognized that this was the female adjutant of Count Erewhon. Unexpectedly, there was someone who needed her to personally look after. Everyone couldn't help but be curious. They stared fixedly at the carriage, as if it had come out after a long time. Finally, a person slowly walked down from the carriage. But it was a man. Ah! Eugenie saw the man. She was so scared that she almost screamed. On the other ships, the group of crew's nobles also looked like ducks that had been grabbed by the throat. They looked at the man as if he was the devil. Some of the weaker ones took a few steps back, and some of the unlucky ones stepped on the ropes and fell on their butts. Even so, they still hadn't woken up. Their faces were as white as a sheet of paper, completely drained of blood. Count Alcorn was frowning and took out his pocket watch from his clothes to look at the time under the moonlight, but at this moment, as if he was possessed, he stood there motionlessly. He didn't even notice that the pocket watch in his hand fell to the deck with a bang, and the glass cover broke into pieces. What's wrong? Marjorie seemed to have realized that the atmosphere around him was a little different. He asked the Duke's daughter next to him. It's him. Oni's teeth were chattering. Even though she was trying her best to suppress her shameful emotions, she could not stop herself from gurgling. It's that person. The leader is actually with him. No wonder he's so fearless. If in the history of the Empire, there was a person who could make all the nobles in the Empire pale at the mention of his name, and the appearance of this person was known to everyone in the Empire, but even so, the powerful Cruz Empire still couldn't do anything to him for hundreds of years. Then this person only had a name and a title. His name was Mephisto, and his title was the Ash Sword Saint. Mephisto slowly stepped down from the carriage. He was an extremely elegant middle-aged man. He had lived a luxurious life for the first half of his life, and the aura of a fallen aristocrat was branded on him like a label. He was like a prince who had wandered to another country, and wherever he went, he would involuntarily become the center of attention. He was wearing a dark trench coat, and the famous ash sword was on his back. His face was a little determined, but the most eye-catching thing was his pair of cold eyes. Mephisto raised his head and glanced at everyone in the fleet, making everyone in the Cruz Empire feel a chill in their hearts. Time seemed to have frozen. Yuta and Mephisto got on the ship one after the other. They walked across the gangplank as if they were walking on flat ground and came to Brando's side. Brando looked at the two people and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "Sorry to trouble you, teacher. I didn't expect to get you involved." The Ash Sword Saint looked at his student. This time, he had actually been following behind the diplomatic group, moving together with the Valkyrie and the Buga puppets. Originally, according to the original arrangement, it was not appropriate for him to show up on this diplomatic mission, unless it was the most critical moment. But he didn't expect that the plan would change so quickly. After Brando asked Yuta to tell him the plan, he only thought for a moment, and then the scene described above happened. Mephisto knew that his student wanted to use his name to show off, but he didn't care about it. First of all, he was very satisfied with Brando, his only student. Second, he never thought of hiding in front of the Cruz Empire. Before he stepped into the Supreme Realm, the Empire couldn't do anything to him, let alone now. So he just responded faintly, "Just do it. You are my student, I will naturally stand behind you." Brando was slightly startled and couldn't help but feel a little touched. He looked at the weather-beaten middle-aged man, who was also his cheap teacher. In his mind, although the relationship between the two of them was teacher and student, it was inevitable that there would be the color of a transaction. After all, from the beginning, this relationship was maintained by equivalent exchange. He didn't expect that after going through so much, the other party seemed to really treat him as a student. He nodded slightly and replied in a deep voice, "I understand, teacher." Mephisto still had a serious look on his face. He just nodded and said, "I'll go down first." Seeing these hypocritical Cruz people is really unpleasant. Brando couldn't help but smile bitterly. Now the world thought that he, the Count of Valhalla, was bold enough to slap the face of the Cruz Empire, but he didn't expect that Mephisto, the old enemy of the Empire, was even more arrogant. Even he didn't dare to slap the face of the Cruz people for no reason. One must know that Count Alcorn was not far away now. Although Mephisto was talking to him alone, his voice was not low at all. He must have deliberately said it for the other party to hear. But this was nothing. What was outrageous was that those arrogant Cruz nobles who always complained about this and that, at this moment, seemed to have become speechless. They all lowered their heads and pretended not to see this scene. Although Count Alcorn's face was green and white, he didn't dare to say a word. What was deterrence? This was deterrence. Brando watched Mephisto walk down the deck, but he couldn't help but curse in his heart. He didn't see his teacher say this when he saw the beautiful Legion commander of the Azure Firmament. It was really hypocritical. But thinking of this, he also remembered that he hadn't heard any news about Veronica for a while. Although the lady was from Cruz, she was one of the few people he respected. For a moment, he couldn't help but worry a little. At this time, the black carriage was arranged by the Roman to board the Akhenaten. The sailors couldn't help but be puzzled. "Miss Roman, didn't you say that there was a noble and elegant lady in the carriage? That doesn't look like a lady at all. Why isn't there a lady?" The merchant girl quibbled. "Didn't you see? Miss, you're not talking about Lady Yuta, are you? Isn't she the leader of the mercenaries? How can she be considered a noble and elegant lady?" The sailors suddenly became noisy. "Merchants have to be trustworthy." "Of course we have to be trustworthy, but loopholes in words can also be exploited, right?" The Roman smiled. "TSK," for a moment, the sailors booed. But the merchant girl didn't care at all. She asked the sailors to put away the gangplank, then went to Brando's side and proudly made an "okay" gesture. Brando was unmoved. He pinched the tip of her little nose, then said to Yuta, who was beside him, "Is everything loaded on the ship?" Yuta nodded. "The puppets and gargoyles have been loaded. But my lord, there aren't many gargoyles left. If the dragons attack again, they will definitely come again. The one behind us should be Modesty. I know her character very well." Brando glanced at the great plains under the night sky. The scattered stardust dotted the dark curtain, but the most dazzling of all was the constellation of Dragon King Bahamut in the eastern sky. Just beside this majestic star chart was a patch of darkness. It was said that before the War of the Holy Saints, this constellation belonged to the Dark Dragon. It had already fallen for thousands of years. The Roman raised her eyebrows and raised her head, trying to escape from Brando's evil clutches. But she was just a pitiful little witch. How could she be a match for a warrior like Brando? Not long after, she looked at this hateful guy with tears in her eyes. "Brando, if you don't let go, I'll bite you." As if to make this threat more convincing, the merchant girl showed her white and sharp canine teeth. Brendel smiled and let go of his hand. The latter hurriedly took a step back, rubbing his red nose and staring warily at Brendel. "Can they catch up with us?" Yuta looked at the young couple with interest and asked. "Yes, the dragons are much faster than the oldest frigates. Plus, we're carrying the refugees." Brando replied. "Then if we set sail now, won't they catch up with us at sea?" Yuta frowned. "It doesn't matter." Brando thought that Modesty might join the battle herself after learning that the Bugas had intervened. But he still replied calmly, "They can't stop us. Yuta, go and inform the Shire and Marjorie to come to the drafting room." "Oh yes, and the fat man." Yuta nodded and was about to leave when Brando called her again. "Wait. What's wrong?" The mercenary leader turned around in confusion. "Yuta," Brando hesitated before asking, "I remember you seem to know my grandfather." Yuta was slightly startled and then reacted. Her eyes lit up and she replied with some reverence, "Yes, my lord. In Erewhon, how could anyone not know your grandfather? Lord Darius, in that era, he was one of the two pillars of the kingdom, but..." She looked at her lord with some appreciation, thinking that this was probably the so-called family inheritance of the nobles. Both the grandfather and the grandson were so outstanding. But why did some nobles decay from generation to generation? It was not the first time she was puzzled about this question, but she could not think of an answer. But what? Yuta seemed to have taken a while to make up her mind to continue this question. She replied, "But my lord, when your grandfather became famous, I wasn't born yet. In fact, I saw him after he went into seclusion." "My lord." She looked at the young man in front of her and replied, "You know, near Bragg's. In fact, I saw you at that time." "What?" Brando was stunned. He never dreamed that he would have such a relationship with this mercenary leader. "My lord, do you remember that I told you about my past?" Recalling the things that happened before, Yuta's voice could not help but lower. "My sister and I were still adventurers at that time. Later, we were persecuted by the nobles and had no choice but to go into exile. Later, my lord, your grandfather saved my life. Unfortunately, my sister was not so lucky and did not survive until then. It was at that time that I saw you and your grandfather. She could not help but smile gently and made a gesture. At that time, my lord, you were only this tall. Brando was stunned for a moment before he reacted. There seemed to be such a thing in his memory, but before Yuta mentioned it, it was just a small episode in his childhood memory. It had long been blurred. He took a deep look at the mercenary leader and asked, "You recognized me from the beginning?" Janice shook her head. That was something that happened a long time later. Only then did I realize that the old man was the famous sword Saint Darius. Later on, I deliberately collected some information about him, but I didn't dare to publicize it. Later on, when I met Milord, I didn't recognize Milord at first. After all, Milord was still so young at that time. She couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought that such a cute little fellow at that time would grow up to be such an indomitable man? Compared to Milord, I was really a failure. Later. After that? After that incident in Shaflun town, I confirmed your identity from Lord Coden. From then on, I decided to follow you wholeheartedly. The mercenary leader recalled with some emotion. She subconsciously looked at her sword. My lord, she raised her head, is there anything else? Brando shook his head and felt that it was a pity. He originally wanted to know more about his grandfather from Yuta, but he did not expect that she did not know more than he did. Nothing, he replied, you can go now, Yuta. Thank you. It's my pleasure, my lord, the mercenary leader replied with a smile. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked, by the way, my lord, is your aunt doing well? My aunt? Brando was stunned for a moment. His mother had a few aunts in Karsuk, but there was very little contact between them in Cardareg and his family. He had never seen those relatives in Cardareg, so he did not understand why Yuta suddenly asked this question. Yes, it's the lady who was with your grandfather at that time. Speaking of which, she was the one who saved me first, Yuta replied. I haven't seen that kind lady for a long time, and I haven't found a chance to thank her. What? Brendel was stunned for a moment, because there was no such person in his memory. He could not help but rub his forehead, wondering if his memory was too blurry and he missed out on many details. He only remembered that he was practicing swordsmanship at the sawmill by the river, and it was his grandfather who saved a woman. As for whether it was Yuta or not, in fact, he could not remember clearly. As for whether there was another woman at that time, it was even more impossible to talk about. However, in his memory, he only remembered that there were not many outsiders who had contact with his family. Other than some of his father's business friends, his grandfather basically did not have any contact. Every day, he just supervised his swordsmanship. Could it be that he remembered wrongly? Brando could not help but rub his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. My lord? Yuta looked at him worriedly. It's nothing, Brando shook his head, my aunt, she. Well, it's okay, I'll bring you to see her next time. The mercenary leader nodded in satisfaction, and did not hear any hint of perfunctory intention. Chapter 979. There were no lights on the entire fleet. It was like a school of black fish floating in the night sky. The moonlight occasionally passed through the clouds, sprinkling the clear light on the undulating sea, and also reflected the shadow of the fleet on the waves. The silver sails were sometimes bright and sometimes dark, like a sparkling silver light. The entire fleet rumbled in the air, but the more it was so, the more silent the night seemed to be. The entire vast sky of the sublime inland sea seemed to be shrouded in this strange atmosphere. The atmosphere in the drafting room was also a little quiet. Several large maps of the entire empire and the surrounding areas of the sublime inland sea were spread out on the table. A black sheathed dagger was pressed against the corner of one side, and a sextant or something similar was placed on the other side. There were a few chairs placed around the table. Marjorie, the Shire, Avram, Count Alcorn, and another representative elected by the nobles sat around the table. Brando sat at the head of the table. Behind him stood the female mercenary commander Yuta with a sword and Hipamra with a scepter. The ladies did not want to squeeze with these men, so they stood a little further away and watched the men discuss from afar. In fact, except for Chiara and Eugenie, the other ladies were not interested in this boring meeting. Enide accompanied the little princess of House Cipher, and Judy was used to following Eugenie. After all, the little girl was not even 11 years old, and she was still afraid of being alone. In the middle of the crowd stood a young man. He was wearing a captain's uniform, a blue-gray coat, a badge with golden tassels hanging from the shoulder, a ribbon, light gray breeches, black boots, and a pair of white gloves. He gestured on the map and said, "My lord, our first task now is to determine the route. Such a large fleet can't always drift at sea, and supplies are a big problem. Therefore, we have to find a suitable target port. This place must meet the following conditions. First, it must be able to accommodate our fleet. Second, it must be able to provide us with sufficient supplies for a long time. Third, and most importantly, the port must have an attitude towards us. This is also the guarantee of the first two conditions. To be able to accommodate a fleet like ours, it must be at least a Grade 1 port. There aren't many such ports around the sublime inland sea." Avram replied, panting. The cabin was so hot and stuffy that the heir to the Duke's throne was covered in sweat. His silk robe was also soaked in sweat. His maid kept fanning him, but to no avail. His sweat was flowing like a waterfall. He wiped his forehead with a handkerchief and continued, "Only Cloak Bay, Metz, and other commercial areas have such ports. I thought for a while, and the closest ones to us should be Emma, Golden Harbor, and Fatten." He was not as bossy and domineering as the other nobles. On the contrary, he was a little timid. Perhaps it was because he had too much contact with the family business that he had picked up the cautious habits of a merchant. After wiping the sweat off his forehead, he frowned and said worriedly, "Captain, an anchorage with a Grade 1 port is most likely able to support a fleet like ours for a long time. But the problem is that the people of Cruz may not be at ease with a fleet like ours entering their port. My lord, you originally," Brando of course knew what this cautious guy was going to say. Originally, they thought that Brando only had a few ships in his hands. With the Avram family's connections in the empire, as long as they asked their business partners to take care of it, they would be able to easily settle the problem of docking and replenishing at the port. But to let the people of Cruz turn a blind eye and let such a large fleet enter the port, or even just pass through the waters near the port, was not a small matter. His original connections might not be of use. This was also the trouble that the Bugas gave him. Brando would never have thought that such a large fleet would arrive at the empire. But of course, he would not let Avram finish his sentence. He interrupted him with a look and said, "I know, you don't have to worry. You just need to inform your friends in advance and let them rest assured, lest the people of Cruz think that we are their enemies." "Is that so?" Avram muttered in his heart. Was it really that simple? Such a large fleet that did not belong to them suddenly appeared in the Empire's territory. The people of Cruz who were in charge would not even be able to sleep well. It was a little too much to say that they could rest assured. It was just that these days, Brando had already established an unquestionable authority in the diplomatic group, so these doubts could only rot in his stomach. He would never speak out rashly. Brando's eyes swept across the yellowed maps, his eyes moving along the rugged coastline of the sublime inland sea as if he was thinking. After a long while, he made a decision. "Let's go to Fathom." For a moment, the room was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone followed the young count's gaze to find their final destination. The two nobles of Cruz were obviously more familiar with their homeland. Fathom was located in the province of Emmeline, located at the estuary of the Marigold River. The province of Emmeline was east of the short Main Mountains, which happened to be the westernmost point of the Metz region. It was the northern gateway of the Evergreen Corridor. This was the heartland of the Northwest Territory of the Empire, and Fathom Port was the center of this region. It was also one of the largest ports in western Metz. Count Alcon glanced at the map, frowned, and said, isn't this place too close? Brando glanced at him and understood what he meant. Was Fathom Port too close to the Evergreen Corridor? He was afraid that the army of Jorgendy Ridge would come all the way north after breaking through Fort Azaf. After experiencing a life of panic and desperation, he finally had a chance to catch his breath. He did not want such an experience to happen again. He shook his head gently. In fact, the reason why they chose Fathom Port was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Two men had chosen this port for them a long time ago. Although the Bugas did not say why, Brando believed that the other party must have some information, but for some reason, he could not say it so directly. He could even boldly guess that the Silver Folk might have used their monitoring stations on the ground. Therefore, at such a sensitive time, two men could only choose such a subtle way to remind him. This short meeting at the moment, to put it bluntly, was just a cover for the eyes and ears of the nobles of Cruz. Brando replied, Earl Alcon, the White Legion is still in the Evergreen Corridor. The army of Jorgendy Ridge won't be able to break through this line of defense so easily. Taking a step back, if the White Legion can't stop them, then there's no safe place in the entire Metz area. You can't expect us to go directly to the heart of the Empire, right? Earl Alcon frowned. He could hear the meaning behind the young Earl's words. Besides, he also understood what it meant for such a large fleet to go directly to the heart of the Empire. At that time, no matter whether they had good or bad intentions, they would only be greeted by a frontal attack from the Cruz Royal Fleet and the Pegasus Knight Regiment that guarded the imperial capital. Then, said another noble of Cruz who was present. He was the representative of the other nobles outside of Lone Port. He was a nice gentleman with a kind face, but now he looked more nervous than Earl Alcon. Why don't we go to Cloak Bay? The real reason for not going to Cloak Bay was naturally that Tolman had warned him in advance. Most of the nobles who knew about the final battle were now rooted in this area. Needless to say, these people must be Her Majesty the Queen's hardcore supporters. And in the past few decades, the Silver Queen had never put the nobles in this area in an important position. She only let them firmly control the Empire's navy. This news made Brando more vigilant than Her Majesty the Queen's attention to these nobles. Obviously, Constance regarded these people as an important support behind her. She wouldn't put them on the table unless it was a critical moment, which was commonly known as a trump card. Knowing this, Brando naturally wouldn't foolishly walk into the other party's trap. Between Cloak Bay and Metz, it was obvious that the former couldn't be approached no matter what. But he couldn't say that now. Brando glanced at the man. The other party's question was actually within his expectations. Fortunately, these Cruz people hadn't begun to suspect anything yet. They just instinctively wanted to stay away from danger. He smiled slightly and replied with a confident look, in fact, you two don't have to worry so much. With my fleet alone, the Jorgendy Ridge people can't do anything to us. Instead, the Empire's army is a bigger threat to us. You two don't want to die in the hands of your own people for no reason after escaping from danger, right? This is the heart of the Empire. Everything must be done with caution. The reason why I chose Fathan was also because I considered many factors. First of all, I don't want to have a conflict with the Empire's navy, and I don't want to make Your Majesty the Queen feel too nervous. To be honest, I'm just the leader of a small envoy group. If it weren't for the current situation, I wouldn't want to make things so troublesome. So, let's not complicate the situation further. What do you think? Count Alcorn thought for a moment and felt that it seemed to be the case. However, he really sneered at Brando's words of, I'm just the leader of a small envoy group. Since ancient times, has there been such an envoy group? The only thing left was to drive the fleet straight into the imperial capital and force Her Majesty the Queen to abdicate. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. He wondered if the Empire had offended this damn guy in some way. Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant? He thought for a while before he slowly nodded and agreed with Brando's statement. And the remaining Mr. Nice Guy actually followed Alcorn's lead, so naturally, he couldn't put forward any other opinions. After the two sides discussed for a while, they basically confirmed some of the details. In fact, these crew's nobles had nothing to do with it. Brando's request for them was basically to not cause any trouble. However, this feeling made Count Alcorn very uncomfortable, so he took the initiative to propose that after they arrived at Fat Han, he could also use some of his connections to at least let the crew's people guarantee the supply of their fleet. Of course, he also considered this from the perspective of his own safety. After all, Brando's fleet was his only protection at the moment. After confirming the route, the crew's nobles who had been nervous all day finally relaxed. Only at this time, the fatigue suddenly returned to these nobles who lived like princes. After a whole day of fear, after witnessing a great battle and back and forth, even a figure like Count Alcorn couldn't help but feel a little dizzy and quickly took his leave to rest. After these crew's nobles left one by one, Brando immediately removed his relaxed appearance and became serious. He ordered all the members of the diplomatic group to stay, and this time, the location of the meeting was chosen in the captain's room. The captain's room of the Akhenaten was quite spacious and luxurious. It didn't seem cramped when it accommodated all the members of the diplomatic group. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the room was a little solemn, and a strange silence lingered around everyone. Avram was still wiping his sweat, but his maid was nowhere to be seen. Eugenie frowned and bit her lower lip. She subconsciously glanced at Marjorie next to her. Among all of them, only the young officer seemed to be relatively calm. The latter stood there straight, motionless, like a soldier waiting for the general's orders. Not far away, the captain of the Akhenaten looked over curiously, wondering who this was. Could it be the Lord's confidant? But why hadn't he seen him before? Beside Marjorie, there were several other ladies in the diplomatic group. Enide and Judy were very nervous. Count Yenbao's daughter was slightly better, but she was still immersed in the previous shock and had not recovered. Only Princess Magadal was calm. Beside her, Chiara's expression was very complicated. Sometimes she raised her eyebrows, and sometimes she revealed a strange smile. But overall, she looked exuberant, and at first glance, it was obvious that she wanted to see the world in chaos. After a long period of silence, someone finally broke the dead atmosphere. The one who spoke was Eugenie. Captain, we believe that you will not speak without thinking, but what you said is too. She originally wanted to say that it was too far-fetched. If it was 1 or 2 months ago, she would definitely have said it. But unknowingly, Brando had already established an image of authority in the hearts of these people. Even if she did not want to admit it, she had already subconsciously acknowledged this point. This rude word circled in her mouth a few times, but in the end, she did not say it out loud. Brando looked at these people. He chose to tell them the truth that Tumen revealed to him, not because of a moment of impulse, but because at this time, he at least needed the support and recognition from his own country. What he needed to do now was to control the crew's nobles and prevent them from causing trouble. To do this, he alone was not enough. He needed the help of others. And these Erewhon nobles in the envoy group were the support he could rely on. In fact, it was not until this moment that Brando felt a sense of identity with the nobles of this kingdom for the first time. These young descendants of the nobles had not been completely influenced by the set of rules of their parents. The innate rebellion in their bodies bloomed with the brilliance of freedom and ideals. This vitality was incompatible with this decadent and ancient kingdom. I believe that you can judge for yourselves whether what I said is true or false. Brando only gave a simple answer. Eugenie did not speak anymore. If Brando had told them these things for the first time, they might have doubted it. But in fact, as early as when they broke through the defense line of the army of Georgandy Ridge, the captain had presciently warned them that the dragons might be related to the Silver Queen. With this layer of doubt, and after connecting all the clues together, all the problems were solved. In fact, they had already accepted this statement in their hearts, but because it was too shocking, they could not reverse their original understanding of this world. But after a moment, the officer who stood like a javelin opened his mouth. "Sir Lord," he said in a deep voice. Brando was slightly startled. He suddenly realized that Marjorie called him Sir Lord, and not the captain like the others. He could not help but look at the other with some doubts. "Sir Lord," Marjorie replied, "if you have any orders, please give them. I am a soldier, and I know what to do at this time." Brando looked at this guy in surprise. He thought that he would have to persuade Eugenie first, but he did not expect this guy who was usually silent to speak first. He nodded slightly and looked at the others. "What about everyone?" "Sir, are we going to war with the Empire?" Enaid asked with some fear. "No," Brando shook his head, "but I'm afraid that we are going to war with Her Majesty the Queen. But you don't have to worry too much, we may not be fighting alone." "Sir, are you saying that someone will help us?" Avram asked with a stutter. "You will know when the time comes." Brando stared at the huge map of the entire empire hanging on the wall of the captain's room, and his eyes fell on the location of Fathom Harbor as he answered faintly. Then, he changed his tone and gave an order. "Marjorie, Avram, this is your real order, listen carefully." Both of them subconsciously became serious. "When the fleet arrives at Fathom Harbor, your mission is to immediately take over the harbor." Brando emphasized the word, take over, whether by peaceful means or by force. He raised his head, and his eyes were so bright that it was as if there were a ball of fire. "Do you understand?" The two young men were stunned at the same time. Chapter 980. After the storm, there was a touch of intoxicating blue under the dark sea. The sun passed through the dark clouds, and the sky behind them gradually became clear again. After the storm, there was only a thin drizzle left in the sky, shining with golden light under the sun. The drizzle fell on the mast of the fleet, washing away the scorch marks and bloodstains on the silver sails. The whole fleet floated above the sublime inland sea, full of scars, like a giant beast that had fallen into silence, telling the story of the battle that had just happened. The group of dragons was retreating like the tide. Modesty flapped her wings that covered the sun, and the clouds that were sucked into the vortex under her wings were torn apart like a torrent hitting a reef, turning into scattered flame fragments. She confronted the human fleet in mid-air, staring at them with hatred. Her golden pupils showed a look of resentment and unwillingness, but the shocking sword that split the storm in half a moment ago made her terrified. Supreme Sword Saint, there was actually a Supreme Sword Saint in this small human fleet. That black-clothed human man's cold eyes made her unable to summon up any will to resist. Damn it, if only that arrogant guy Obsidian was here, he would definitely teach them a lesson. The female black dragon gritted her teeth, but she had to admit defeat. She used her claws to signal her dragon general not to act rashly. "Go, retreat. They are going to Faust. Let's wait and see. We will meet again there." Modesty squeezed these words out of her teeth. As soon as she turned around, it was as if a dark cloud had moved away from the sky, and the shadow that shrouded the fleet was gone. The dragons had left. "They are retreating," the crowd screamed. They could hardly believe that they had withstood the storm and defeated the attack of the dragons. It was almost a miracle, no, a miracle. Everyone understood that the biggest crisis had passed. Now, the vast sea would be a smooth journey for them, and there would be no more obstacles. After the storm, the rainbow hanging in the sky was so clear. The people of Cruz who had participated in the previous battle could not help but shout and cry. The nobles, however, did not care about their dignity anymore. They walked to the deck one after another. Seeing this scene, their legs felt weak. They leaned on the mast and drew Martha's holy emblem, whispering praises for the blessing of the god. However, they hadn't forgotten who had created this miracle. Although they were extremely unwilling to admit that it was an Erewhon who had achieved all of this, from Vargas to Lone Harbor, and from Lone Harbor to the sublime inland sea, it was as if nothing could hinder the young man's confidence. They are, after all, that person's descendants. He's a descendant of the Highland Knight, the crowd whispered such words in low voices. More and more people gathered at the side of the ship and cheered loudly, celebrating this hard-won victory and hysterically venting their feelings. However, those who had truly participated in the preparation of this war could not think of anything else at this time. They only felt deeply exhausted, both physically and mentally. It was as if after suddenly relaxing, the fatigue and mental dispiritedness swept over them. Brando stood on the stern of the Akhenaten. At a glance, he saw the merchant lady in the crowd who had fallen asleep in Yutta's arms. Even in her sleep, the Roman still frowned slightly, as if she was still continuing her previous work. Seeing this scene, Brando could not help but feel his heart soften. In the past 40 hours, the entire fleet's countless supplies were uniformly allocated by the merchant lady alone. Nearly 2 days and 2 nights of continuous work, she did not have the slightest time to rest. But all of this was almost perfectly completed with the support of the merchant lady's extraordinary talent. Her terrifying memory and keen sense of the flow of supplies even amazed Brando. In the past, he rarely intervened in the business affairs of the Roman territory, nor did he see how this lady could command the wind and rain in her own territory. But at this moment, he understood why the business activities of the AB's territory could be so orderly from the beginning, even far surpassing its other industries. Brando, those monsters have attacked us more than the other side. There are 16 small boats and 4 large ships on the other side. Their consumption of magic crystals and ammunition should be much lower than expected. If the 27 ships on this side run out of ammunition, you can find a way to balance it from the other side. Also, the little Roman carefully reminded him with a pair of dark circles under her eyes, the ship that was hit was the Deer and 3 other ships. 2 of them fell into the sea. The ships that fell into the sea should be carrying food and drinking water, which is a third of our supplies. I've already placed the remaining transport ships in the middle of the fleet. Brando, you have to be careful and protect them. After saying those words, she yawned, tilted her head and fell into a deep sleep in his arms. She even snored softly, as if she was not worried that Brendel would take advantage of her, which made Brendel smile bitterly. It was a pity that Brando wanted to give the merchant lady who had been following him wholeheartedly since Butchie a warm hug, but the fleet could not leave his command for even a moment. He could only cruelly leave the latter in Yutta's care. Thinking of the battle that had just ended, he felt a little lucky. It was a rare storm on the sublime sea. Lightning fell like a curtain from the dark clouds. However, the storm was not only a hindrance to the humans, but also to the attack of the draconic beasts. That was the reason why he pushed the fleet to deviate from their course and plunged into the dangerous storm. He knew that these dragons from the underground would not be able to adapt to the complex and changeable climate on the sea. Reality proved that his common sense in the game saved everyone once again. Modesty organized many attacks in the storm, but none of them worked. The dragons were not used to the stormy clouds, let alone launching an effective attack. Instead, some of them fell into the sea due to the loss of altitude. On the other hand, although the human fleet was slow, the sailors who were used to standing with the wind and waves could always effectively prevent the fleet from getting lost. Although Modesty was angry about this, it was useless. Although the dragons were powerful, they were not omnipotent. The most threatening attack was on the eve of the storm, but unfortunately, it did not deviate from Brando's prediction. He knew the character of the Black Dragon well, so he had already arranged a strategy to meet the attack. Moreover, this time, even God was on the side of the humans. The storm lasted for 2 days and 2 nights, and the dragons were already exhausted. When they were forced by Modesty to launch their final attack, the sword of the Ash Sword Saint dispelled all of her delusions. Although the humans had the upper hand, but for the past 2 days, everyone recalled that it was a tragic battle. The fleet lost more than 10% of the warships, and the casualties were uncountable. Many people died in battle, but more losses came from the storm itself. It was a nightmare, but fortunately, it was finally over. The sailors and officers, after shouting and cheering with all their might, one by one, fell down on the deck, snoring. At this time, there was no chief officer to urge them to stand up and continue fighting. Soon, there was only one voice on the deck. "How lucky, my lord." The Shire was a mess. His beautiful Magus robe was wrinkled and stuck to his body because it was soaked in water. He walked up to the poop, wiping the beads of water on his forehead with his hand, and complained to Brando, "We encountered a storm on the shining sea before. The storm on the open sea was much worse than here." Your grandfather vomited a lot at that time. Brando stared at the guy who ruined his grandfather's image. The Shire felt a little guilty under the stare. He spread out his hands and said, "Well, I admit that I vomited a little, but I'm a wizard. You know, our willpower is always stronger than the average person. Your face is so pale that it's not very convincing." "That's because I'm too sleepy, my lord." "How come I didn't know that heroic spirits need to sleep?" "I think that lady has a different opinion," the Shire smiled. Brando knew that this guy was talking about Saint Tossel, the Wind Empress. He secretly cursed him for being cunning. He didn't dare to expose that elf's shortcomings. Tap. Brando heard the sound of footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw a pair of black high-heeled shoes. The rose inlaid on the tip of the shoes was as eye-catching as blood. It was as dazzling as snow. On the ankle was an ebony skirt. She had a slender waist, layers of lace corsets, and thin shoulder straps that tightly wrapped around her snow-white shoulders. She had a slender neck, a sharp chin, long hair that was dyed black, red eyes that were as bright as agate, slender eyebrows that were raised high, and a forehead that was as smooth as jade. "Why did you come out?" Brando frowned and asked unhappily. This was troublesome. It wasn't easy for him to get her on the ship without anyone noticing. He didn't want her to be exposed in public. If the successor of the Dark Dragon was a rat on the street, then if this lady's identity was exposed, he would immediately become the public enemy of the civilization. "It's too stuffy in the carriage." Dark Ko-hwa wrinkled her nose and made a sound that was almost undetectable. Brando glanced at the Shire, and the latter nodded knowingly. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed to Ko-hwa. "I'll go arrange rooms for Miss Eugenie and the others. There are too many people on the deck." Dark Ko-hwa's eyes were filled with disdain. She was about to express her disdain for such hypocrisy when she heard Brando sternly say to her, "Come with me." The second deck of the Akenton's stern was surrounded by a hollow corridor. After the storm, a lot of rain had poured in, and the corridor was still wet. Brando silently led Dark Ko-hwa through the corridor. Halfway through, he stopped and turned to look at her. "You're looking for trouble. You're obviously young, but you're as cautious as an old man." Dark Ko-hwa pursed her lips. "I smelled the scent of those disgusting reptiles. I just wanted to see if you needed help. Those people outside don't recognize me at all." "What are you afraid of?" "Don't underestimate humans. Don't forget who defeated you. Besides, I have a dragon on my ship. Do you think she won't recognize you?" Brando replied in annoyance. "No wonder it's so smelly here. But even dragons are divided into several generations. Little reptiles born after the age of chaos might not be able to recognize me." The girl snorted. "Besides, do you think I want to see a despicable person like you? If it wasn't for someone telling me to come out, I wouldn't be bothered to wander around this stinking place." "Someone told you to come out?" Brando had expected this girl to be insincere. Although she said there was no need to worry, she was usually more cautious than anyone else. She wouldn't easily appear in front of anyone. This woman seemed arrogant on the surface, but she was a person who cherished her life and craved power. Unless she had no other choice, she wouldn't easily expose herself to danger. "I was the one who told her to come out." A gentle voice suddenly sounded in their minds. Brando was slightly startled. He immediately recognized the voice. The Wind Empress? He didn't expect that the Elf Queen, who hadn't appeared for a long time, would choose to appear at this time. He couldn't help but feel excited. In fact, he had a lot of questions to ask her, but the great sage didn't give him the opportunity to do so. "Brando." But Saint Tossel's voice was unusually serious today. Accompanied by her words, a shadow gradually formed in the corridor. Brando had seen the appearance of the sage in the Shaflon silver mine before, but she was not like this at that time. At this moment, the elf wore a silver crown and armor. The armor showed a faint purple brilliance. Her whole body was like a dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. A thick fur cloak trailed behind her. The edge of the cloak was embroidered with the royal emblem of the Mist Elves. On the inside, there was an emblem of intertwined stars and moons. An amethyst-like sword hung on the waist of the elf lady. On the hilt of the sword was the legendary treasure of the Mist Elves, the starry diamond. When Brando saw Saint Tossel like this, he couldn't help but be stunned. But he immediately reacted. This was the legendary armor of the Wind Empress in the War of the Holy Saints. It was also the symbol of the elven royal family, Stardust's lament. Legend said that this armor had long disappeared in the long river of history with the Mist Elves. But when it reappeared one day on the body of the Queen of the Elves, it didn't lose any of its former glory. The Wind Empress. You are. Brando didn't understand why the Wind Empress appeared in such a splendid attire. Was she trying to intimidate the she-wolf? It seemed that the Saint Tossel he knew was not such a superficial person. Huh. Dark Ko-Hua looked at the Wind Empress and let out a surprised sigh. It really is the legacy of those guys in the Tower of Babel. I didn't expect to see it in this era. What do you mean? Brando interrupted her. Brando, the Wind Empress took the initiative to continue the conversation. Do you remember what I said to you last time? Last time. That time when you accepted Odin's inheritance. You said. Brando suddenly remembered the conversation at that time. At that time, you said that what you did, and what Odin did, after thousands of years, may not be clearly defined by right or wrong. It's nothing more than different methods that lead to different endings. As if a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind, he immediately reacted. It turns out that the Dark Dragon chose the wrong path, and we may not be right, Saint Tossel interrupted Brando. In fact, after the last battle, we have already expected today's result. But why? Brando looked at the Wind Empress in confusion. Is what Master Tolman said true? This has to do with a legend, Brando. The Elf Empress looked at Ko-Hua silently and replied faintly. That was the time when the Night of Azure had not yet pierced through the sky and caused the meteors to fall to the ground, thus beginning the era of mortals. It was the time before the chaos. In that era described in countless hymns, the gods walked on the earth, and the earth was full of the gods' people, the silver race. The warriors of the gods, the golden race. And before them, there were even more glorious gods and servants. Under the glory of the gods, the earth was full of gold and jade, and the sweet water flowed in the rivers. The gods guided their people to cultivate and reproduce on this fertile land. The fire of civilization was prosperous and strong, and the silver race built countless miracles on the earth. The towers pierced the clouds, the cities floated above the clouds, the temples were piled up with jade, and the holy music in the temples was heard all year round. But in fact, the war history in the Pale poem told a completely different story. It was an era of war, bloodshed, and heroic sacrifice. In that era, the gods and their servants also faced a terrible enemy, the Twilight Dragon. Countless battles, countless reconstructions on the ruins, and civilization collapsed several times. And in the last era, the Twilight Dragon even captured the most powerful fortress of the Silver Race, Babel's Tower. The darkness of civilization. This was the terrible disaster recorded in the Pale poem of the Crew's people, recorded on the war slate, and recorded in the Dark Prophecy. Countless civilizations were destroyed, and the legacy of the past was scattered on the earth. After countless years, the once noble Silver Race had to trudge on the earth, cut through the thorns, and find everything that was lost. Until a hero appeared in this world. The Night of Azure. The legend that changed everything. After the azure spear pierced the sky and caused the Twilight Dragon to fall into a deep sleep, the Myrnas appeared on the earth. A prophet led them across the Great Plains and built the first civilized empire after the gods left Woned in the wilderness of today's four-leaf clover. This was the Myrna's empire, and this was the beginning of the era of mortals. And that prophet, he had no name, but the legend about him was passed down from generation to generation. Because since then, every generation of Myrnas had a prophet, and they had a common name, the Dark Dragon. Chapter 981. When the dark dragon passed down to Odin's generation, the civilization and rule of the Myrnas had reached its peak. However, under the prosperity, there was a disharmony. At that time, the main characters of the land were not the Black Iron folk who now ruled Wond. They were just barbarians in the mountains, and the main members of the Black Iron folk, humans and mountain dwarves, were the vassals of the Myrnas. The Myrnas were very indifferent to the Black Iron folk, especially when the dark dragon reached Odin's generation. The empire was tyrannical and harsh to its vassals. Odin once conquered the humans on the Great Plains, built a fortress on the glacier, and migrated the dwarves to the Cloud Mountains. These two migrations alone caused the dwarves and humans to lose nearly half of their population. If the Myrnas were like this to their vassals, it was needless to say to the other Black Iron folk. It was usually a bloody suppression. They did not care about other races besides the Black Iron folk. At that time, the Silver Elves and the Mist Elves had their own kingdoms. Although most of them were isolated from the world, they still could not avoid dealing with the outside world. However, the Myrnas were high and mighty and ignored these silver folk. They only looked up to the Bugha who built a city on the shining coast. These wizards were said to be the guardians of the Tower of Babel, the descendants of the scholars of Aegido. As for the dragons, they were in the midst of the famous chaos of Aegido. They had no time to care about other things, let alone deal with the outside world. The Myrnas were getting more and more arrogant, and their rule was getting harsher and harsher. Finally, one day, the conflicts erupted like a volcano. Just as recorded in history, the opportunity came from Odin ordering the Mist Elves to work with the Myrnas to participate in the crusade against the barbarians. This order deeply hurt the sensitive and proud self-esteem of the Mist Elves, so they naturally rejected this unreasonable request without mercy. Odin was furious and immediately ordered sabers to lead an army to attack the Laurel Forest where the Mist Elves' kingdom was located. The fuse of the War of the Holy Saints, the Ue War between the Myrnas and the Mist Elves began. He had no choice but to be angry. At this point, the Wind Empress sighed to herself. Odin is a smart man. He saw the internal conflicts of the empire. He wanted to use our submission to intimidate others, but he didn't expect that we would dare to refuse. Odin is too impatient, Brando thought with a frown. When he received the inheritance of the Dark Dragon, he had seen the Emperor of the Myrna people once in a dream. At that time, the impression that the other party had given him was not that of a headstrong person, but when he was trying to figure out the mentality of the elves, he made a huge mistake. The silver folk also had their own pride. The Mist Elves were not vassals of the Myrna people, so how could they bow down to the Myrna people? Saint Sol saw his expression and knew what he was thinking. She shook her head and said, "The will of the Dark Dragon isn't that easy to reject. You can't imagine how powerful the Myrna people were in that era. Brando, you know that the Silver Elves are brave and good at fighting, but they might not even be able to win against the Myrna people, let alone us." "Then you?" Brando asked, puzzled. "We got a hint in advance." The Wind Empress replied word by word. "What?" "We got the promise of the Bugha people," the Wind Empress said slowly. "In fact, the dissatisfaction with the Myrna people on the continent has been going on for a long time. Needless to say, in the Empire, the Silver Elves and the Mist Elves were not willing to be marginalized. The promise of the Bugha people was like an opportunity for us. Soon, the Silver Elves joined this secret covenant. Coincidentally, as if fate had arranged it, at this time, the human resistance army that was suppressed by the Myrna people also crossed the wilderness under the leadership of the Flame King Gretel and returned to Wond. Today, in the White Stone Wilderness, we signed the covenant that has been passed down to the present, which is the oath you call the Sacred Covenant. From then on, the War of the Holy Saints began. You know what happened after that?" Brando heard this and did not ask, because he knew that this was the history he was familiar with. Today, what the elven lady was going to tell him must be another, unknown secret. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, the Wind Empress spoke again. "But in fact, there are several suspicious points in the whole War of the Holy Saints. The biggest question is, later, we privately confirmed with the Buga people that the reason they participated in the war was because they got the promise of the dragon, and before that, they did not send any invitation to us. As for the dragon's side, the situation is similar. Brando raised his eyebrows, faintly smelling the scent of a conspiracy from this paragraph. The Flame King Gretel, under mysterious guidance, crossed the dark wilderness. In the early years, Gretel, Fanzon and I used to adventure on the continent together. Although we lost contact after he became the leader of the resistance army, I believe that he would not lie about this. Besides, Fanzon and Eloranta had similar experiences. In other words, behind the War of the Holy Saints, there is actually a force behind it, and this force does not belong to any side of the humans, elves, wizards, or dragons. Brando finally could not help but stop and ask. The Wind Empress also stopped. This former sage looked out at the vast and blue sea outside the corridor, her light purple eyes flashing with an inexplicable brilliance. Yes, in fact, I met that person later. She was called Sophie, a witch. Witch? Witch? Although before this, Brando's mind had all kinds of answers, but he never thought of this special group of witches. They were the loyal followers of the Dark Dragon, and even today, even in open opposition to the world of order, they did not give up their beliefs. Needless to say, the Queen of Witches was the former mistress of the Myrna Empire. How could such a group betray the Myrna people? The Wind Empress nodded. This group of witches is from the Pharaoh. They and the witches of the 13th moon are the two most unique groups of witches in the witch world. Sophie is not her name. Every generation of their Orthodox descendants is called Sophie, just like the Dark Dragon. After the War of the Holy Saints ended, she personally found me and told me all this. Why? Brando asked, very puzzled. Because of the Black Prophecy. Black Prophecy? The Wind Empress skipped this question and asked, Brando, do you think someone as smart as Odin would fall into the trap of his own people? Could it be because he trusted the witches too much? No, that's not the case. After thinking about it carefully, I'm afraid he already knew all this. When we rebelled, even if the humans, dwarves, elves, and bugas, as well as a few other races such as the gnomes and halflings joined together, I'm afraid we weren't sure if we could really defeat the Empire. The strength of the Myrna people is unimaginable to people now. This was the second time she said this, but in the eyes of Saint Tassol, it seemed to be a matter of course, because the Myrna Empire ruled by the Dark Dragon was so frightening. But they were defeated after all. Brando comforted. No. The Wind Empress shook her head decisively. It's not as simple as you think, Brando. From the beginning to the end, only Sabers and Tumen's legions participated in suppressing our rebellion. Sabers belongs to the Dark Dragon's forbidden army, and Tumen's is just some militia. The Myrna people have 7 legions, and these 7 legions have never appeared in the entire War of the Holy Saints. What? This time, Brando was really surprised. It could be explained that the 7 legions of the Myrna people did not appear in the early stages of the War of the Holy Saints because they did not attract attention. But after the decisive battle between the 4 sages and sabers, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Myrna Empire had reached its end at that time, and even the Dark Dragon Odin himself had to participate in the battle. Under such circumstances, the possibility of the Myrna people still hiding their strength was too small, unless the so-called 7 legions of the Myrna people were just a complete scam. But, is that possible? The Wind Empress continued, in fact, until we attacked the Alkash region, we had always thought that the Dark Dragon had arranged a trap to make us believe that we had won. The only doubt was that most people more or less felt that our strength was not enough to make Odin go to war. It wasn't until Odin personally participated in the final battle and was defeated that we dared to believe that all of this was true. In fact, until the final battle, Odin had not used his strongest strength. She paused for a moment. You are also a planeswalker, Brando. Do you know what kind of power a planeswalker possesses? That is extraordinary power, the power of a world. This power has its own system in the world of planeswalkers, and it is on a completely different level from the power that we possess. whether it is magic or physical strength. Unless we can use the power of the entire world to fight against the power of the planeswalkers, it is impossible for us to win. To put it simply, a planeswalker is actually a god. He is like a god who came here from a distant world. He controls all the rules of that world, and the creatures and forces of the entire world obey his orders unconditionally. If we want to fight against him, we have to become the god of our world first. But as everyone knows, the god of our world has long been away from the disputes of the mortal world. So, in theory, it is impossible for us to win against Odin. But planeswalkers also need to plunder resources. He can't squander his power without limit. Odin just changed his method of plundering power from this world to support the power of his world. As long as you find a way to defeat him from this source, it's not like there's no hope of victory. In fact, isn't that what you're doing, Lady Wind Empress? You are the same as us in that era, thinking of the problem too simply. But the problem is, the Dark Dragon is not alone. He can seize power from us, and he can also seize power from others. As a dignified emperor of an empire, with so many people supporting him, would he really fight against us alone? Saint Tossel seemed to have been prepared for this question, and calmly retorted. Brando was stunned. He remembered that this was not what the Wind Empress had said last time. Moreover, history did not describe it this way. But he did come to challenge you alone. Is it because he is too confident? Odin is no longer a young boy. He is the supreme of a huge empire. He would not do something reckless for this false reputation. Actually, Fanzan and I saw some clues in the battle. Later, before Odin died, he asked us to keep a secret for him, which confirmed my guess. He asked you. For sages to keep a secret for him. What kind of secret is that? Brando only realized that it was inappropriate when he asked this question, and hurriedly tried to remedy it. Sorry, I mean. If it is not convenient, then forget it. He suddenly thought that since the Wind Empress had said this, the four sages must have agreed to Odin's request at that time. Some of the things that Tumen had said to him before also proved this point. In that case, he could not let the Wind Empress be a person who went back on her words. Besides, heroes like the four sages were unlikely to go back on their words. But unexpectedly, the Wind Empress shook her head indifferently and said, Actually, it's nothing. I came out today to tell you the truth. I've thought about it. Since you are the person chosen by Odin, there are some things that you should know. Brando shut his mouth, but frowned faintly. He suddenly heard a sense of farewell from the tone of the Elf Empress. He faintly felt that the sage who had accompanied him for so long and taken care of him like an elder was about to choose to leave. Saint Tossel pondered for a moment before slowly replying, The secret that he asked us to keep is very simple. It is to let the result of the War of the Holy Saints become an established fact. In fact, he had already expected all of this. He told us some things. The Twilight Dragon has never really died. The first generation of the Dark Dragon, Azure Knight, only seriously injured it and made it return to the Sea of Chaos. However, the hour hand of the Judgment Day has never slowed down. There is such a legend in the Dark Prophecy. It says that a hero will be born from the mortals, holding the key of fate and opening another door for the future of this world. That is the rebirth of order on the ashes after the dusk of all things and gods. After the disaster of Babel Fortress, civilization was once lost on the earth. Many people, including our generation, thought that the hero among the mortals was Azure Knight. Because he was the one who made the stars fall to the earth and started the era of mortals. However, fate played a cruel joke on us. This is a secret that only a few people know. Since the establishment of the Myrna Empire, they have been engaged in a fierce war with the Twilight Army outside the elemental frontier. Therefore, Wond had a short respite. The Elf Queen smiled slightly, but her smile was a little tired. We thought that what we did was right. The War of the Holy Saints was just a war against oppression. However, from the beginning, we guessed the beginning correctly, but not the end. Unfortunately, it was our own people who gave the Dark Dragon a fatal blow. At the last moment of the dynasty's collapse, Odin ordered the 7 legions to be permanently stationed outside the elemental frontier. He also joined forces with several other planeswalkers to seal Wone's passage to the Sea of Chaos. This was his last gift to us. He was a stupid guy, but this gift was precious. This gift exhausted the strength of him and everyone around him, so it became the reason for his inevitable failure. The Wind Empress sighed softly. In fact, this was also the reason why the witches betrayed him. Odin did not believe in fate. Everything he wanted to do was just to prove that everything said in the Black Prophecy was not necessarily right. The world did not need to be destroyed to be reborn, and there was never a savior. But the witches believed in the power of prophecy. The end of the world was bound to come. Odin had proved that he was not the person in the prophecy, so the Myrna people had to give up this stage for the Iron Folk. They were waiting for the arrival of the final prophecy in the Black Prophecy. The witches of the Moon of Law were the executors of this prophecy. Brando was speechless for a long time. He had already guessed part of the truth, but it was only today that it was confirmed. This was the inheritance of the fool. It was the arrogant struggle of a man who overestimated himself. Although it was ridiculous, it was worth remembering forever. Because people would never bow down to fate. Now that the truth was out, he couldn't help but rub his chest. In a sense, he was also the one who had overestimated his capabilities. Whether it was in the eyes of the noble Erwin, in the eyes of the princess, or in the eyes of others, perhaps even the Bugas who supported him behind the scenes, or even the people around him, they might not be able to understand his ideals. He knew that many people stood by him only because they believed that he could change something. They might not agree with his true thoughts deep in his heart. What did he want the world to be like? Brando did not answer, but his eyes had already crossed the sublime inland sea. He knew that there, beyond the borders of civilization, there were countless undeveloped lands. Civilization did not have to be trapped in one place, and the power of the twilight was not invincible. These thoughts were somewhat out of tune with this world that was deeply mired in chaos, perhaps even too distant. Just like how the Kurlutz people would never work together with the Farnazan people, the Wind Elves would never be able to integrate themselves into the human world without reservation, not to mention the undead and countless troubles and conflicts. But would he become a fool like Odin? Brando felt that he could not answer this question for a while. Maybe, maybe not, just like how he did not agree with all of Odin's ideas. Maybe the problem is not here. He said slowly. The glorious deeds of the 4 sages, the alliance of the continent's 100 races, may not be a mistake. Odin may be doing what he thinks is right, but there are many ways to accomplish one thing. He believes that fate can be changed, but he sees himself as the savior. Brando looked at the magnificent scenery under the fleet. The thick clouds scattered like cotton wool blown away by the wind, revealing the golden sea surface. But there were more things in his mind. The diligent Blackie has published a new book again. Let me recommend it to everyone. I feel that it has improved a lot compared to the last book. Title, Ling Tianji, Book Number 3296695. Introduction. With a thought, 10,000 laws follow. With a thought, the moon is bright and the wind is clear. The 9 states is vast, hundreds of millions of miles. The Emperor of Great Zhou appoints the world to the people. The Taoist court is above the 9 heavens, educating the 9 states. Outside the 9 states, the demon kingdom of the northern wilderness is eyeing covetously. The southern barbarian shaman sect is ambitious. The Saha Buddhist land in the west preaches to the 9 states and is in the ascendant. A young scholar who has read all kinds of classics since childhood transmigrates to this world. He fights the barbarian shaman and fights the demons. He discusses the Tao with the Bodhisattva and smiles with the Taoist Lord. He builds the heavenly court, establishes the netherworld, opens the 6 paths of reincarnation, and becomes the celestial emperor. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.